changes to election law. Is in a way tonight vindication for you?
Well, at the end of the day, I plan on making sure that people understand the majority of the information and make sure we have fast, secure, and accurate.
All right, we're going to try to get this going in
Looking at
three,
more
two,
behind the
one. What up, folks? Once again, oh, shoot. It is your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. It is indeed election night. Now, this is going to be different than what we typically do because this, generally we have a live. In fact, I'm going to move the camera so that we're really focusing mainly on Trump and Kamala Harris with Biden soon to be in the annals of history. You can kind of move them out of the way. But we're going to be doing a totally different type of live tonight because everyone is aware it is election night. And, generally we certainly talk about some of the topics of the day, and we have more of a Q&A. Tonight, we're going to simply be talking about the election as it's coming in, just like you're seeing in a lot of other on a lot of other social media pages. We do have a live map. I'll go ahead and source this one. It's coming from PBS, the public broadcasting. If you watch, Sesame Street, Electric Company, or shows like what else comes on PBS? Mr. Rogers used to come on. That's where this is coming from. This is coming from PBS, public broadcasting station. So you're getting this as it's going to be coming in. I do have a large screen TV behind me, another large screen monitor that is tuned in to News Nation, and I regularly go between there, and I go between Fox, and I go between CNN. So I will also give you information for that for copyright purposes. I cannot put any active broadcast on the screen, but I can tell you what's currently going on, and we'll certainly talk to some of you folks because you will be calling in with results as well. That's from different states you're in and locations you're concerned with. Right now, I think they've called several states. Several states have already been called. And as you see on my monitor, I'll see if I can somewhat zoom it in because everything is over on the East Coast. I mean, obviously, the polls over on the Pacific time zone have not closed yet, so we're not going to be talking about anything on the in the Mountain or Pacific time zones just yet. But several races have already been called. You see all of that red on your screen there, all of those races have already been called. My YouTube monitor is not as clear, so I'll go ahead and name them out. So far, these are the states that have been called for President Trump. I mean, these are states that he has already officially won, has already officially gotten the Electoral College votes for these states. 7 Electoral College votes for Oklahoma, 11 for Indiana, 8 for the state of Kentucky, 11 for the state of Tennessee, 8 for Mississippi, 9 for Alabama, Florida, a whopping 30 Electoral College votes. For folks who thought Florida may be somewhat going purple, Florida's already called it pretty early. I'll let you know if I can get the totals of so far I know Florida's around 90%. So I'll see how much of a margin Trump won by in Florida, but he has already won Florida, 30 electoral votes in Florida and 9 in South Carolina, not to mention 4 in West Virginia. Now, it looks from what we're seeing like Trump is obviously running away with it, but keep in mind, none of these are swing states. None of these are swing. So far, he's won where he was expected to win. Kind of reminds me of the old Arizona coach that talked about the Chicago Bears. They are who we thought they were. If you want, go ahead and crown them. Well, so far he's won where he was supposed to win. And Kamala Harris has also won several states as well. Vermont, 3 Electoral College votes for Vermont. She's won Massachusetts. There's 11 there. Maryland is 10. She's won Rhode Island 4. Connecticut also 7. Now, I'm also aware she has won Washington, D.C. as well. I don't know how many votes, Electoral College votes there are in D.C., but I do believe she has also won D.C. Now, in terms of the count, This map has Trump so far at 95 electoral college votes. You need 270 to win. So Trump is more than one third of the way there. Kamala Harris is only at 35 with the states I just named. She's won most of the New England states. Now, obviously, she will win bigger states like California and Illinois, most likely. But so far, none of the no, yeah, right. DC, no, yeah, I see Jacob, right. You can't win. Yeah, DC is a district. So no, she didn't win DC. But good, appreciate you noting that. Yeah, DC is not a state. But what was I about to say? Oh, so far, so it's 35 to 95. 35 to 95. Trump is just by current count, Trump is way out front. But as I stated, these are the states that he was expected to win. I mean, all of the Bible Belt states. Now, North Carolina, on the other hand, I'm looking on my News Nation map. Kamala Harris is winning it. Well, it looks like they say they only got 1% in. They got Trump at a win probability of 59.8%. But right now, with the amount of votes they've counted, Kamala Harris is leading in North Carolina, but that is they expect that to change. They expect Trump to win North Carolina. It's early, as I see in the comments. Michael Martinez says, yeah, North Carolina is early, but right now she's leading in that state. But that is likely to change. Now, there's a host of states that are expected to go to Kamala Harris, and many of those states have simply not been called yet. So this race will change as time goes on. I'm looking at the map behind you. I'm looking at News Nation. So I'm watching several maps. Now, for you folks that are going to call in, feel free to come through the box because you may be getting results slightly quicker. We're going to be also talking about some of the Senate races, some of the down ballot races. While I'm talking to you, I'm going to switch my back network from News Nation over to ABC because I think that ABC with David Muir, as far as I'm concerned, so far the News Nation coverage is kind of lackluster. So looking in the comments, we'll find out if Virginia is a patriot soon. Virginia is expected to go for Kamala, but yeah, if Trump wins Virginia or if Kamala wins North Carolina, that's going to be telling because they're not supposed to win those states. That would be different. Texas is red. Sorry, says Jackie. Yeah, I don't. Is anybody expecting Texas to be anything else other than for Trump this go round? I get that Texas is starting to be, less red than it has been in elections past. But yeah, Texas is expected to go for Trump in this particular election. I don't think that's going to change. Hello from Atlanta, Georgia. Appreciate that input there, Albulus Hicks. So I'm just simply asking, what states, if you were going to name a state where you felt like one of the candidates were going to win in a state that they're not expected to win, who do you think would win and what state are you talking about? Such as, let's say, for instance, I mean, even though North Carolina is supposedly a swing state, Kamala Harris is not expected to win there. So that would be somewhat of a shock. Iowa was also, they had polls showing that Kamala was ahead in Iowa. That would also be a state that is totally outside of what they call a swing state. And yeah, somebody said Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico doesn't, you can't win Puerto Rico. Texas has gone left of the nation, but still red for now. Yeah, I think Texas is going to stay red for tonight. I'm disappointed in Florida, says Sheila J. Did you think Florida was going to be up for grabs? Did you really think Florida, led by Ron DeSantis, might be a Kamala victory? I don't think anybody thought that. Preliminary exit poll, North Carolina. Now they're going educated by race. I'm looking up there. White college grads are voting more for Kamala in North Carolina. They're showing different types of who's voting for what. They're talking about preliminary exit polls. So I think what does that say? I think Pennsylvania is the state to watch. Well, yeah, Andy Joe, everybody thinks Pennsylvania is the state to watch. Of course, whoever wins Pennsylvania, they're saying that person is most likely to win the race. So yeah, of course, Pennsylvania is the state to watch. I gotta say, with Oklahoma, I mean that state's the furthest to the west. I mean, they've already called it for Trump, but I think I heard them say when they announced that Trump had won Pennsylvania, that Pennsylvania is the most Republican state in America. I did not know that. I mean, not Pennsylvania, Oklahoma. Oklahoma. They stated that the state of Oklahoma is the most Republican state in America. I have never heard that before. Ohio Red says Norma Davis. Not yet. Not yet. Shout out to you, Norma. Some of these females. No, here's what we're gonna certainly be focusing on tonight. Remember all of the females were supposed to turn on the Republican Party because of Roe v. Wade. I'm getting a lot of females. Norma, shout out to you. A lot of females that are pro-Trump, that are MAGA, that are pro-Republican. I don't know. Is the female vote really going to go Democratic? There's a lot of females out there that are favoring the Republican Party. Ohio will go red, says Roger. Yeah, I think that's what's expected. Oklahoma is Texas' next door neighbor. Yeah, but Texas is somewhat changing, getting closer and closer to purple. Oklahoma is not. I don't know what the Native Americans are doing in Oklahoma, but they must be voting Republican too, because Oklahoma is not in any. Oklahoma is far. I mean, remember, Oklahoma is the state that recently passed a law that requires, by law, children to read the Bible. It is now required in the state of Oklahoma. All public schools, reading the Bible is now part of their curriculum. That's pretty far to the right. That's about as far right as you can get, where you're now forcing Christianity down the throats of children. They're doing that in Oklahoma. That's a law right now. They should complain. It says they should complain Florida, that is. Well, I mean, they may, but it sounds like they've already called Florida for Trump. North Carolina is waiting on the votes of the abandoned people of the flooded area. Bye-bye, Kamala. I don't think, well, I mean, it's somewhat of a swing state, but I think the consensus is that Kamala Harris is going to lose North Carolina. And keep in mind, she don't need North Carolina to win the election. There are two paths. One path is what they call the blue. If she wins Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, she pretty much have it. Now that's the because there's only 7 swing states. If you win the top 3, that's the blue, what they call the blue wall states: Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. Kamala Harris can pull it off with that. The Sun Belt states, being North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. Now, she's not likely to win the Sun Belt states: North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada, but she can win the blue wall states: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. But keep in mind, Georgia has turned really, really purple. Out of all of the Bible Belt states, Georgia is not in the same category anymore with the Mississippis and the Alabamas or even Florida. Georgia is pretty purple, so she could certainly win Georgia. Right now, they're talking about 48% of the vote is in Georgia, 44.4% to Kamala. Trump has 55% of the vote. 48% of the vote is in Georgia. 11% is in North Carolina. Kamala has 52.6. Trump has 45.9, but that's only 11% in North Carolina. Only 7% in Pennsylvania, but Kamala is way out in front. Only 7% of the votes been counted in Pennsylvania, but Kamala Harris has 72.8% of the votes so far. Trump at 26.1. That would be the path towards those blue wall states I'm talking about. Win Pennsylvania, win Michigan, win Wisconsin, win the presidency. She only very small margin so far in Pennsylvania, but Kamala Harris is way out in front. North Carolina, as I said, small amount of votes in, but we'll see what happens. It's still pretty early in North Carolina. Looking in the comments here, Trump needs to win states he didn't before and won't. Some would say that. Some have said that. It's over Trump victory. Mark, don't fall into that category. You know, when folks start suggesting that Trump has won and he can't lose, them the ones that get the most disappointed because none of the polls have ever said that President Trump was running away with this race. So for folks who think that, you know, it's in the bag, Trump has it, you know, Kamala's wasting her time, them the ones that end up being the most disappointed because you shouldn't have that mindset. And I know there's been a lot of MAGA I've been talking to over the weeks that think that it was a waste of time for Kamala. Trump was going to win no matter what. No polls have ever been suggesting that. Ever since Kamala Harris got in the race, they've always been saying it's a close race. Now, he was running away with it with Biden, but when Kamala got in it as of August, that has not been happening. So I don't know why Trump supporters have been thinking that Trump, you know, it's in the bag. It ain't in the bag. It's not. He could win. I'm not saying he won't win, but it's never been to the point where folks should have that type of mindset. No cheating. Trump's losing again. Well, you're saying no cheating. Let's be clear. Let's state the obvious. If Trump loses, they're going to allege cheating. I think that is something that most voters, even on the Trump side of the aisle, most of the media is predicting that if Trump loses the race, they are going to allege that some cheating happened. I think that's pretty much a guarantee. I mean, I don't know where they'll say it's happening at, but absolutely, if Trump doesn't win, they're going to say some people cheated. I do want to queue up my other stream because we are on, what do you call it? We are also on Instagram. So we're on YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram. Looking in the comments here on YouTube. Yeah, he's good for that. Yeah, he's good for that already said that. Yeah, he's going to certainly say that. He's going to certainly say cheating happened. But God chose Trump when he intervened in the assassination attempt. I don't want to be on the wrong side of anyone's religion, but I highly doubt if every time there is a school shooting, if thoughts and prayers don't save kids from being shot, if God is not going to take our prayers and save children from, I don't think he gives a damn about our election. I don't think God ordained someone to run America. I just don't see it. I mean, at the end of the day, whatever happened to free will? All of the things that happen on earth that people pray about and nobody does anything about, such as children dying and people getting cancer. You really think he cares about Trump being president? I don't. I mean, I hear folks say this all the time. Like I said, I don't like to stomp on anybody's election or stomp on anybody's religion, rather, but I don't think the deity gives a damn about the politics in the United States. There's 180 other countries, 180 plus other countries on earth. You think he's appointing leaders for all of those countries? I don't think God is doing it. I see in the comments, Fanny says, stop lying on God. I don't know if she's referring to me or the caller. Florida didn't pass. What do you mean by Florida did not pass? Yeah, it is. That is the Instagram handle there, at the Handsome Liberal. By the way, it's the Handsome Liberal. I don't think you can put spaces in it. So on Instagram, it's at Handsome Liberal all the way across, just like that, as you see it. And we are live on Instagram as well. So looking in the comments, because I'm trying to find a way to bring up other viewers, particularly MAGA. You know, we run the program. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. We have always been MAGA friendly from day one. Always will be MAGA friendly no matter how this turns out. So I do want to be able to bring up more guests and communicate with MAGA as well. DJ Julio, yeah, appreciate that mustache. Speaking of MAGA, we'll go straight to the one and only DJ Julio. I'm assuming you're sitting around with bated breath, probably concerned that Kamala Harris is about to take it and win tonight. Well, DJ, it looks like the box is kind of hesitant to bring you up. I'll give it a moment. We may have to reset it for you, DJ Julio. We're trying to bring up a guest. Are they trying to elect a criminal as our leader? How do we explain that if he wins? The explanation is simple. It's a witch hunt. They wrongfully convicted Trump. That's what the explanation is going to be. So to answer your question, yes, to some degree, America is trying to elect someone. that has been officially deemed as a criminal. But yeah, America is trying to elect Trump, so that certainly could happen. DJ Julio, I don't know what's happening. I'm trying to bring you up. I'll try to drop it and maybe reset it. We'll give that a second to do so. Colorado court says Griswold password leaks acceptable. I don't quite get what you're talking about, OG. I saw three of the same women today, three different women, the same kind of outfit. They are all shop the same magazine. Riff Raff, what are you talking about? Are you talking about voter fraud? Let's try it again with DJ Julio. I may have to, if it's problematic this time, I'm going to switch TikTok to my Wi-Fi because I'm actually on the mobile site with that. Let me go ahead and switch it over because maybe.
You got me now.
Oh, okay, there we go. All right. So, how you feeling?
Well, I mean, hell, nervous as anybody on the blue side, I'm sure.
And there's a lot of nervousness on the blue side with Trump. Most of the Trump states have already called it for him. So there's certainly a hell of a lot of nervousness on the blue side.
Where are we at right now? I was at 90 when I left. I was watching it earlier. I had to run to the store.
Trump so far has 95 electoral college votes already in his bag. Kamala has 35.
Yeah, sounds like he's about to get Georgia, too.
I don't see that yet. Let me see what I can find.
He's up 300. He's up 300,000, 303,000, I think it was.
Yeah, I'm not seeing Georgia claim.
Like, no. It's not been checkmarked yet.
Right.
He's leading.
What's the percentage of votes that have come in already?
I think it was 42.
Okay, so that's still a long way to go.
Yeah, it is. But I mean, he's 300,000 ahead already, so that's good. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, it would certainly be good if he pulled it off for him, but yeah, I'm not seeing. I'm trying to see what site because I'm not seeing this. The site I'm looking at doesn't tell me what's going on in Georgia down to the minute like that. I got the ABC news feed on behind me on the monitor behind me, but if Georgia goes,
NBC.
huh?
I said I was watching NBC.
NBC. Yeah, if Georgia goes to Kamala, then that would be big. But if it goes to Trump, that shows he's on the path to take the Sun Belt states, which is North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. Right now, it looks like they got 53% of the voters in. Kamala Harris, I think they had up there like 44%. So I seen it's moving so fast. Trump just won Arkansas. So you can add that to his bag. That is another 6 electoral college votes. Arkansas is just projected Trump will win. So yet another state. I mean, his states are coming in fast. Wow. Let me see here now. I'm trying to see if it'll reset. But he just took Arkansas in. But and I see in the comments, Johnny 11 said as expected. Yeah, nobody thought Arkansas was in play.
Yeah, no, and it's still way too early. I was telling the wife, I said, here in South Dakota, we don't want to take anything except with the grain of salt till about 10 o'clock our time.
Which, now you're in what, the central time zone?
No, we're mountain time.
Mountain, okay. All right, because I'm in central, so it is, 7:30 here. Hold on, Pennsylvania, they only got 8% in, but still Kamala Harris is way up front in Pennsylvania. 71.2% to Kamala, 27.8 I think it is to Trump. So, but there's a lot of votes to still be counted. But so far, Kamala is way out front in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, they got like 5 million votes to count over there.
Yeah.
5.6 or some shit.
You think about them? You think it's those Puerto Ricans? I mean, they got a lot of Puerto Ricans in Pennsylvania.
No, I know NBC leans a little more center left than right. And they're saying that Donald Trump is overperforming with this is just what I was listening to the news. That he's overperforming in the Hispanic vote.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, Trump is a shocker. He definitely does what you think would be the unthinkable. I see in the comments. James Brantley says Emmett Till, the slain 14-year-old. Emmett Till is crying as we ignore Trump's crimes. He is above the law and nobody seems to care. Wow. I do believe that there is some validity to Trump being above the law. Shout out to Trump. He's doing the unthinkable. But so, what do you think about Pennsylvania? You think Trump's going to pull off Pennsylvania?
Uh, it's going to be close, you know, and I hope he does, because then I can just go to bed and say forget it. I'm good. I know where this goes. I don't know. It's close. It's going to be close.
Yeah.
It's too close to be a medium yet. I'm gonna say from everything that I feel like he's gonna win.
Well, I mean, at this point, it doesn't look bad for him. Just an average mom says my husband is Puerto Rican and he was not fazed by the roast artist, the guy that said Puerto Rico is an island of garbage.
And most of us that have any kind of Spanish descent aren't going to be. We understand a comedian's a comedian, a president's a president. Like, as a Mexican, I was like, that was a stupid joke to tell. But then to hear it from my current president that if I stand behind Trump, I'm garbage. That was it for me. I was like, you know, I know he's not running, but you know, I know Joe Biden's voting for Trump, but still, I don't like him.
Wait, you know Joe Biden is voting for Trump?
Yeah.
You're crazy.
No, I mean, Kamala took his chance at a second run.
You do realize that the Trump administration is threatening to lock up his kid, suggesting that he committed crime. Why the hell would he vote for Kamala when that guy is talking about potentially locking him up and locking up people that he is friends with? Because you think he's going to really be that serious about Kamala succeeding him and ignore the fact that a lot of people he care about and love might... Trump is talking about throwing some of everybody in prison.
That's true. That is true. But I think with Biden endorsing Trump might take it easy on the Biden family.
Yeah, but would you take a chance?
I don't know.
Right. I mean,
to 19 Rottweiler real quick. My real father was a half breed. He was Mexican and Indian. His real father was 100% from Mexico, and his mother was 100% from Siston Wahpeton Sioux tribe here in South Dakota. Is there anything else you'd like me to answer for you about my ethnicity?
Okay. I see the comments. Somebody says that's bribery. Just for this guy, I have to go. DJ Julio, you always run off some of my guests. I got somebody in the comments that said they can't take you to the point where they got to leave just because of you.
Well, then we can have a better conversation. Let's bullshit in the chat.
Well, I got a little more time. Somebody is on hold. Wait, I'll give you a couple of minutes, but I do got to move it on shortly. But so at the end of the
talking about today, are you just watching this?
Watching what? Yeah, this is we're gonna be this is solely concerns on the election. There really is no other topic. We want to call this as it comes in and see how folks feel about maybe their state going the wrong way in their opinion and things like that. So this is the topic. I mean, because we all want to know what's going on. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, check NBC's. They got a really I've been watching different lives. I watched Fox for a little bit. I watched ABC for a little bit. NBC seems to have the best videography in the background. So like on your screen, you'd be able to track the states a lot better.
ABC.com.
YouTube, and then I just went to YouTube and I went to live videos. And
I can't. Yeah, you can't show that. They'll copyright that.
Oh,
yeah, you can't. Yeah, you can't show people.
You might be able to pull it up with NBC.com. You might be able to. I don't know.
Yeah, you can't show somebody's live feed because all of my lives are posted on YouTube after the show ends, and if you show somebody's live, they'll copyright it. So I don't, I can't put because I got ABC News. I got the main ABC network playing on a big screen behind me. Right now they're talking about they're talking about some of the Congress people also, some of those elections as well. But yeah, I got it going, but I can't show it to the viewers because they'll copyright it.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. No, I just wanted I was on my way to the store and I saw you up, so I figured I'd come and some feathers and.
Not yet. We'll as the election gets closer. You can come back in because I'll be here for a while, but not yet. It's still, as they say, too close to call. Huh?
I still bring my earbuds in with me after the wife goes to bed. I'll call back up.
Roger that. Appreciate it, Julio. Thanks for coming through.
You guys be good. Hey, don't stress it too bad. I promise you, if Republicans win, we're not out for blood. We want all of us to succeed, not just some of us.
We don't. Yeah, you want the women to succeed. You want the women's rights to succeed.
Absolutely. Yeah. We want them safe and sound. You betcha. We're gonna protect them all, regardless if they want us to.
And no women believe that. So I just want you to understand that.
Well, my women do. My women, I was so proud of my daughter. She voted today. She had so much fun with it.
I don't think it's a case of whether they believe it or not. I think that the women that are voting Republican, they don't care about women losing abortion rights because they're pro-life, so they don't care about women losing them.
Yeah, no, and she's not worried about that because she says, you know, I'm a responsible woman. I'm the one that's in charge of getting me pregnant, so I'll take care of that.
Until something happens that she's not expecting. I mean, responsibility doesn't cover every scenario.
Oh, sure, yeah. If you're on birth control, you're not going to get pregnant most times. Most times. I said most times. I'm with you. I said most times.
Right. Or somebody sexually assaults you, or if you are trying to have a baby and it's not viable. I mean, babies don't come out perfect. You could be told your baby is not likely to survive, and if you keep trying to carry it, your life is in danger. No matter how responsible you are, things can happen.
I'll tell you, like she told me, it took me a while, but I'm okay with state rights because I'd rather be in charge of what my state does, that state that I live in does.
That would make more
the way she wants to.
That would make more sense if these states that are doing this were actually letting the women vote. Everywhere where there's a limitation or a ban on abortion, the people in the state did not vote on it. So you're not in control of what your state does. They're doing it on their own.
Yeah, and you know, and to the woman in here, you know, as a survivor, God bless you, you know, but in your state, if it's not there, hopefully it'll be there soon. In our state, it is. It's getting voted in now that, you know, the circumstances of the viability, rape, incest. I believe I read something about them actually saying if you have failed birth control, you can bring that. That can be a stipulation as well. It sounds like.
And that's why some folks are saying you can vote Kamala Harris in because you don't have to be that concerned. There's no gray area. You know for certain if Kamala Harris is in there. You don't have to worry or wonder. You know.
Because she's going to make it a national thing instead of a state thing. So then again, no matter how hard you vote for it, it's that electoral college that matters. All right. Statewide, it matters a little more because then it's each state gets to dictate what they're doing with the life of the unborn and the women that are involved in it. Listen, those circumstances do come up, and I genuinely, with my heart that I do have, I feel bad for any woman that goes through that, whether they chose to or not. It's a horrific situation as it is. You know, at least if it's voted by the state, then you know your voice had something to do with it.
Yeah. All right, we disagree, but fair enough. The door's open to you. Appreciate it.
I know. I may see you later on, but have a good one.
Roger. All right, looking in the comments real quick. Nobody has rights until you can prove it in a court. That's the unfortunate reality, says Z. Yeah, well, like I said, I do believe if they start with these bans, women are going to go to jail behind this stuff. I don't want to get too deep into the abortion debate, but women are going to go to jail behind some of those laws because once you start deeming a baby, once you start deeming it a baby at conception, treating it like it's a regular child at conception, then that means anything that a pregnant mom does that might be irresponsible or not in concert with being pregnant, she can be charged with child endangerment or murder. Such as, let's say you're driving home and you're pregnant, but you don't have a seatbelt on, and you get into an accident or something, you're thrust against the steering wheel or something, and it causes a loss of life to the baby inside of you. You should have had a seatbelt on. I mean, you got a kid inside of you and you're not wearing a seatbelt. No, it would be probably akin to having a 2-year-old in the back seat of your car without putting them in a car seat because they've deemed it a child that's inside of you. What if you're drinking alcohol or you get involved in narcotics while pregnant? I mean, it's almost akin to literally putting a crack pipe up to the kid, to the mouth of a toddler at that point. Once they deem it a baby inside of you, it opens up a whole window of all of these new laws that women, while pregnant, if they're irresponsible, they can find themselves in jail, find themselves with manslaughter charges and things like that. In my opinion, it's not good. I don't think anything good is coming down the pipe for women. I've said that several times. Sad how many white women are voting for this, says Benjamin Bueno. Yeah, I think it's one of those things where people are voting for it, and once it becomes law, you're going to have voters' remorse once you start seeing what's happening. Another one I would say also, and I know my beloved MAGA favors this, But I do believe the largest deportation in history is going to be one where I'm not talking MAGA, by the way. I'm talking about people who voted for Trump. Not if you're true MAGA, none of this, you can close your ears to this shit. Not that I'm saying means anything to you, but if you are a traditional Republican or maybe an independent that don't think that Kamala Harris is up to the job and you voted for Trump, them the ones I'm talking about that's gonna have buyer's remorse on some of the more far right policies, like that largest deportation in history promise of Trump. If he does that, the traditional Republicans that might have not favored Biden and Harris on the economy, some of them folks are not going to like that stuff because the way he's talking about doing it, we're going to have a lot of innocent people getting hurt. MAGA is okay with it. MAGA's okay, even if some Americans get caught up in the mix. You're not going to have a lot of remorse from MAGA, but traditional Republicans that may have picked Trump over Kamala, or independents that may have picked Trump over Kamala, they're not going to like it as much. But at that point, it's the law and there's nothing you can do about it. It'll be voters' remorse. Going back to the box, do want to go to the next guest, Courtney Lake, one of my females. I appreciate a female coming up. Guess you'd be the perfect person to ask Courtney. I'm curious, which way did you go in this election? You going with Trump? Courtney, are you there? Okay, she has I'll give it a minute, see if she can hear me. She is online. While she's doing that, okay, did you come up, Courtney? Yeah, it sounds like she must be driving or something. I don't know what's going on. Rick Irvin, yes, we will. Yes, we will just do risky stuff. I don't quite get what you're saying there. Hanson, why are you not talking about Trump's winning in Virginia? I wasn't quite aware. What is he? Let me see. You said he's winning in Virginia. What are the percentage of the votes that came in? Because if Trump wins Virginia, that's really, really bad news for Kamala. I may have to go and look up because I'm not, the maps I'm pulling up are not giving me the states on demand. Courtney, are you there? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and drop Courtney because apparently she's not there. Moving on with the program. Trump is not winning in Virginia, says Biz. Yeah, I haven't heard that he's winning in Virginia, but one of my viewers said he's winning in Virginia. I see also Zion 6190 said he's not winning in Virginia. Barbara says he's not winning in Virginia. I see Smooth says, I hope he ain't winning in Virginia. Anyone with a brain, don't add people to a struggle. All right. Handsome user Associated Press. I'll take a look at that. The AP poll. There's so many of them going on right now. Like I said, I can only use graphics. I don't want to bring up somebody's actual feed because it'll certainly end up with a copyright strike or something like that. So I'll see if I can bring up the Associated Press that you recommended and see what they're saying. I'm on their site. I don't see where's the poll at. Okay, right now it's showing Kamala Harris has 71 electoral votes and Trump has 101. Their map is lackluster. Man, their map, the way they had it written here is not even, the states are not colored in very well, but yeah, man, I'm looking at the AP polls map. It leaves a lot to be desired. Wow. The way they got it drawn out, shit, I barely can tell what I'm looking at. But it does show Virginia as leaning red. The AP's map does seem to indicate that Trump is in the lead, at least in Virginia. Trump is in the lead, leaning red also in North Carolina. Like I said, if Trump wins Virginia, that's bad news for Kamala. I think that would, in my opinion, if Trump wins Virginia, which he was not expected to, yeah, that would put a hurt. Now, I'm trying to figure, what are the percentage of votes that have been counted in Virginia? Looking at the poll here, it shows, well, it doesn't show how many. I'm trying to figure out how many. I'm kind of doing this while we're talking since there's no guest in the box. 43% of the votes have come in Virginia. And Trump is at 40. Oh, it's real close. It's definitely Okay, so because somebody had asked me earlier, why aren't we talking about Trump leading in Virginia? It's because it's exceptionally close. Look at it, putting on my spectacles. Trump, okay, we had 43% of the votes have been counted in Virginia, and Trump is at 49.6% of those votes. Kamala's at 48.8. So Trump is up by 0.8%. So it's very, very close. And that's only with 43% of the votes counted. So yeah, if that based on that, he is not up in Virginia of any significance. Now, looking at North Carolina, only 23% of the votes have been counted. Trump is at 53% of that, and Kamala's at 46.1. So a little bit more than 20% of the votes have been counted. And Trump is leading. Trump is now leading Kamala in North Carolina, but there's a whole lot more votes to be counted in North Carolina. We closed in Arizona, and he won Arizona and Utah. That nobody's saying that. LG King of Kings, you're saying Trump has won Arizona and Utah. There's no information backing that up. Where are you getting that from? It's only 5:49 on the Pacific Coast. Why would they be closed so early? I don't think that's accurate information. Utah and those western states you're talking about. LG King of Kings, you're saying you're in Arizona and you're saying they've already closed the voting and they've already given the state to Trump at 5:49 in the evening? I don't believe that. I'm gonna tell you flat out until I see some solid evidence. I don't believe that is true. And you say you are in Arizona. I mean, he would have to really be kicking some serious ass in Arizona for them to do that. That's I don't believe that. It's way too early. They've closed Arizona before 6 o'clock, and they've already given the elect. I mean, that would be on the map. So that's not true. I see the comments. Herbal said he's telling stories. Yeah, I do believe that's not true. Shit, we're gonna have another martial law, says Black for India. What do you okay? If Trump wins, do you think we're going to have martial? Do you think we're going to have any issues if Trump win, or are you saying we're going to have issues if Biden wins? I'd be curious to know. Looking in the by the way, I'm gonna ask you folks to tap the screen. Helps out the algorithm. Tap the screen. Certainly get the likes up. Let's go for about 20,000 likes. We're gonna have to ask you folks to work on that. We're also on Instagram. I'm still trying to figure out how the hell to do this. So if you folks use Instagram, the Handsome Liberal on Instagram, feel free to follow that as well. But and it's 7 o'clock here. LG King of King, it is not 7 o'clock in Arizona, is it? Well, wait, you are no. Arizona is in the Pacific time zone. That doesn't sound right. That's not true. No, it's not true, says Desiree. Yeah, you're getting something wrong there. Vegas has picked Trump. Well, Vegas is a city, so until Nevada picks Trump, Vegas is irrelevant. All of the big cities, all of the top cities in America, I'd say probably the top 50 largest cities in America. Just about all of them are going to go Democratic. I mean, in terms of cities, but in this case, we need states. The cities is irrelevant, but yeah, the top 50 cities all going to be Democrat. That's kind of how it goes. I think there's out of the top 50 largest cities in America, I think 9 of them have a Republican mayor. All the rest of them are Democrat. I think 1 or 2 of them has excuse me. I think 1 or 2 of them have a mayor that's listed as independent, but the overwhelming majority, I think when I did the video on it, it was like 36 of the top 50 states are Democrat or cities. So yeah, you say Vegas, yeah, that's true. Arlita says it's 5:51 in California. Yeah, which means it's 5:51 in Arizona too. They wouldn't shut down the election and give it to Trump that quick. That would be amazingly fast to do that. Georgia, 64% of the votes are in Georgia, so over half. 46.7 to Kamala, 52.7 to Trump. I mean, that's sounding kind of good for Trump in Georgia. So I'm still curious to see. And right now, we still have had no shockers. So far, everybody's won what they should win. Kamala Harris, I believe, has already won Illinois. Yeah, they've already given her Illinois. You know where Chicago and things like that is at. So she has that's a fairly large state in terms of electoral college votes. So Kamala Harris, looking at the AP map, it's still 71 electoral votes to Kamala Harris and 101 to Trump. So continue on the program. Turn on your TV. We're watching that. You just have a difference of opinion. Arizona does not do DST, so now the same as Pacific. Yeah. And by the way, LG King of Kings, everybody in the comment section disagrees with you. Everybody does. Instead of saying turn on your TV, why don't you post a link in the comment section that says what you're talking about? Where Arizona has already called their race and gave it to Trump. Why don't you post a link? Everybody in the comment section is stating that what you're saying is false. And every map I see also says what you're saying is false. I'm not even going to entertain that anymore. 651 in Arizona, they don't have daylight savings. Okay, well, they still, Arizona is not called the race for Trump. That's the point we're making. They have not called the race for Trump. I don't care what time it is there. He stated that Arizona has already ended polls and they've already called the race for Trump. That is flat out false. That is not even remotely true. Continuing on, looking in the comments, Trump could win New Hampshire and Virginia. If he wins either one of those, in my opinion, it's bad for Kamala Harris. Just like if Kamala was to win North Carolina, that's a bad sign for Trump. I'm going to get a slight edge based on what I've seen so far. I think the night is going slightly better for Trump than Kamala Harris. It's not that Trump has won anything he shouldn't have, but he is leading in places that, I'll leave it at, like Virginia, for instance. Trump is not expected to win Virginia. That's not part of the swing states. That's been, deemed a victory for Kamala Harris. So if all of a sudden Trump wins Virginia, that gives him more paths to victory. So right now, I think the slight edge on the night is going to Trump's, but it is a slight edge nonetheless. It's not way ahead or anything like that. Vegas odds do. Yeah, Vegas. I believe the betting odds was in favor of Trump, and many people were going with that because they were saying, listen, regardless of what the polls are saying, when it comes down to odds where money is involved, that's where I'm going. That's what I'm going to trust because they're talking. We're talking about money. You can go to any poll site. Polls can be right, wrong, but now you're talking about betting money in the odds. And the odds have been. I don't want to say significantly, but they've been in favor of Trump to beat Kamala. I think just about the whole time. So we'll leave it at that. Pennsylvania, Harris is winning. Yes, she is. But it's a very small amount of the votes have been came in. 14% of the votes counted in Pennsylvania. Kamala still has a significant lead in Pennsylvania, though. Even though it's very early in Pennsylvania, the lead she has a substantial 66.5% of the votes have went to Kamala, 32.7% to Trump. So she has a significant lead in Pennsylvania. And I mean, maybe that will neutralize some of the concern in Virginia, but she needs to win Virginia. If Trump wins Virginia, that ain't good. Somebody said Harris is winning Michigan. I expect her to win Michigan. I really do expect her to win Michigan. In Michigan, only 8% of the votes have been counted, though. And it's 54.4 in her favor. So she's not running away with it in Michigan. I do want to point that out. She's not running away with it in Michigan. Somebody says no sound. Let me know in the comments because you're the only person saying no sound. You guys can hear me okay? By way of yes or no on TikTok. Let me know if you can hear me okay. I need to see over 50% of the, it's fine, yeah. Okay, so everybody else can hear me, but that one person. I need to see over 50% of votes of swing states before I can make a decision. I like that stance, Chris. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, I agree with what you're saying, but we're going to pay close attention to it before it gets to that point. But you do make a good point. You do want to see more votes come in. You are real loud, says Barbara. Appreciate that, C. Osby. Thank you for the hat mustache. I do appreciate that. I'm listening with my new ear. I don't know what that means. MSNBC says Arizona polls closed. I don't understand. But he said MSNBC says that no. You said polls closed. The guy said that Arizona has already closed their polls, and they've given it to Trump. Tell that to the dude. His hearing aid is on. That's what you think it is, T Mac. The guy's hearing aid. Trump could win New Hampshire and Virginia. If he wins those, he wins the race, in my opinion. Let me go ahead and reset my chat on YouTube. Cancel Crookala. What has Kamala Harris did to indicate she's crooked? You say she has no resume. She hasn't done anything. How is she crooked? I want to tell you, Trump would probably be more deserving of the title of being crooked compared to Kamala Harris. At least he has been accused. Well, he's actually been convicted too, but he's been accused of some crime. What has Kamala Harris did for you to say she's crooked? Kamala, I like this one. Alfredo says Kamala has won Kiev, Ukraine. He said, and she certainly would win any election in Ukraine over Trump, because Trump is promising for the most part to leave Vladimir Zelensky, the president of the Ukrainians, pretty much out to dry. I mean, there's a good chance Zelensky will either have to go into hiding or he could lose his life if Trump gets elected. Because we've already uncovered a assassination plot that was on Zelensky's life earlier this year, and that's intelligence we gave them. If you get Trump in there and he's like, we need to focus only on America and get out of that conflict, nobody's going to warn him about this assassination attempt. Nobody's going to send them weapons and help them out at all. Under a Trump presidency, the Ukrainians probably stand to lose more than anybody in America. We can talk about the economy and the border and the LGBT issues. Some of them Ukrainians are going to die if Trump wins. There's no denying it. Some of them are going to die. New projection coming, says Barbara. They are starting to call more states, or not, I won't say call more states, but movement is starting to happen as things are moving further to the west. Let me look at the Electoral College vote so far. It's still, it's gotten closer. Kamala Harris now has 99 Electoral College votes, Trump at 120. So it looks like they're starting to, some of the Dakotas up there where DJ Julio is. The Dakotas are starting to be counted. They've given Trump South Dakota. He's also been given North Dakota. What do those Native Americans be doing up there? Because there's a lot of Native Americans in the Dakotas. Yeah, that area stays Republican. I'd be curious to know. DJ Julio would be the one to talk to on that. Democrats won't confirm or verify Trump victory if it happens. It's possible. That is possible. I mean, it could be a taste of their own medicine in reverse. It could be. Texas, stay red, baby. That's going to happen. Markets don't move on presidential elections. Depends on who you ask. Because I'll tell you this, when Obama, they've given Trump Texas. I'm looking at ABC. Trump has officially won Texas. So for folks who were concerned or saying that Texas might go purple, not this election. Trump now officially has Texas in the bag, Wyoming in the bag. He has Trump just was awarded North Dakota, South Dakota, the biggest part of Nebraska, because they do one Electoral College vote separate for Omaha, but he has North Dakota, South Dakota, the better half of Nebraska. Wyoming has also been called for Trump. Arkansas, Louisiana. So, they got Trump at 120. But ABC News, that can't be right. ABC News had 154 to 27. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know what they were talking about there, but 120 Electoral College votes to Trump, 99 to Kamala. So, I'll say this. It doesn't, even this 120 to 99, that's the score, Chris. Despite what we're seeing here, what it looks like is the Republican states are calling it for Trump quicker than the Democrat states are. That's why it's probably, in my opinion, from what I can see here, that's one of the reasons why it looks like Trump is having a better night. The Republican states appear to be counting the votes faster, in my opinion. Or or it could be that he's dominating so much in the Republican states. It's not, it's not up for a conversation. He's, maybe he's winning them by a large margin. Like I'll look at the most Republican state there is, Oklahoma. In Oklahoma, they've given Oklahoma to Trump probably about a half hour ago or more. Only 41% of the votes have been counted in Oklahoma so far. But right now it's at 66.3% to Trump, 32.1% to Kamala Harris. But that's less than half of the votes have been counted. And they've already given Oklahoma to Trump. So I think the Republican states are just moving faster in regards to awarding the votes. Now, for instance, in Louisiana, they got Louisiana listed as nothing has been counted. They got 0% of the votes counted on the AP site, yet they've already awarded that state to Trump. I don't get what's going on there. Another example would be, and here's another one that I would question, Mississippi has counted only 8% of their votes. 8%. Trump has 57.8% of the votes. Kamala has 40.2%. They've only counted 8% of eight single digit, 8% of their vote. They've already given that race to Trump. He's not dominating her in that state. 57.8% of the votes to Trump, 40.2 to Kamala. Now, everybody feels confident that Trump will win Mississippi, but why give him the state that early? So I do believe one of the reasons why Trump might be looking like he's doing better is the Republicans are moving really fast in awarding their states. How could that be? 8%? How the hell did they? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. Let me take Wyoming, for instance. Wyoming on the AP site also says 0% of the votes have been counted. 0. And they've already gave that state to Trump. This seems interesting. This seems problematic almost. How is that happening? How the hell could that be happening? Let me see. In South Carolina, 56% of the votes have come in. Trump has 59.2% of the vote. Kamala has 39.6%. That's South Carolina. Now, they awarded South Carolina to Trump about a half hour ago. They've only counted 56% of the vote. I don't know. I don't know how that's happening. I see you say smaller populations. You've counted only 50 some odd percent of your vote. That looks interesting. I see in the comments, C. Osby says cheating. That's how. I don't know how that works. Maybe they'll give us an explanation for it on down the line. Let me go to Barbara in the comments. They are blatantly still in the election. Well, keep in mind, because the Republicans are the ones that get to certify this. Wow. Barbara, good evening.
Hello.
Hey, what's going on, as Marvin Gaye would say?
Oh, I don't know what's going on, but it's got to get it right, because I'm looking at this thing and they're calling things too early. They're calling things that, not even 50%.
Yeah,
which is crazy.
Yeah,
I'm expecting to see at least 50% of the vote in.
Yeah, if it's only around 50%, but Trump is like 80% to her 10 or her 20, I could get it. But some of these races are fairly close, and they calling them.
Exactly. I'm looking at Fox, and they have Harris at 113 and Trump at 178. If you look at CNN, it's like she only got like hardly anything.
I've seen. Yeah, something is wrong with that. Are we gonna wake up tomorrow with the liberals saying stop the steal?
I think what's going to happen is if they keep doing this and calling early when the votes actually come in, we're going to have that same thing that happened in 2020. People are going to wake up and see that Kamala Harris has won, and people are going to be so disappointed, and it's going to cause issues. I think they all wait. That's
a great point. Based on what's going on now, you could find yourself going to bed thinking Trump had it and wake up thinking that, how the hell could he have lost? That is a great point, because it makes no sense that they're calling these elections this early. Yeah, I don't understand this at all.
I've never seen this before. I watch elections a long time, and I've never seen this.
Yeah, I've never seen it moving this quick either. That's why it seems like Trump is kicking ass. They calling the elections for him so damn quick.
Yep, exactly. And they're putting that in the minds of the people. And tomorrow, when the actual votes get counted, because 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, things are going to come through. Yeah. They're going to actually have to count. Like, I'm looking at Pennsylvania. I mean, there's a lot of, even they're calling, looking at Georgia. They're not looking at DeKalb County. They're not looking at Fulton County. These are high, Democratic areas.
Yeah, but for Pennsylvania and Georgia, at least we can say they have not awarded those states to Trump yet. Some of the states I'm mentioning were like Arkansas. Some of these states, in Arkansas, for instance, they've only counted 21% of the vote. And Trump has 57.5, Kamala has 40.6. Only 21% has been counted, and they've already awarded that state to Trump. You got almost 80% of the vote unknown. Yeah,
it's a franchising because they're calling it for some states and not calling for the other. I mean, if you're gonna call it, be good across the board, be fair across the board. Call everything at least 30 to 50%. Calling certain states.
Yeah, there should be a certain rule, like if you're gonna call the election before 100%, one person has to be up by this particular margin or something. I mean, there should have to, because right now, even in Arkansas, which nobody expects to be competitive for Kamala Harris, Trump is only up by 16.9 percentage points in Arkansas, and they've only counted 21% of the votes. I don't see how they're automatically awarding that state to him so quick. There's like almost 80% of the votes still out there.
Yes, that's disenfranchising other people. I think they should wait. At least get to 60%.
Yeah. And I will say in the comments, Cedric, I agree with you 100%. Cedric says he will win Arkansas easily. I agree with that, but
and that's fine.
Yeah, give us a little bit more meat on the bone before you do that, though. If he's going to win Arkansas easily, let him win it, but let's first wait. I mean, it's kind of like going in the ring with Mike Tyson and the judge just starts counting when you walk in the ring. At least let me get hit. I mean, so this is too quick, in my opinion.
I agree with it. Yeah. I mean, if he wins it, that's fine. I have no problem with him winning any state, but just call it fair.
Yeah.
Let everybody see what's going on. Let us see the votes. We look at early voting and we see numbers, and we don't know if there's early voting numbers are coming out. We don't know if there's actual numbers that came from today's voting. We don't know.
Now, let me give you a contrast. Here's a different example that's similar, but this one makes more sense. Now, they've already awarded New York to Kamala Harris. Only 17% of the votes been counted. But here's the difference. Kamala has 71.5% of the vote, and Trump has 28.6%. So there's like a huge 40+% margin there. That looks a lot different than Arkansas, where it's like a 16-point-some% margin, and they've already called it for Trump.
I agree. Of the vote is so high, I get it. If you can't make up the ground, I get it. But if you still got votes, so you don't know what counties, if you don't know, what I'm saying, if those things are coming in the demographic, you don't know what's coming in. So let's, for those things, I see it.
I will say though, I will say though also, Kamala's lead currently in Pennsylvania, where they've only called 19% of the vote, it's very similar to New York. She's up 60.2%. 38.9 to Trump. So she's up by over 20 percentage points in Pennsylvania right now, too. Like I said, only 19% has been called, but that's a wide margin. That's
a big margin, and they won't call it for right now. And I think that they're doing this to make it interesting for everybody.
Well, but they seem to only be doing it. They seem to only be doing it when
don't go to bed. Don't go to bed.
Yeah. Don't go to bed with the street lights on your head, as they used to say. No, but it's.
You gonna wake up and say, "What happened? They cheated. They stole the steal."
but this time you got Biden in the White House. So under Biden, you're not gonna have a January 6th because Biden's gonna nip that in the bud. He's not gonna sit around and wait for 4 hours and call it a love fest.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. So they gonna have the wow. Now they got AP has just changed it. I guess this is with Trump being granted Texas 99 to 177. They got Kamala Harris at 99 electoral college votes, and Trump has 100 and 77. So he's way out in front, but that's with him being awarded two of the biggest states being Florida and California, Florida and Texas. Yeah. Once Trump gets California, once Kamala gets California, it's gonna get closer.
Well, California, if she get California, and if she get, Georgia's, I mean, he's a little bit ahead, but I still don't think that's a sneak attack on Georgia, because I think there are certain counties that have not been counted, because what happened in Georgia, but people came in out of like 5 different precincts that they had, people did, what you call those bomb things, and people had to take them out.
Yeah, that's crazy. I heard that.
Yeah. So they were trying to get people back in to Georgia to vote. They gave them like extra time, and it was in the, in the certain areas.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say.
Well, all of that can slow things down, and might cause somebody to go home and not come back to vote.
Exactly. So they were trying to get people to come back in because of those. I don't know how to say it. I don't want to say the wrong thing here, but boom threats.
I get it. I know what you're trying to say. Well, all right. Well, Barbara, I do got to move it on. Got another caller in there, but
okay. Thanks for having me. My first time in. Thank you.
Appreciate it. And who you rooting for?
Kamala Harris. Let's go, girl.
All right. Appreciate it, Barbara. Thanks for coming through.
Anything happens, I still support whoever wins.
Fair enough. That's what we should all do. Appreciate it. All right, moving on with the program. Do want to bring up, who was that in the box there? Y'all so funny, man. Cedric. Well, Cedric, feel free to state your case. We don't block, ban, or censor on the program. We are MAGA friendly, always have been. By the way, you can be critical of the host on this program. We've always been like that. We believe in free speech. You can be critical of anyone in the comment section, including the host, but state your case. We can go back and forth on it. Going back to the box, if I can bring it up, having a little trouble with the equipment here. Double R, chaotic. Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening.
Hey, what does this say? Chaotic dog?
Yeah, that's it.
All right, appreciate it. So what do you think?
So the funny part about this, right, is when y'all look at these maps, a lot of people don't realize that when these big cities haven't voted in yet,
right,
that the numbers are so big in those cities that it may look like one thing versus the other. But like if you go to the big cities in the South, they're not really big as like the big cities in the North. Well, so like if you say like Baton Rouge of Louisiana, whatever else, those cities aren't big enough to where they could even overcome the number of the rural areas of Louisiana, so they'll give them that state. But like when you're saying like Pennsylvania and you're looking at the map and it's like all red, but Philly has 1% in, Philly's going to be bigger, so they can't project that.
I understand what you're saying. I mean, I'm not for certain in regards to those cities being small enough where you can't say it or not. I'll take your word for it. But like Houston, for instance, in Dallas, in Texas, those cities are big. Houston and Dallas and San Antonio, those are some pretty big cities. And they called it pretty quick in Texas still. And those cities are big enough to do what you're talking about.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah,
I see that.
So
you would think if they said, Trump won it, then why haven't they done the race with what's his name? Not Santos. What's the senator?
In which state? You talking about Ted Cruz?
Yeah, why they haven't called Ted Cruz yet?
That's a good point.
They're all on the same ballot, so why didn't call that yet?
That's a good point. Let me see if I can. But do they show you what's going on with that race in terms of how close it is? That's crazy, because you would assume that if Trump dominates like that, most of his supporters are going to vote for Ted Cruz. I mean,
and it's all on the same paper. It's not like it's separate paper.
That's a real good point, which means they may be calling some of this shit early for Trump.
But they make sure that they say projected win. If you look at the TV,
yeah, but it goes back to your original statement. Why are you projecting it for Trump and not projecting it for Cruz when people who voted for one likely voted for the other as well?
Yeah, it's all a little weird to me. That's why I don't like humans.
You don't like humans? What do you want to sit around with a cat on the leg?
Status quo, and it seemed like all these little goofy people just do goofy stuff just to have something to talk about.
All right, fair enough. So who you rolling with this election?
I went with Kamala Harris only because I feel like my grandmama would roll over in her grave if I didn't.
Why is
So,
that? Why would your grandma be angry with you not picking Trump, who allegedly gave us a better economy, secured the border? You know, why would your grandma?
Don't do it, man. Don't do it. Don't do it.
I gotta ask. You know, I gotta ask.
Common sense tells me this, right? The president is the commander in chief of the military. Right. He has influence, but no say so over economy. Congress has say so over the economy, and big ministers has say so over economy. So even if we could have put Jimmy Carter back in there again. And if the gas companies want to charge $5, they can't stop it. So it ain't the president running that, and I don't believe it. I just look at the person who is going to be the most work withable, for lack of better words, and don't cause so much hate and discontent.
You basically said a team player, somebody who's personable.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Now, in regards to your statement about the economy, whether what you said is true or not, people do blame the commander in chief if the country is suffering economically. Even if what you're saying is true about gas price, whatever. At the end of the day, you are president. You should be able. Your job is to get Congress and the Senate to work together to make the country smoother. They just gave, who did they project? A Democrat won the Senate in Delaware. I don't think that was really a surprise. But yeah, at the end of the day, your job is to get the Senate, Congress to work together and basically make the country better. If the country is failing and you're the coach of the team, they're going to blame it on you. Whether it is any of those other entities you're talking about or not, such as working with other foreign nations to pump more oil or get trade and things like that, all of that's still going to be blamed on you as president.
I get it, but once again, the old Southern boy in me says, or my grandmama said, you can't fix stupid though.
All right. Sound like you had an interesting grandmother. I want to say though, is there any concern? How do you feel about because you went with Kamala, to honor your grandma, but do you think that she's going to pull it out?
I believe she's going to pull it out only because, once again, those big cities that haven't reported, like in Virginia, they got this, 48 to 49, but Arlington, Norfolk, Richmond, Roanoke, those big cities haven't reported their votes yet. And when those votes come in, and you're talking about super big Democratic cities, that's going to flip. But it's also going to make people feel like, oh, they're cheating. When they're just not telling you that, these big cities haven't reported. When the big cities report, and if they report an 80 to 20 difference, it'll flip what it says.
Yeah, it's gonna flip. Yeah, you're right. If you got a city like you mentioned, a big city in a state like that, I mean, when it's got majority minorities and shit like that in there, yeah, you're right. That city is gonna be widely in favor of Kamala Harris, and it's gonna upset the balance of what the numbers are. Yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense because right now they have it Trump, huh?
If you go look right now, they just showed it right in North Carolina. Charlotte has only 1% of the vote in. And the Charlotte is an 80-20.
Yeah, Charlotte is a sea of them. Yes, a sea of Democrats. Yeah.
When it hits, it's going to make y'all feel like somebody cheated.
Well, you certainly giving some optimism to the Kamala Harris supporters by saying that. And I see in the comments, Barbara says they're gonna wake up in shock. So yeah, your statement is certainly giving optimism because right now, the early portion of this probably is depressing to some Kamala Harris supporters, and there's probably some Trump supporters that have already began to pour the champagne. But like you said, it's way too early for that.
They went to bed knowing they won already.
Yeah, man, that means
That's why I made sure I told my boss, I'm not coming to work tomorrow. I do not want to hear this mess.
Yeah, I took off from work so I can stay up later on. I want to see at least some of these swing states actually get called. I mean, Georgia, 52 in favor of Trump, 52-46. 70% of the votes have been in, so Trump is looking like he might take Georgia. I mean, that's I don't know if Atlanta, you mentioned big cities. I don't know what percentage of Atlanta, the Atlanta County, Fulton County, I think it is. I don't know what percentage that's been called, but I mean, that's a
suburb surrounding Atlanta. They've only got about 30 to 40% of that counted.
Because that's a decent sized lead. With 70% of the
That's what happened the last time when Atlanta got done counting, when Gwinnett County and all those counties around Atlanta got done counting, and they realized that Trump wasn't winning after they finished counting it. That's what started that mess.
All of that stop the count shit.
Yeah.
Stop counting, we losing. Stop counting. Yeah. 50% of North Carolina is in now. They had 50%. It's still 50-48, so it's still really close in North Carolina, but 50% of the vote has come in North Carolina. In fact, shit, North Carolina damn near as close as it is in Georgia. But I think if Kamala Harris,
Charlotte hit,
huh?
When that 25% from Charlotte hit,
yeah. If Kamala can hold up, because remember Virginia, we started out by talking about Virginia. If she loses Virginia, I think it's over. She needs to hold on to Virginia, and then we can talk about all these other places. But she can't afford to lose Virginia.
Nah, I don't think she will though, because like you said, it's too close to DC. Most of the people who work in DC live in Alexandria, Virginia, and that hasn't been reported. Raleigh hasn't been reported. Norfolk, the military base hasn't been reported. Like, watch, you'll see.
Yeah, they got it exactly. Trump is exactly 1 percentage point ahead, or 49.6 to 48.6, with 53%.
15,000 votes ahead. He's only 15,000 votes ahead.
It's pretty close. Yeah, it's pretty close. All right. Well, you've given us some optimism, man. We'll leave it at that. We'll be here for a minute if you want to come back through. But you've given some of the Kamala supporters some optimism with your analyzation of it, and I kind of agree with what you're saying. I like the way you're saying it though, so appreciate it, man. I got to move it on though.
Yeah, I appreciate listening talking. I listen to you all the time. Just minding my, just listen to you, because being impartial is the attraction to your lives.
Well, it's a pleasure to know I'm reaching out to aliens. I didn't know my broadcast was going that far, so it's good to know that. It's good to know that. All right, good talk. All right, moving on with the program. Trump #1 says MAGA Mike. All right, we'll see. We'll see. It's steady climbing his way through, says Cedric. I don't know. I think, I'm looking at the map now. A lot more. Now, they got Missouri. I must be really early in Missouri, because they got 18% of the votes have been counted in Missouri, and Kamala's up by 10 percentage points in Missouri. That's going to change. Same thing with Kansas. Kansas is 40%. Wow. 40% of the vote has been counted in Kansas, of all places, and Kamala is still in the lead. Nobody thought that kind of shit would be happening. Of course, she's in the lead in Colorado and New Mexico. So now we're about to see a few states. I don't think Kamala's going to win Missouri or Kansas. Iowa is also leaning blue. 10% has been counted in Iowa, and Kamala has a sizable lead in Iowa. Just like with me stating that, I'll go to the box, I'll go to the next caller, but just like we stated that there's no way that Kamala can lose Virginia without being in some serious trouble, Trump can't afford to lose Iowa. I mean, we heard about this earlier in the week that the Des Moines Register, the main paper in that state, was picking Kamala in the poll, saying that she was leading Trump. If he loses Iowa, that's a really bad sign for Trump, because this is a close race. You need every state you can get. You can't give up states that were not expected. That would not be good for Trump. Continuing on with the program, we'll go to, I think that says Big. I can't see the rest of that, but we'll bring them up. She just won. Yeah, she won Illinois, but that wasn't a surprise. Kamala Harris winning Illinois was no surprise. Illinois, New York, and California, everybody knows Kamala Harris is going to win that. Big Bert, good evening. Big Bert, are you there? All right, Big Bert dropped. I guess he was doing something else. We'll keep it moving with Bruce Webb. Good evening, Bruce. Yeah, Kamala winning Illinois is no big accomplishment. Nobody would ever expect Trump to win Illinois. If he win Illinois, shit, he gonna win by 100 electoral college votes. Bruce, good evening.
Yes.
Hey. So which way are you leaning in this race?
Kamala, man, all the way.
So how are you feeling right now? You're leaning for Kamala. Do you feel confident that she's going to take it, or do you have that pit in the bottom of your stomach?
Well, I don't have a pit in my stomach. There's some funny math going on here. I mean, it's just like you remember that old story about the hare and the turtle.
Yes.
How the rabbit jump out real fast.
Right.
And as the rains continue, he caused her to take a little nap. Well, he kept taking a nap. Kamala the turtle kept on going. And at the end, the turtle crossed the finish line. So this how this gonna be.
So you see in this story, you see Trump as the hare and you see Kamala as the tortoise?
That's right.
Wow. And by the way, in regards to what you're suggesting, I see in the comments, Gen X, fuck around and find out, says this shit don't matter. Come 3 o'clock in the morning, Kamala, C-U-M-A-L-A, Kamala will. You think Kamala's gonna win Gen X? Because Gen X is MAGA. You must be being sarcastic. But so you see Kamala as the tortoise. Explain there, Bruce.
Well, see, the thing of it is, just like all these Republican states, they're literally giving it to Trump. Now, and the thing of it is, I got like I put in the comment, I got one word said. What they doing now is stroking his ego.
Oh.
Because the Republican state are stroking Trump's ego. They're stroking the ego to let him think that he's winning. But when all said and done, he gonna get it behind wax. Because a lot of like Georgia, all them big cities, when you got a bed of Democrats, they're gonna come when they come in, get the count all them. Cause see, a lot of more small states like Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana. Cause see, I was born in Alabama. I didn't think that no small man, no. They can count them in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
No, they count all them in 30. So when a big city come in with all the votes for Kamala, they're gonna swallow up. Trump League gonna shrink like it ain't nothing. So that's the only way I can put it. The tortoise in the house. Kamala come from behind, man. And because that's what Joe Biden did. Same thing.
So it sounds like you're saying if you support Kamala Harris, you probably should maybe go out and have dinner or take a nap and wake up in a few more hours and the news will be more positive.
No. I'm not going to have no dinner because, hey, man, no, I'm just, that's my story and I'm thinking with it.
All right. I'm looking. Go ahead. Repeat.
That is my, because see, my thing over there is, the Republican state, they are stroking Trump ego. That's all that is.
Yeah. Well,
because see, I'm down here in Florida. Like the Zealand, the traffic was so bad down here because Donald Trump is coming out here, because his headquarters gonna be at Mar-a-Lago. And they had road blocked off like it was, man, the traffic was crazy down here. I'm like, no. I'm so glad when the traffic's over. I'm like, so, no.
Well,
like I said, they stroke his ego.
Okay. So with the tortoise in there, so you feel confident Kamala Harris is going to win it. It's just going to take some time before she crossed the finish line.
That's right.
All right, I'm going to take your word for it. Right now, with her having 99 electoral college votes and Trump having 178, he's way out of front, but that is the hare tortoise story you're talking about, because right now, he's way ahead.
Yes, because they gave him and all the way ahead because they're calling states where nowhere even half of the votes been called. And am I lying? Yes or no?
Yeah, to some degree, I agree with you, but let me ask you this.
So how you gonna? So like I said earlier, it's some funny math going on, man. I mean, they are stroking his ego.
So let me ask you this: if for some reason Trump loses, do you think we'll be all right as a nation?
Yes, you're gonna be all right. Matter of fact, if he losing everything, and I tell you what, Joe Biden he ain't gonna wait no time. That little January 6th crap, he ain't gonna wait no time with that, cause they come up there and come up with all that bull crap. He gonna nip that in bud real quick. He gonna zero that. He ain't gonna wait no 2 or 3 hours. He ain't gonna waste no time with that.
All right, fair enough. Hopefully you're right. I gotta move it on, Bruce. Appreciate you coming in here, though.
Hey, man, this is my first time coming up, man.
Thank you. Don't be a stranger. Come on back through, man. All right.
No problem, my brother.
Huh?
No problem at all, my brother. It was a pleasure.
Same. All right, moving on with the program. He's way up in Nashville. Yeah, well, Trump has already given Tennessee. You're saying that Trump is way up in Nashville. They've it's been at least 30, 40 minutes before since they awarded Tennessee to Trump. So Tennessee is not even in play anymore. Looking at the AP map, 64% of the vote in Tennessee has been counted in. Yeah, he kicked their ass in Tennessee. Even with only 64% of the vote counted, Trump has 67.9% of the vote in Tennessee, and only 31% went to Kamala. Probably outside of Memphis, she probably ain't winning nowhere else. Memphis, and maybe you mentioned Nashville. You even said he's way up in Nashville. Memphis is probably the only area, probably one of the only counties that Trump lost in. Shit, maybe 2 or 3 counties in Tennessee. That's probably about it. He's about to win Georgia, says Johnny. Looking at the Georgia map, 75% of the vote is being counted in Georgia, 52.4 to Trump, 47 even to Kamala. I think you're more likely correct than not. I mean, it does look like he's on the cusp of winning Georgia, but as both of my last callers said, the primarily Democratic areas in Georgia, like Fulton County and the suburbs around Georgia, some of those around Atlanta, rather, some of those states have not been, some of those areas have not been counted, and that stuff is going to be deeply Democratic. So, but right now it looks like you're more correct than not, Johnny. Looking in the comment section. In Memphis is a city. Yeah, as I said, Memphis is a city outside of Memphis. What county is Memphis in? I used to know this. Whatever county Memphis is in, Shelby County is what Memphis is in. That's probably one of the only areas of Memphis that's blue. You look at a map of Tennessee, I bet you it's almost all red. It's probably almost all red. Certainly when people saying he's way up in Nashville, Memphis is Tennessee is probably mostly red. Yeah, they're talking about it on ABC News right now.
Edge one way or the other, but this is really Atlanta, the suburbs. Some of these overlapping dots are so big because the vote share is so large in that area. Some of the smaller blue dots, all of it adds up to a lot of vote that is still out. But we're edging up to about.
Yeah, I'm watching. I got the ABC news feed, ABC on in the background on a large TV. I can't show it to you because it'll be a copyright strike. But he's saying exactly what my last 2 callers were saying, that even though Trump is looking good in Georgia, all of that area that surrounds Atlanta, that is like a sea of Democrats, a lot of that has not been counted yet. So even if Trump ends up winning Georgia, it's going to get a lot closer. There's a lot of Democrats out there that have not been counted, areas that are like very, very blue that have not been counted. So don't put Georgia in the bag yet. Blue wave in Florida and Texas. That didn't happen, Mark. That did not happen. Well, let's see. Maybe unless you're talking about the lower ballot races. I mean, because Ted Cruz is still out. Looking in Texas, 62%. 62% of the votes been counted. It's 54 Trump, 44 Kamala. So Trump is up by 10%. Now keep in mind they've already awarded Texas to Trump. So you said blue wave in Florida and Texas, and in it's guaranteed not to happen in Florida. Florida's counted 94% of the vote. So Florida's almost counted all their votes. 94% of the votes been counted in Florida, and it's 53-42. So it's guaranteed that Trump won Florida without a shadow of a doubt. It wasn't even close in Florida. Real quick, looking in the comments. Tim, you got a trip to Florida, all expenses paid. First watch, I'm a big fan of Florida. Where am I going to in Florida? I've been to just about every major city in Florida, even a lot of the small towns. I'm a huge fan of Naples, the Gulf side on the west side of Florida, down at the bottom. Naples, Fort Myers, on up to Tampa. I like that side, but I also like I'm a big fan of Key West, So I like Florida. I mean, I go over to Daytona and Jacksonville. I've been to Panama City. Is it Panama City? Panama City. I'm a big fan of that as well. So I like the state of Florida. I'm maybe not always favorable to some of their politics, but I like Florida. Destin, Florida. I don't know if I've been there. Florida always leans right. Is that true? I don't know if that's 100%. Is that true? North Carolina and Ohio, I don't know about. Texas will be in by 10 p.m. Yeah, he's going to win Texas. Nebraska just flipped. What? No, that's not accurate. That's definitely not accurate. Unless you're because Nebraska has a unique way they do things. The Omaha area gets one electoral college vote. The rest of the state is its own. Now, that Omaha area, which is the biggest city in Nebraska, tends to be bluish. Big cities generally are blue areas. So Omaha, the rest of the state is likely to be Trump country, and it's possible Kamala Harris could win that one vote in Omaha. That's kind of how they do things kind of weird like that. Key West and Miami, all expenses paid. Shit, let me know. I'm definitely down with that. I love that. Neither of mine or my husband's absentee ballots have been tracked from the post office drop off. Wow. I'm sure you're not the only one that's going to be saying things like that. That's not good. You say your vote basically has not counted. Trump is down 180,000 votes in Pennsylvania. Is that true? Looking at the map, 30% of Pennsylvania has been called. He's 52. She is 52.5%. Trump is at 46.6. She's looking good in Pennsylvania. Is it possible them Puerto Ricans are speaking up? She's looking good in Pennsylvania. Red is better. Stay red, says Donald J. Trump 2024. We'll see. We'll see. I do see Nebraska as flip, says Big Something. Is it the whole state or is it that one vote around Omaha? I don't see Nebraska as flipped. I'm not seeing that. Anybody else seeing Nebraska as are you saying the whole state is going for Kamala? I'm not seeing that. Right now, Iowa is leaning towards Kamala. So she is leading in Iowa with only 15% of the votes counted. Kamala's at 54.5 and Trump is at 44.3. If Iowa goes to Kamala, that's really bad for Trump because that was expected to be Trump country. If he doesn't win Iowa, that's probably going to put a real monkey in the wrench. I mean, that's going to really hurt him. That's not expected. New Mexico, which is expected to go blue right now. Trump is leading in New Mexico, but it's really, really early out there. So right now they still got it at 99 to Kamala and 178 to Trump. I just wanted to reset my map to make sure I'm looking at this right. Yeah, they got it at 99, 178 to Trump. So right now, it's like my last caller talked about the tortoise and the hare. It's still looking better for Trump, but tortoise, hare, in other words, Kamala's going to eke it out later on in the night. Nebraska and Maine offer one electoral point in an area. Yeah, Chris, that is true. But both of them, both Nebraska and Maine show that, well, Nebraska is showing, I mean, not Nebraska, but Maine. Maine is showing that only 3%, only 3% of the votes have been counted in Maine. And they got 59% of that to Trump and 38% to Kamala. But that says District 2. So District 1 is different. District 1, Kamala Harris. Both of these are in Maine. So District 1 in Maine, Kamala has a sizable lead, 56 to 41, with only 2% counted. But in District 2, Trump is up. So Maine is an odd state like that. Now in Nebraska, it's the same thing. District 1, 35% of the vote has been counted. Kamala Harris is way up in District 1 in Nebraska. I believe that's that Omaha thing. It's worth one electoral college vote, and Kamala's leading in Nebraska by 10 percentage points, 54 to 44. So Kamala's, but the rest of Nebraska has already been awarded to Trump. So that's how they're doing that. Yeah, it's really weird because it says District 2 in Nebraska, and there's a district, there's three districts or something like that. Nebraska is really weird. But part of it has already been awarded to Trump, and the rest of it is still being decided. Looking in the comments, Trump winning Virginia. I see somebody said that. I had a guest on that talked about Trump is leading in Virginia, but some of the major cities that are literally seas of liberals have not been counted. So looking in Kansas City, what is Kansas doing now? Kansas has now began going red, which we expect. Kamala was leading in Kansas for a short time, but now it's starting to go red. Kansas is 45% of the votes in. Trump is at 50% of that, 50 to 48.5. I don't think anybody expects Kamala Harris to win Kansas, so it is what it is. Virginia, on the other hand, Kamala Harris loses Virginia, I think it's over with. Virginia represents 13 electoral college votes. I think if she loses Virginia, that would be insurmountable. I don't think she'd have to win Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, probably Arizona and Nevada. Shit, she might even need to win North Carolina. If she loses Virginia, I think it's over with for Kamala Harris. Unapologetic Black Man says Kamala is projected to win Georgia. Says who? I haven't seen, or no. Yeah, you said she's projected to win Georgia. I don't see that. Wow, how about it? Trump all the way in Wyoming. That's not a surprise to anyone. Who thought Kamala Harris or any Democrat would be remotely competitive in Wyoming? I mean, we kind of knew that. I mean, we knew Trump would win Wyoming without, you don't even need to know who his adversary is. I mean, he's going to win Wyoming over any Democrat. You don't even need to, I mean, he probably would win Wyoming if Michelle Obama was running. I mean, he's not going to lose Wyoming. Looking in the comments to vote for the Great White Hope. You think Trump is the Great White Hope? I was told he was part of the deity, that he was sent down by Jesus. Joseph Ellenson said it's okay if Trump loses Pennsylvania if he wins at least Georgia and Wisconsin or Nebraska or Nevada and Arizona. That's an alternative winning path. Something though, here's the deal. Wisconsin and Michigan, both being on the opposite side of Lake Michigan, they vote very similar. My guess is if Kamala wins Michigan, she's probably gonna win Wisconsin. Certainly, if she wins Pennsylvania and Michigan, I'd be really shocked to see her lose Wisconsin. I would be really shocked to see that happen. So, but I get your point about the alternative path. But I think if she wins, and right now she's leading in all three of those. They got Kamala Harris leading in Pennsylvania, she's leading in Michigan, and she is leading in Wisconsin. So she's leading in all of those. So I hear your alternative path, but I'd be curious. I'd be shocked to see it work like that, where he loses Pennsylvania and wins those other states you're talking about. Tim, never doubt rural voters. Again, we will beat cities anytime. Democrats piss us off. I believe in half. I agree with you on half of that. DJ Trump, DJT 2024. Yeah, the cities piss off rural voters. You're 100% correct with that. But you said never doubt rural voters. Again, we will beat cities anytime. That's not true. You don't have the numbers to beat cities. I mean, I understand what you're saying. I mean, just like saying Chicago, most of Illinois outside of Chicago is fairly rural. They never will beat Chicago in the surrounding suburbs. Same thing with New York City. Same thing with Los Angeles. So I mean, most of upstate New York is Republican. You get out into the rural areas of California, it's mostly Republican. But you're not going to be, only way rural areas are going to beat big cities is if you're in a state that only has maybe a couple big cities or maybe smaller, secondary size cities. But when you're talking about really genuinely big cities, rural areas are not going to beat those. At least in my opinion, I don't believe that. Looking at the map here, I just want to continue. Wisconsin is going back and forth. Just a moment ago, in response to my caller, who was saying if Trump could win Wisconsin, he could lose Pennsylvania, and there was still a path. They've now put Trump back ahead in Wisconsin. It is very close in Wisconsin, 49.8 to 48.7. So Trump is ahead in Wisconsin by 1.1 percentage points. 26% of the vote counted. I personally think that Trump will do better in the Sun Belt states, meaning the Sun Belt states are some of the swing states. No, but the rest of the states, outside of maybe Virginia and Iowa, that are kind of looking like they may go possibly in a different direction. I'm talking about Virginia and Iowa, but outside of those states, going with what was predicted for Trump and predicted for Harris, simply looking at the swing states, I think that Trump is likely to win most of the Sun Belt states, which is North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. And Kamala is likely to win the what do you call them? The blue wall states. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Georgia is still up for grabs. In Wisconsin, I just said Trump was in the lead in Wisconsin by 1.1 percentage points. Kamala just took the lead again. Wisconsin is really going back and forth. Now Kamala's up by 49.4, so she's up by 0.3 percentage points. So Wisconsin is really, really close. But just the union, the blue collar worker, the lifestyle, hell, even the weather. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, very similar lifestyles in those states. Very similar. That's why I'm saying I believe if whoever wins Pennsylvania is likely to win Wisconsin and Michigan as well, in my opinion. I mean, I think whoever wins one is likely to win the other two, but we'll see. Real quick in the comments, whoever wins Wisconsin wins the election, says Laser. No, I thought it was Pennsylvania. You're trying to tell me Wisconsin. I don't think that's correct. I think Pennsylvania is where all the Electoral College votes are. And now I will say this, for Kamala, if she can win Georgia, which is still in Trump's favor right now, but if she would win Georgia and Pennsylvania, it's done. It would be done. But the other one to really keep watching on is Virginia. Now, Virginia is now 60% of the votes are counted. Trump has 50% of the vote. Kamala Harris 48.3. So it's getting really close in Virginia. As the song would say, it's getting kind of hectic. That is only 1.7 percentage points. So Kamala Harris has closed the lead substantially in Virginia. That might be what folks were talking about, my earlier callers, when they were saying some of these big cities need to be counted. She's catching up in Virginia. She needs to hold on to that. If she loses Virginia, it's over for her. If Trump wins the popular vote, he will go down as the best president to ever live. That's not true, Johnny. He might go down as the most victorious president to ever live if he wins the popular vote, but being deemed the best president to ever live is based on what you do, not how much you win by. You could trounce your candidate and still suck as president. So it ain't got nothing to do with what happens tonight, if Trump's going to be the best president or not. It's how the American public judges him. I mean, keep in mind, George W. Bush won 2 terms. He's not considered a great president, even by Republican standards. He won twice. So that ain't got nothing to do with this. I see in the comments now, Jackie Simmons says, I think he's the best. Fair enough. Fair enough. And a lot of people agree with you. A lot of people agree with you. Ronald Reagan was the Republican hero. I don't know what Trump did to pass up Ronald Reagan, but if you listen to Republicans, he certainly has done that. In the perspective of being the most hated in history, 81 million people voted against him, says Johnny. True. Biden won. Biden beat Trump by like 6 million votes or something like that from his basement. Shout out to Joe Biden, who might be sitting around like, I could have beat this guy. We put Kamala Harris in. Biden, I bet you Biden is sitting around somewhere watching this shit on TV like, see, they should have left me in it. I could have beat this guy. I mean, because I'm the only one that's done it before. Your map is delayed, says, I've been refreshing the map. It can't be delayed by that much. I have been refreshing it. They got Trump now at 188. I just refreshed it again. Trump is at 188. Kamala still is being held at 99. And they still have Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin leaning towards Kamala. What am I missing? You're saying I'm delayed. Delayed how? Let me know. This is the Associated Press where I'm getting my information. So what are you seeing that I'm not seeing? Let me know. Reagan was the greatest president in this era, says Laser. But you're saying Trump was. Here's what I don't get. For folks who say that Trump is the best president, what did he do? And when I say what did he do, I mean, let's say 100 years from now, 50 years from now. What are we going to be boasting that Trump did 50 years from now? We're not going to be talking about $2 gas 50 years from now. So when you say he's the best president in history, based on what? I mean, we've had presidents, obviously, Lincoln freed the slaves. I mean, I'm going to give credit to Lyndon B. Johnson for the Civil Rights Act. I mean, we had Kennedy sent the man to the moon. Reagan defeated the Soviet Union and had Gorbachev tear down the Berlin Wall. What has Trump did to be in the category suggesting that he is the best president? He talked a lot of shit and he really challenged his adversaries. I get that, but that's not an accomplishment. 50, 100 years from now, what are we going to be talking about that he did that was so great? I don't get that. I see in the comments Justin Hayes saying landslide. That's a wish. I assume you're hoping and wishing that he wins by a landslide. That's not going to happen. I mean, Trump may win tonight, but he's not going to win by a landslide. That's not going to happen. Looking in the comments here real quick. Somebody says red wave coming to Pennsylvania. Good luck with that. 18 million new jobs in the first year, as well as lifting us 26% above the poverty line. Do we talk about that stuff though 50 years later? I mean, okay, let's say you said Trump. Let's say we give Trump credit for all these jobs you're saying that he created. Who was number two? If Trump created 18 million jobs and that's like the best thing, who was leading before him in job creation? Is that something we really even discuss years later? I don't think that's something that really comes up. That's what I'm saying. What were we talking about in regards to Trump 50 years from now that he did that so great? Creating, a good economy comes and goes. There are several presidents that give us a good economy and things like that. But what has he done for the country that people will be talking about 50 years later? Because you said he's the best. We will win. Tim, I know you voted for President Trump, says Bobby. All right, Bobby, we'll see. Why should I vote for Kamala Harris, says SL. For you personally, there may be no legitimate reason as to why you should vote for Kamala Harris. I'd have to hear your principles. I say on the program all the time, there are legitimate reasons to vote for Trump. There's legitimate reasons to vote for Kamala Harris. Depends on what you stand on. How do you feel about the Second Amendment? How do you feel about a woman's right to choose? It depends on, you're okay with Christianity in schools? I mean, if how do you feel about the LGBT community? What do you think about transgender? I could ask you a few questions and then answer it, but I need to know what your principles are. Your principles may say there's no reason in hell you should be voting for Kamala. You might have principles that suggest Trump is the better candidate. Not being a politician, Trump will shake up the government. To me, I think that's a pipe dream. I mean, because he talked about that the first time. And the overwhelming majority of government officials Trump shook up the first term were people he brought with him. He promised to drain the swamp and do all this stuff. Most of the people he drained were people he brought with him. Now all of a sudden he's running again and he's making the same promise. And this time you got 4 years. That's all you got. I don't believe you can do that in 4 years. Maybe he could have gotten a little bit more progress in 8. But he accomplished nothing in terms of draining the swamp in his first 4. He's promising to go after Milley and Fauci and go after James Comey. He's going to, it sounds like he's just going to have a whole presidential term of going after adversaries. At the end of the day, you got to do something for the country too, remember? I don't believe all that's going to happen. Pennsylvania is going to be a game changer. Well, right now, Kamala still is continuing to lead in Pennsylvania. Let me look at the map is saying that Trump is 188. They still got Kamala at 99. How the hell has she not gained any electoral college votes yet? Wow. They awarded Trump his fast. Kamala shit's coming in slow. 40% of the votes counted in Pennsylvania. Kamala's only up by very little. The margin in Pennsylvania has shrunk significantly. 50 percentage points to Kamala Harris, 49.1 to Trump. So Kamala's only up in Pennsylvania by 0.9 percentage points. It's getting real close in Pennsylvania. She needs that because right now, Virginia is still looking like Trump is still in the lead in Virginia. 60 percentage points, or 60% of the votes been counted, 61%. 50.1 percentage votes to Trump, 48.2 to Kamala Harris. So, yeah, it's still Kamala Harris is still kind of with the backs against the rope. I don't know because Virginia, she can't lose Virginia. It wasn't expected that way. Just like Trump can't lose Iowa, and Iowa's gotten closer. 27% of the votes counted. Trump is up. I mean, Trump is down rather. Kamala's at 50.6. Trump is at 48.2. So less than 2 percentage points in Iowa. Amish still got to come in Pennsylvania. I've heard that people are saying that the Amish are voting for Trump. I'd be curious to know why. Why are the Amish supporting Trump? I'd be curious to know what they favor in either candidate, by the way. But because the Amish don't normally get involved in this stuff. Is that correct? What's making the Amish pick Trump? Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Georgia will decide the election. Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Georgia. What about Wisconsin and Michigan? I think you're leaving some stuff out. How does he get out of sentencing if he wins being sentenced? You're talking about the jail. Trump is due to be sentenced later this month, or does Vice President take over? Well, I don't know how that works. We've never elected a guy that had multiple felonies and was staring down a potential prison sentence. It's never happened before. So, I mean, we would assume that maybe the judge would see that it would be, I don't know. I mean, maybe the judge has already delayed the sentence. Maybe the judge would be, maybe delay it until after he serves his term. I don't know how that would work. We've never done anything crazy like that. So there's no way to know on that. Wisconsin, Trump leading in Green Bay still has to give numbers. My map shows that Trump is now leading in Wisconsin, but it's still really, really close. Wisconsin's been going back and forth. She's been leading in, well, here's a change. Here is a change now. I'm looking at ABC News. They got 43% of the vote counted. But ABC shows Kamala's up by 0.9% in Pennsylvania, but the map I got here now has just flipped Pennsylvania to leaning towards Trump. So they got 40, right? Put the spectacles on. 43% of the votes in, 49.8 to Trump, 49.3 to Kamala. So Trump has finally taken a tiny bit of a lead in Pennsylvania. We'll see. We'll see. That's not good news for folks who are watching this closely that are supporting Kamala Harris. That's not good. Biden-Harris team need to be held accountable for loss of life from illegals in Afghanistan. Well, first of all, Kamala Harris has nothing to do with Afghanistan. Nothing. Vice President has nothing to do with they gave Utah to Trump. So Trump just gained another state. Utah has awarded its votes to Trump. Now, I haven't looked. I'm looking at the ABC feed behind the monitors here. Colorado just awarded their votes to Kamala Harris. But I'll tell you this in regards to Utah. I bet you they haven't counted hardly any votes in Utah. Let me bring up the map and see. Utah on the AP map, Associated Press map says 0% of the votes have been counted, and they've already given the state to Trump. How does that work? Now, Trump was expected to win Utah. I get it. But how can they award him the state when they haven't counted anything? She's stuck at 99 electoral college votes, but he's up to nearly 200. True, but they gave Kamala Harris Colorado, which is 10 votes. on my map, they haven't awarded it to her yet. So that would put up to 109. And yeah, she's still gonna be getting her ass kicked though. That would put her that would put Kamala at 109, and that would get Trump 198. But keep in mind, folks, California, as Dr. Dre and Tupac would say, California is worth 54 electoral college votes. 50, biggest one in the state, biggest one in the country, rather. 54 electoral college votes is represented in California. Kamala Harris is going to get those. So regardless of what you're seeing right now, you can add 54 onto whatever number you're looking at of Kamala Harris, because she will get those. That's 54 electoral college votes that she has in the bag that we ain't discussing yet. And the same thing with Washington, that's 12. And Oregon is 8. So that's another 20. So that's 74 electoral college votes. Washington, Oregon, and California. So regardless, so at the end of this race, she got a lot of votes coming in. And those are some of the last ones that'll be counted. So regardless of what you're seeing now, where Trump is way out in front, you can add 74 votes on to Kamala's score that she's almost guaranteed to get. California, Oregon, and Washington, those 3 states, 74 votes. Okay, Colorado, nearly 50% with a 13-point lead is good. Colorado, according to ABC, has already been awarded to Kamala Harris. That's 10. They've already awarded Kamala Harris, Colorado. AP, Associated Press map, is not done that yet, but I'm watching ABC's feed behind me. They've already given that to Kamala Harris. Are you saying she's a good candidate, Matt? She's probably the worst presidential candidate ever, beating Michael Dukakis. Mark, I don't know about that. I think that there's more unknowns with Kamala Harris. Keep in mind, when Obama ran for president, they were saying the same thing about him. He was only a community organizer. In fact, Kamala's resume is stronger by a lot than Obama's was. By a lot. She has several elected positions on her resume: attorney general, district attorney, senator, vice president. When Obama ran, he had 2 years in the Senate, and most of them people would suggest were him trying to run for president. So Obama had a very weak resume, and people were saying the same thing about him. He's unqualified. He's a weak candidate. And at the end of the day, his presidency wasn't that bad. You don't go down. Jimmy Carter. Many would say Jimmy Carter was the worst president than Obama by far. So you're talking about, she's unqualified or she's the worst presidential candidate. Now, you might be right, but you might be wrong. There's no way to know. There's no way to know what she's going to do. Because like I said, she doesn't have a lot to stand on. Looking in the comments, Obama could speak to policy. Yeah, in the policy he was speaking on, people were saying he was going to take away everybody's guns. Obama, this is what Newt Gingrich was saying too. He was going to raise taxes to 70% and turn us into socialist Greece, because Venezuela was a intact country at the time. They were saying he's going to turn us into socialist Greece. So yeah, he can speak on policy, but everybody thought he was going to destroy America. And like I said, he didn't turn out that bad. Tim B, good evening. Welcome to the program, Tim. Okay, Colorado nearly. Tim B, good evening. Are you there?
I am. Can you hear me, Tim?
Loud and clear. So, do you like what you're seeing so far?
I don't, Tim, but I'm hoping that things shift. I voted for Kamala, but before that, I voted for Trump twice.
So, what makes you decide not to give him a third chance, or at least a second chance in the White House?
So much has happened. The insurrection was won, right? I don't care what anybody says. I feel as though he could have quelched that situation.
Oh, absolutely.
He dialed it up.
Yeah, there's no denying. First of all, they were there to prevent the election from being stolen, stopped, and steal. And we're 4 years out, and there's still no solid evidence that the election was stolen from him. So, yeah, he certainly could have squelched it.
Yeah. And that was one. Then the 34 felonies,
Ooh.
right? So
Now I know that a lot of people say that's like essentially that
he's been
the
railroaded.
criminal justice system has been weaponized against him.
Yeah.
But see, this is my thing, Tim. I do work for the government, right?
Okay.
And I had to go through all types of hoops and hurdles to get my security clearance.
Okay.
I don't understand why we're okay with giving a guy access to, confidential information. You already had the Mar-a-Lago situation where, it's like, why are we okay with these type of it's like we're subverting our criminal justice system by electing him.
I tend to agree with that. I'm not, whether Trump is guilty or innocent or whatever, I do believe if you're charged with a crime, it should at least have to be litigated in court to prove your innocence or whatever before you can run for president. I don't believe you should be, because we know right now the case is open. If he wins, he's going to make the case go away. So you'll never know what evidence they had to present against him. So I do believe that he should have to at least prove his innocence in court before he can hold a position that allows him to destroy the case in its entirety.
I agree. I'm hoping that, if he's elected, that he's able to do that. If not, I will just lose all hope in our criminal justice system and our way of governing, because I think we're on a fast track towards fascism. That's just my opinion.
Wow. And I see in the comments, Bobby Covina, countering what we said, you're innocent until proven guilty. Well, the 34 felonies, he has been proven guilty, but even in the documents cases, I'll say it like this. Okay, Trump's charged with, having classified documents in his house or whatever, which to some degree are crimes against the United States. Now, he's not been found guilty of those. You're right, he's innocent until proven guilty, but that would be like you being charged with financial crimes that are open. You've been indicted, but you haven't been found guilty. And then going to apply to work at a bank or a credit union or another financial institution and telling them, I have a whole bunch of financial charges that are pending on me, but I'm looking for it. They wouldn't give you the job. You need to clear that up first. That's what they would tell you.
They wouldn't give you the job. Yeah. So, if he's elected and this is not done through the court system, where he's not able to, I don't even like the idea of him making this go away, but that's what he's going to have to do, right? I think it
shouldn't be legal. It shouldn't be legal if you're charged with crimes against the United States. There should be no legal avenue for you personally to make your charges go away.
I agree. So this is how he can, since he's about criminal justice reform, right, Tim? Mm-hmm. He's so about criminal justice reform, then he should, and many in the individual states should advocate for removing the box from job applications. Anybody should be able to apply for a job with a felony. It shouldn't even be asked about anymore.
Yeah, but I think we're operating under the category of this works for me, not for thee. Yeah, they're not. So that ain't gonna happen. I get your point. You think he's gonna vote to remove the box so that people that work at Trump Enterprises or work for Elon Musk can now be felons? That ain't gonna happen. I get your point. That's a good point, but that ain't gonna happen.
So we're seeing double standards. That's basically what we're. Yeah. I think we're on the fast track down a real dangerous hole in the United States. That's all I'm saying.
Well, it ain't like the people it ain't like the people did not know. One thing I'll give Trump credit for, if for some reason he turns into the guy you're talking about, one thing the American people can never say is we didn't know. He's telling you. People are just saying it's a joke or you're taking him out of context. It ain't like he ain't telling you what he's going to do though.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
So if you know when you vote on it and you get what you voted on, then you gotta get what you wanted. The people want that stuff.
People do want that. And so I just don't want to, I don't want to hear anything about harsh penalties and this and that for different crimes, and just the we already have a system of mass incarceration as it stands. I can't even, this guy to me can't say anything about upholding the law when he has broken it so many times. he's just a terrible standard. And so for so many people to just like rally behind him, I just think that we're setting a dangerous precedent and the country's going in a real bad direction.
I don't necessarily agree with you about setting a dangerous precedent because it's only going to apply to Trump. The things you think that Trump is getting away with, Trump supporters are not going to agree that the average citizen should get away with that stuff. It's only for Trump. Like, for instance, Trump was found guilty in the case of what it was like 10 contempt. You know, he had violated the orders of the judge, so he was found in contempt 10 times over. Now, you or I, if you were found in contempt of a judge's orders, once you're at risk of going to jail. You violate it again, it's almost certain he's going to punish you. Trump did it 10 times and did not get any punishment at all. I don't think Trump supporters would agree that the average citizen should be able to violate the judge's orders 10 times and get away with it. They only want that for Trump.
Right. Yeah. So that's where we are. All right.
Appreciate
nice talking to you, Tim.
Anytime, Tim, as well. Thanks for coming through.
All right.
Good luck on this one, man. It's going to be a rough road.
It is.
Rough road. Appreciate it. All right, moving on with the program. America is in trouble, says James Brantley. I don't want to get into the notion. I don't know. I want to see something. They're discussing the Virginia where Trump has been leading.
That means you're just not getting as many votes out of it, and that makes it hard to catch up against that number. No question about that. We're going to check in with Trump headquarters in Florida.
No, that was actually North Carolina. I think Trump's going to win North Carolina. I don't think Kamala Harris is going to be able to get him in North Carolina. They got, let me see here, 70% of the votes in, 70%, 70. Trump's up 52.2. I'll go to the next caller, 46.7. And that's what I think he was talking about, is that it's with the few votes left and where they're at is getting harder for Trump to catch, or Kamala to catch up. So North Carolina is likely to go to Trump. Out of all of the swing states, though, North Carolina was a late entry. North Carolina really was not believed to be a swing state until only recently. Under Biden, it wasn't a swing state at all. Chris, good evening.
Hey, good evening. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you feeling so far? Are you liking what you're seeing, or are you nervous?
I'm a little bit nervous still, but I did vote for Trump. But I am a little bit nervous just watching. It's a little early, but we'll see what happens. My question to you is, how do you feel about the whole abortion thing? Because I feel like that's going to be a big deal.
I think taking away a woman's right to choose and giving it to the states is a detriment to the Trump's campaign. I mean, because some of these states have, well, first of all, two things happen. First, he gave it to the states, and the states are preventing women from voting on it. The states are trying to prevent. So you gave it to state dictators of sorts. A lot of these states, in fact, every single state that has an abortion ban or a limitation on abortion did it without any input from the women. The states that did allow the women to vote, like Kansas and Ohio, the women voted that they had access to it. Every state that has a limitation or a ban, they did it without any input from the women. So he didn't just hand it to the states, he handed it to state dictators. And the states are trying to prevent the women from voting on it. That looks bad when Trump is trying to say, well, I didn't take away women's rights, I just gave it to the states. Well, you gave it to people that don't want to give the women any rights. So which he knows is bad, which is why he's trying to disassociate himself from it and say, well, I didn't take anybody's rights, I gave it to them. Well, they wouldn't be able to do what they're doing without you. So that one is bad for Trump, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of.
Yeah. And not only that, not only is it bad for Trump, in my opinion, it would be like taking away the Second Amendment or placing limitations on the Second Amendment. It's going to be bad until that is changed, because if you place limitations on the Second Amendment, every election until you undo that damage, you're going to have certain Democrats losing races, because that's going to keep coming up, because people want their Second Amendment rights under, what they say, shall not be infringed. So every election until you stop that, you're going to have politicians fighting to keep their job or losing their jobs because people are voting on the fact you infringe on the Second Amendment. That's what's going to happen with abortion. Even if Trump wins tonight, until women get the right to choose back, every election, Republicans are going to be in danger from this particular topic. They're going to continue. Women are going to keep eating at this until they get it back.
What do you think about, just one more question for you.
Sure.
What's your opinion on the Pennsylvania?
I was feeling more confident that Kamala Harris was going to take it, but right now we're looking at 51% of the vote is in. Trump is up 50.7 to Kamala's 48. Well, they just changed it now, 50.5 to Kamala's 48.6. So Trump is up by less than 2 percentage points. I think Kamala's going to win Pennsylvania. I really do. I think she's going to win Pennsylvania. I mean, they got over 500,000 Puerto Ricans in that state, and some of them are pissed.
Do you think if she wins Pennsylvania, it's over for Trump?
Ooh, no, it's not over because right now Virginia is still up for grabs, and Kamala was not expected to lose Virginia. So it's not over for Trump, but that is a really hard blow. If he loses Pennsylvania, he's losing Michigan, and he's still slightly up in Wisconsin by a very small margin, but losing Pennsylvania is not good for Trump. I don't think it's 100% over if he loses Pennsylvania, but it wouldn't be good. And by the way, Kamala's up in Arizona. I just noticed that. But yeah, it wouldn't be good to lose Pennsylvania. That's a lot of electoral college votes.
All right, thanks, Tim. I appreciate it. Nice talking to you.
Appreciate it. Come on back through anytime. And real quick in the comments, I see First Watch says, Tim, be honest. What am I being dishonest about? Let me know. The Southeast is turning red. The Southeast? Florida, Georgia, South Carolina. The Southeast always has been red. Some of the states are turning blue. I mean, Georgia, how long has Georgia been red? I mean, you're saying the Southeast is turning red. All of the, let's just say former slave states, the Bible Belt states, they've been red for a long time. Even when the Democratic Party was the party of slavery, they still had the conservative mindset has been in those states. Those states have always been conservatives. Because when the Democrats were the party of the Confederate South, and the Democrats were the party of slavery, and the Democrats were the party of Jim Crow, the Democrats were called conservatives. The Republicans were called progressives, liberals. So yeah, the idea that that the Southeast is turning red, no, it's always been red. Tim, pay attention to the popular vote difference. I'm not really focusing as much on the popular vote because at the end of the day, you need the electoral college vote is what determines the race. I think Kamala Harris is going to win the popular vote. Now, I know some folks think that Trump is doing so well is going to win the popular vote. I don't believe that. I think Kamala's going to win the popular vote. That don't mean she's going to win the presidency, but I think she's going to win the popular vote. The denial with Democrats is strong tonight. Yikes. Let me know, Mark. State in the comments, what do you believe the Democrats are denying that is obviously wrong? Let me know in the comments, Mark. What is the denial? I'm in the West states. In my house voted Harris. Yeah, the Western states are going to go to Harris. They call us bigots because we love Jesus. Oh, what a wild world it is. Now, they're not calling you bigots because you love Jesus. That's like George W. Bush talking about Bin Laden attacked America because we're free. No, it got nothing to do with that. Because you're in other people's business. They're not calling you bigots because you love Jesus. They call you bigots for some of the other things you say that they think you're bigoted. I mean, I can give you a ton of different things that they may be calling you that for that have nothing to do with you loving Jesus. And by the way, every culture in America that most of the, other than maybe the Muslims, most minority cultures in America are also lovers of Jesus. I mean, you know, there's a strong Baptist base among the Black community. The Hispanic community is a strong Christian base. What are you talking about? Jesus and race got nothing to do with you liking Jesus. Yes, they are. The left is calling us Christian nationalists. Yeah, the nationalist part is what they're pointing to. You can be Christian. It's the nationalist part that they're pointing out. It got nothing to do with you loving Jesus. It's the nationalist part. That's what they're talking about. But okay, all right, I'll leave it alone. Muslims don't believe in Jesus. Do they? Well, I don't know. I'm not going to get too deep into that. Christianity is big in Asia now too. Could be. I don't listen. At the end of the day, Christianity, in my opinion, and I grew up Christian, was forced on people, and it was forced on people by one of the I guess I'm going to say cultures that migrated and colonized the most. The Europeans migrated all over the United States, colonizing different lands and environments, and they were forcing Christianity on the people as they went. I mean, like for instance, my culture, my ancestors, when they were in Africa, they weren't Christians. They were brought here and told that if you keep practicing that shit, we'll kill you. So they had to, I mean, Christianity, this is what I always say about this, and I don't want to get too far off into religion, but just responding to this, if Christianity was the way of mankind, you wouldn't have to force it on people. It should already be in their heart. But if you think about the indigenous people, the Native Americans, the Aborigines in Australia, the folks that, you know, the Samoans and folks that lived on the Pacific islands out in the middle of the Pacific, the indigenous people that lived in all these lands, they didn't know nothing about Jesus. They didn't know nothing about Jesus until the white man, as I guess for lack of a better term, until the white man or the Europeans came there and told them about it. If he created us and he's all knowing, all powerful, they should have already knew about it. That's why I'm saying Christianity was forced on people. If somebody does not teach you about God or about Jesus, you won't grow up believing in it. That's the only way you're going to follow it. Somebody has to tell you about that. You put a baby of any culture on an island, you go back and feed it and let it grow up, teach it English or whatever language you want to teach. If you don't teach it about Christianity and God and Jesus, it won't know about it. If he truly is a creator and it's in you should know about that from birth. Should already be in you. Like it is in you to suckle off of a bottle when you're born or your mom's breast or what. I mean, there are traits and things in you already. You already know how to do. When they have a baby, a brand new baby, they can lean it back and kind of drop it and the reflexes go up. Reflexes are already in a newborn. Why isn't that in there? Why does that have to be taught? It should already be in that kid. It's not. So that is something to consider. Christianity has been forced on people. They didn't, yeah. So I question the authenticity of it in my later years. Even though I grew up wanting to be a pastor in the church, I question the authenticity of it because all of these, once I started traveling and becoming more educated, why don't all these people know about this already? Why you got to go and force it on them? They should know about it. I mean, if he done all of this, are you saying God didn't teach a child how to blink? I'm saying when a child is created, it knows how to blink, but I'm saying there's no guarantee that God did it though. Just for shits and giggles while the election is still going on, I'll go down this road for a quick minute. I often say that because folks will say, well, if you don't believe in God, how the hell the earth get created and the trees know the flowers know to bloom in the spring and die. I'll say it like this. Perhaps there was a deity or God or something that created the earth and mankind, very similar to how you could write a computer program, like the clock that's behind me. It's a program on there. It knows when it gets to 12 o'clock or when it gets to 11:59 to go to 12. It knows after 12:59 to reset back to 1. It doesn't go to 1300 unless I tell it to do that with the remote. But it is a computer program, and that clock, as long as it has power, will continue to keep time. I don't have to pray that in 60 seconds it goes to 10:58. It's been programmed and it's going to happen no matter what. And I think that it's possible that whoever created the earth and mankind and the world and the universe could be the same way, where they wrote a program and hit execute or enter or whatever, and it's running. And now that it's running, there's nothing, you don't need to do anything. It's going to just keep going. So when you're on earth and you're praying for Trump to win, or you're praying for your child to be cured of cancer, no. What's going to happen is going to happen. It's already been written in the program. I could pray that in 3 minutes that clock says 11 p.m. It's going to happen anyway, though. I could pray for it, though, but it's already been programmed. What's going to happen is going to happen. So I would say this. It's possible that the God we believe in and pray for could have simply created it, let there be, and left it, so that there's no continuation of interference. Like people always say free will. You know, like people say after a school shooting, thoughts and prayers. It's meaningless. If he created it and he's no longer interfering with it, you can pray to him all you want. It's not going to make any difference. Like a computer program, the person hit run, and the computer program is going to keep going through the whatever it's been told to do. It's going to just keep doing that. You can pray all you want. The program's already been hit. The person's already hit enter. That program is just running. I think it might be more something like that than the way people tend to think, where you can pray and you can interfere with what's going to happen. I don't think it works like that. I think that prayer is kind of just for human comfort, for the comfort of mankind. I don't think anything's going to change based on that. And keep in mind, in regards to religion, even though you're praying for something to happen, you're going to celebrate the results no matter what they are. Let's say your mom is dying of cancer, and you're praying your ass off that she pulls through and goes into remission. If she survives and goes into remission, you're going to thank God for saving her. If she passes on and doesn't go into remission, you're going to thank God for giving you the time you had on earth with her, and, you know, blessing you with her as a mom. Regardless of what the outcome is, you're going to thank God for it anyway. So at the end of the day, if you're going to be happy with either result, why are you praying? I mean, but at the end of the day, yeah, I don't think that there's any interference at all with what's going on. Trump won Iowa, says, let me see, in regards to what they got on the AP poll, you're saying they gave Trump Iowa already? 44% of the votes in, 53.9 to Trump, 44.7 to Kamala. My map does not show Kamala Harris being awarded Iowa just yet, but Trump does have a sizable lead there. That's 10 percentage points. My screen does not show it, but I'm gonna tell you something. Well, Kamala's now ahead in Virginia, so we spent most of the night wondering if Trump was going to take Virginia. Kamala has now taken the lead in Virginia, so that state only by 3 percentage points, but she is leading in Virginia. Let me go to the box, bring up Busy. Good evening, Busy. Welcome to the program. New technology is using telekinesis. You'd have to explain that. Busy.
What's going on, Tim?
What's up? What's up? How you feeling?
I'm doing great, man. I'm glad to be back, man. This is my second time up. You guys kind of gave me a hard time first time around. I said Trump was the lesser of the two evils, in my opinion.
So
I still feel that way. A little nervous about tonight. I mean, it's looking good for Trump right now, but I do know I might go to sleep and wake up and be a whole different story tomorrow. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you said, she's guaranteed to get those 74 points.
Right.
On the back end. So,
yeah, because right now on the AP site, it's 198 to Trump and 112 to Kamala Harris. But if you add that 74, it's actually 198 to 186. So she's pretty close with him right now.
Yeah, and I'm aware of that. I'm here in Illinois, so my vote, you know, even if I did or didn't run out to the polls, ain't gonna really make too much of nothing. So, but yeah,
so let me ask you. Let me ask you. I'll let you get your question in, but let me ask you, as an African American in Illinois, you said Trump is a lesser of two evils. What about Kamala Harris discouraged you from voting for her?
You know what? To me, it just seems like she was playing too many games. Like running under two different races is something that I really couldn't get on board, because you go from being the first Indian and now you want to come back around, you need the black vote, and you claim it, you know, that you want to be black now, and you wasn't saying none of that. Why do it now?
How long ago, wait,
I didn't like that.
how long ago was Kamala Harris going around posing as an Indian and saying she wasn't black? How far back are you going?
Well, I mean, she's never claimed black until she decided to run for presidency.
She went to an HBCU. You telling me she went there as an Indian?
No, yeah, pretty much. She also, it's not like she came out and said, "Oh, first female African American vice president." She didn't claim it. She never claimed it until she needed the vote.
I mean, I hear what you. Here's what confuses me. The whole time Kamala Harris was posing as an Indian, as you say, as opposed to being black, Trump was posing as a Democrat. I mean, do you hold that against him?
I get that. That's a political party as opposed to a race. You can change political parties. You can grow up all your life, be a Democrat. One day, Democrats do something you don't like. You can say, "You know what? I'm done with the Democratic Party. I'm a Republican now." You have that option. What you can't do is wake up one day, all your life you've been saying, "I'm a black man, I'm a black man, I'm a black man." Then you just wake up one day and say, "You know what? I'm a Mexican. Because I need Mexicans to follow me." You know? Right.
Give me something. This is baffling, but give me something else. What else do you believe? What else swayed you from voting for her?
The other thing she did is she turned around. She took, she went from bashing Trump, going like this saber rattling, two big babies in a cage, right? Back and forth to now when she turns around, she's talking about being tough on the border and all this other. Well, that was your assignment. The border failed under you. You had the border job already, and you shit the bed basically. And now you're gonna, at the end of your campaign, here in October, you shaking your fist and talking about, "I'm gonna be tough on the border," blah blah blah. I just feel like she's more full of shit. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like she's the type of person that'll say what she needs to say in my face, as opposed to Trump's an idiot, right? I'm gonna give you that. He's one of those guys that'll shoot shit out of his mouth, and he's more humanized.
Is he honest?
I don't think that honesty exists in politicians, Tim.
He's not a typical politician, though.
I don't think you can be, you know what I mean? Because you have to be adaptive. I think Trump is more of he's closer to a real live person, right? Than somebody that grew up doing this and having this chameleon type skin. We never even heard about Trump being this big racist until he ran for presidency.
Yeah, but why is that? Hold on. But why? I agree with you that rappers and things like that hung around Trump and nobody was calling him a racist before he became president. But why is that unique to him? When Obama was a senator, nobody was saying he was born in Kenya. When Hillary Clinton was first lady and when she was Secretary of State or whatever, nobody was saying that she was drinking the blood of infants. Same thing with Biden. Nobody was calling him a pedo. I mean, all of a sudden, when you run for president, that's what happens.
I get that, and that's why I said I'm able to look at that. I'm able to look at him, because he's running for presidency now. They're saying, "Oh, if you're black and you're voting for Trump, you off the rails." And I'm able to say, "You know what? I feel like you're saying that because he's running for president the same way you said Obama is going to sell us out to foreign nations because he's really a Muslim." And
what did you think of Obama?
Obama, I felt like he could have attempted more for blacks in general. I I think he got a lot of things done for the gay and lesbian community, which is great. You know, I don't have anything against that. If that's your agenda, that's what you want to push, fine, so be it. I just felt like he could have helped more. I think that he could have, you know, even though he did have people fighting back, you know, he didn't have the so-called power.
Did you vote for him?
They wanted to vote against him.
Did you vote for Obama?
I did, Tim.
Both times?
Yes, I did.
How did you feel about Trump saying he was born in Kenya?
I kind of laughed at it because I thought it was funny.
But you do know he was trying. Wait. You do know he was trying to disqualify Obama's presidency. I mean, laughing at it is one thing. Him doing it for 3 straight years. At some point, does the laughter stop?
I mean, it didn't really gain no traction. They talked about Jesus and you know what I mean. They're gonna talk about you regardless.
You're saying that the birtherism on Obama never gained traction?
He still got to serve out 2 terms.
That don't. Yeah, that's fine, but it gained traction. I mean, just because he beat it, but it gained
traction in a sense that people talk about it or whatever. They even made fun, called Michelle a man and all that. I get it. It was terrible, right? I get it. My point is, he served his 8 years. It's not like Trump saying that prevented him from being reelected, or Trump saying that got him kicked out of office. I mean, Trump can say whatever the hell he wants, just like they can say whatever the hell they want about him. You know?
Yeah, but when you said that Trump is kind of like a regular person getting a job and he's not a typical politician, is that what a regular person does? Is say the president is born in a foreign country to try to disqualify him?
Yeah, if they don't like him, regular people still tell lies on each other all the time. People in general, you know, just because they don't like him. He could have not liked Obama. He could have just not liked him just because of the whole policies that he represented. It may not have had nothing to do with the color of his skin. It may have just been the fact that, you know, Trump's not really big on the gay and lesbian community. That could have struck a nerve with him. Because he wasn't favorable to Obama's policies, his response is just to make up a total lie about his place of birth? Well, he may have thought it was the truth. I can't speak to what he, you know what I mean? I can only look
Why would he think
what
that?
he does and what kind of policy. He could have been misinformed. Tim. I don't know. But I don't think that make him like not a strong businessman, and that's what we need right now. Is somebody that can sit back and, you know, bring back some of these jobs as being outsourced or whatever, or that at least have. I mean, the man talks a good game, and people seem to listen. When he told those guys, I'll turn this desert into turn this sand into glass. We didn't have no shit out of them.
Let me stop and say something. Hold on.
Our military.
Hold on, hang on. Let me stop and say something that you might favor. AP now has Trump leading Kamala in all of the blue wall states: Michigan, Wisconsin, even Minnesota and Pennsylvania.
Trump, I'm not gonna get too excited about none of that until they declare it.
I don't know if he got a call. We'll give him a second and come back. Maybe his call dropped. Tim mad Trump is winning. Says what does that say? Midnight 2024. Well, the race ain't over with. Ain't no need to get mad. Ain't shit you can do about this. At the end of the day, I don't think my life personally, when I listen to what both of these candidates are running on, I'll drop the caller. I guess he had a call come in or something. But at the end of the day, I don't think that either, you know, whether Trump wins or Biden wins, it's not going to affect my life significantly. I'm no fan of Trump promising to get police immunity from prosecution, but if he can bring down the price of gas and things like that, I would benefit from that. But there are things he's promising that I'm not a fan of. But at the end of the day, I would probably get up and go to work every day and come home. I don't expect to be rich or have a bunch of money in the bank or none of this other crazy stuff that a lot of people are promising. My life most likely will continue the way it is, regardless of which one of these people win. I mean, because Trump, in my opinion, Kamala Harris, most of the things that she's talking about doing, $25,000 home credit and some of the things she's doing is probably going to be more beneficial to people that are poorer than I am. And the things that Trump mostly are going to do are going to be beneficial to more to the people who are richer than I am. Us in the middle, you going to go to work and come home every day like normal. I wouldn't care if gas goes up to $12 a gallon, says MDJ. Still not voting for Trump, huh? I see, who's this? Charles Vaughn would lose his subscription. I see that in there. Charles Vaughn, feel free to subscribe again. It looks bad for Kamala right now, in my opinion, based on what's going on in those blue wall states. The fact that now Trump is leading in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota too, by the way. Minnesota is not in play. Only 5% of the votes being counted in Minnesota, though. So let's not rush to Minnesota, home of Tim Walz, but he is leading her by a tiny, tiny margin in Pennsylvania. He is leading her by a tiny margin in Michigan. And he is also leading her by a very tiny margin in Wisconsin. That's a lot. Let me see what they...
In a heavily Democratic place. Right now, it's only about 3,000 votes as the numbers continue to roll in.
And I know, Rachel, you've been diving into some of these college towns, actually. This is going to be something we look at later, how young voters split if the gender gap.
That's David Muir of ABC talking about Wisconsin. But yeah, Trump is in Pennsylvania, 50.9 to Kamala Harris, 48.1. So it's real close, but yeah, they got Trump at 210 Electoral College votes and Kamala at 112 right now. But keep in mind, Kamala still has Oregon, Washington, and California, which is a total of 74 votes. So even though Kamala's way behind right now, add 74 Electoral College votes to her score because she still has 74 votes coming. So add that to her score. He's up 6 million popular votes, 48 to 42 million. Wow, Chris, that's substantial. That's saying a lot. That is saying a lot. Wow. Maybe Kamala Harris is a bad candidate. I don't know. If he beat her like that, wow. Gonna be a lot of sad Democrats in come morning time if that happens. We either gonna have some sad Democrats or some pissed off Republicans. That's how this is going to go. Real quick in the comments. How about Diddy? What about Diddy is irrelevant right now. Nope. If Kamala was to win, we would become a one-party nation. Based on what? Kamala's talking about actually bringing Republicans into her administration. How will we become a one-party nation? What are you basing that on? I think Kamala lost it the day she said, "You're at the wrong rally." No, I don't think that. I mean, no. I've played the video of that with this person allegedly yelling, "Jesus is Lord." I've had two people, because when I heard Kamala say that, my argument was, I don't even hear the person yelling Jesus is Lord. But then somebody direct messaged me a video, and you can clearly hear the person yelling out Jesus is Lord and Kamala Harris saying you're at the wrong rally. Here's the thing, though. Here's the issue, though. You can hear it from the back of the venue. You can't hear it from the front. If you watch the video close up of Kamala Harris saying you got the wrong rally, you want the smaller one down the street, when you hear the person yell, you cannot clearly hear them saying Jesus is Lord. When you watch that same video filmed by someone in the back of the rally, you can hear it. Two responses. First of all, first response is obvious. The person yelled it out while Kamala Harris was talking. How do we know she actually heard that? For all we know, she heard somebody trying to heckle her rally, and she just came back with a good pickup line. There's no guarantee she even heard what was said. That's the first thing. Second response is, what the hell was she supposed to do? She's holding a rally. Somebody is clearly trying to heckle her, even though they're yelling out something that's religious, like Jesus. That person clearly is not an ally of Kamala Harris. They're yelling out something that has nothing to do with what she's talking about, and they're trying to disrupt the rally. What is she supposed to do, break out into the Lord's Prayer? Clearly that person was an adversary. So the idea of people saying, "Oh, well, that means she don't like Christians," ain't got shit to do with that. You could go to church while the pastor is speaking, damn sure in a black church, and you just yell out something that's irrelevant, even if it's religious, that pastor might chastise you. You don't just yell out something in the middle of a speech where people are focused on the person that's speaking that's out of context of what's being said. So the notion that evangelicals are, well, that means she don't like Christianity because she didn't totally stop speaking about what she was talking about and address this religious conversation that has nothing to do with what she's talking about. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's all it takes for you to believe she's not Christian, is that? I don't believe that hurt her at all. And I know for a fact if somebody had did that to Trump and Trump responded in the same way, you'd have MAGA said he didn't hear him. Just like Trump tweeted out a video of a guy clearly yelling white power, and Trump said, I didn't hear him. And MAGA's like, well, he didn't hear the guy. And you can hear it clear as day on the video. So that one's crazy to me. Tim sounds like MAGA interpreting Trump's speech. Yeah. Texas, at least you recognize it. Texas in the comments, at least you do recognize that that happens, that they be interpreting speeches like that. Yeah, that's crazy though. Now you want to know what's next. What's next, Timoto? Timoto, you come with you kind of changed your stance. A lot of the things you used to discuss, now you're coming as a lawyer, and you don't even want to discuss what you used to talk about. That's crazy, but yeah, you've kind of changed your stance. Yes, I can. Yes, I am sent to remember. Texas, appreciate it. Tim, she should have responded differently with compassion. Why? The person in the crowd is pro-life and she's pro-choice, and they're heckling her because they think what she promotes is a sin. That's why they're yelling out Jesus is Lord. So she's going to respond to compassion to somebody that's clearly trying to heckle her, clearly trying to interrupt her rally. So she responds with compassion. What are they going to do? They're going to keep yelling it out. I mean, that's what's going to happen. Just like when when the Palestinian protesters are protesting, and she goes, well, yes, I want the hostages free, but right now they keep going. They don't stop. So this person is yelling out something about Jesus is Lord, and she responds with compassion. She is pro-choice. They don't like her. So they're going to keep going. And whenever she decides to have them either escorted or she starts talking, you're going to say the same thing. Well, she's not religious. It's like you want her to break out into the Lord's Prayer. That's not how you attend a rally. That's funny, though. That is funny you expect that. At the end of the day, they will be guilty of everything they said Trump was going to do. We'll see about that. Trump tells them anything. We'll see about whether anybody's going to be guilty of anything. He's confused. He ran versus Hillary, not Obama. I don't know. Exactly. We will become the People's Democratic State of America. Really scary. What do you mean by that? The People's Democratic State of America. All right, looking at the map now, still shows Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan in the camp of Trump. Very small margins. The Pennsylvania margin has grown somewhat. He wins Pennsylvania, this shit is over with. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, this shit is over with. Fortunately for Kamala Harris, they have not called Georgia, North Carolina. They haven't called Georgia or North Carolina for Trump yet. Arizona has not been called for Trump yet either. It's pretty close in Arizona. 49.7 to 49.5 with 50% of the vote called in. That's in Arizona. That's a really close race in Arizona. 50% of the votes been called in already, and they are only 0.2 percentage points apart. That's really as close as you can almost get in Arizona with that many votes came in. Now, Nevada they have not began with Nevada yet, but Arizona is barely leaning towards Trump. Now, Arizona is 11 electoral college votes, so Kamala Harris, theoretically, although I don't think it's the best path, she could win North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada, and still win the race. But to me, her best path is those what do they call it? The blue wall states: Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And right now, she's losing in all three. I gotta say, right now, Trump's ahead. But as one of my viewers talked about, the tortoise and the hare, where Trump's ahead, and then later on it turns out to go the other way. We'll try it with you, Timoteo. Timoteo's now become a guest that doesn't want to talk about everything. But good evening, Timoteo.
What did I stop talking about? Come on now.
If I ask you about your stance on Nancy Pelosi, Hillary Clinton, and Biden, you don't want to talk about it anymore. The second Declaration of Independence, you don't want to talk about it anymore.
I mean, we can talk about it, but Tim, I've tried to give you receipts before and you don't take them. That's why I give up. I can't sit here and keep on telling you where to look and what to see and what to look up, and you don't do it.
Now you believe. Hold on, let's go. Let's talk about it then. Now you believe that Joe Biden was executed or something like that, right?
Tim, you can look.
I'm asking. No, I'm going to do that. But right now, for the sake of the conversation, do you believe that?
I don't know a damn thing. I lie on TikTok all the time, but yes, that's what I believe.
Okay, where are the receipts that will show that Biden is no longer with us? You told me you showed me receipts. Where can I find evidence that suggests that Biden had his life taken? And you believe that? You said that Trump is the one that did that, right?
No, not at all.
How did he pass?
Not at all. In one time, he was put through tribunal just like the other ones were.
Okay.
And while he was going through it, he actually had a heart attack.
Okay, so Biden passed from a heart attack. Where can I find the receipts that this actually happened?
Well, you have to go through. You have to get a Tor browser. First of all, you won't be able to find it on Google because it's being. You have to understand, Tim. Hey, from the very beginning of this thing, Tim, when I started talking to you, you can't tell me right now that it hasn't been ironic to you how many things have unfolded in the end over time, exactly the way I've predicted them to be.
I ain't heard this kind of stuff unfold.
I told you since the beginning this race was going to be a landslide.
That ain't gonna happen.
It is though.
No, it's not.
It is. And what's going to happen after that is you're going to see they're going to try to do one more time to disqualify them. And each time that they're doing this, they're supposed to be making themselves look worse and worse. Now, you got when you see that whole map of red, at what point will you stop and say, okay, maybe there's something that all the other people are seeing that I'm not? Maybe I need to take a step back and say, hey, these people are seeing something because all these people are together on this thing. And I'm over here fighting the battle for the people who are losing.
I would agree with you. I would agree with you if I saw a whole map of red, but the map I'm looking at right now, that's not conducive to what I'm seeing.
What website is that?
Associated Press.
Well, you're looking at an entirely liberal press website, dude. Come on.
Give me an unbiased website, one that tells it fairly.
The one I've been watching right now that to me seems like it's the most up-to-date, regularly refreshed, and the best one to watch is on Bing. Just go to Bing and go to presidential election, and then it shows the live results. But, dude, I mean, at some point, man, we got to get this thing and just say, hey, listen, let bygones be bygones. No matter how much hatred you have inside of you from whatever it is that you hate about this person, whatever the case may be, listen to the words, not the and
I'm on Bing. I'm on Bing.com. I'm not seeing what you're talking about.
There's a ticker tape for the presidential election. You can see presidential live results, and click on that. And then
I'm looking for it. I don't see it. I'm on Bing.com. I don't see what you're talking about.
Did you search in the search bar?
Okay, so what am I searching for? Presidential live results.
Now I see why you never look anything up. That I tell you don't know how to look nothing up.
Now I'm doing what you're saying, and you didn't mention that. All right, now you told me. Now I'm looking at the presidential live results, and even this
on each state, and it'll give you the percentage for each state as you click on it. It'll bring up a window and give them the percentage for each that's been completed and everything else.
Yeah, I'm looking at that.
That one for me has been the most accurate so far that I could see.
Okay.
And if you look at that map, that's a hell of a lot of red.
Yeah, but I don't see any of this that's unexpected. I mean, the red states that are there were already predicted to do that. He hasn't won anything yet that was not expected. Even the swing states, he hasn't officially won any of them either. So
It
this
doesn't matter, but you can already see where it's going.
well, if it actually happens, then you got my opinion, and I agree with you. But right now, where it's going and where it's at is two different things. It hasn't happened.
All right. Well, like you said, hey, I'll wait for the end. I'll go ahead and wait for the end because then I got your what?
You have
Then I
my
got your what?
you'd have my viewpoint on it.
All right. Good deal.
But I
See,
don't.
that's why I respect you, man. That's why I respect you so much, Tim. That's why I keep coming back. This guy's a good guy. I know your followers, they love you. And I think that anybody in the chat who's new or anything like that, hey, I've known Tim since I first started on TikTok, which was probably about 4 or 5 years ago. And I don't know how long I've known him, but I've been on your live for a long time, Tim. And I've been telling him about this stuff for a long time. You got to understand, there's different information out there. If you stop looking through a regular internet browser, internet works like onions, okay? It's layers, and each layer is a filter, and each filter is controlled by what you get to see.
Well,
to eliminate all of that, you got to download a Tor browser, Tor browser, and it's got to be Onion or Tor, okay? And you'll see it in there. Go to your Play Store or whatever. Anyway, when you look on there and you get that connection going, then you'll actually have a real connection to the real internet. And that's what people actually call the dark web. But, like I said, the internet is layered. So it's filtered. I don't tell you.
And if Biden has passed of a heart attack, why is Trump still always attacking him then?
It's, hey, you got actors on stage in costumes, bro.
Is Trump an actor?
They all are. Once you're in the public, you're an actor on stage in costume.
Is Trump still alive though?
Yeah.
So why is he attacking a man that's dead?
He's in the public eye. The public don't know he's dead.
No, does Trump know?
It doesn't matter. He's in the public eye. They're actors on stage in costumes.
So Trump is attacking an actor in a costume that is representing somebody he knows is dead, and he's not telling the public.
He's acting he's doing his act on stage in costume, bro. That's how I see it. That's the best way for me to make it make sense.
Okay.
Okay.
And you also believe, so I want to make sure I get clarity. You also believe that Hillary Clinton and Nancy Pelosi are no longer alive too, right?
I mean, you can find information for yourself.
I'm asking. I'm talking to you though. I'm not trying to. Yes or no?
I tell my lies on TikTok, and that's what I believe.
Okay.
Yes.
So yes, you do believe Hillary Clinton and Nancy Pelosi. All right. And once again, you believe they're all being portrayed by actresses as well?
They're all in the public eye. They're all actors on stage in costumes. They all have IMDb numbers. Think about that. You know what that is?
Yeah, independent movie database.
Yes, they all have them, Tim. They all have them. Look it up. Look it up.
How did Nancy Pelosi perish?
Tribunal.
So she was basically held in a tribunal and they took her life.
She, from what I read, and again, I'm just lying, TikTok. I'm just a liar. I'm here spreading lies. Okay. She was found guilty in Gitmo for trying to hire somebody to get rid of Trump.
What did Hillary Clinton do wrong?
Pizzagate.
And it was the same thing at tribunal?
Yes.
Trump has officially won Iowa now, so they did give Trump Iowa. So he's having a good night. I'm going to say, based on what I'm seeing, he is having a good night. Trump is having a good night.
If you were a military man, Tim, then you understand this. Q has always been military level intelligence. Q is secret military level intelligence that gets told in public, in secret, and through code. That's always been code of Q for the military since the inception of the military. Q is not QAnon, the January 6thers. That's not the same thing. I've been trying to tell you that. You can find things on different places that allow free speech, like Telegram, like, different sites like that where you can actually connect to these groups and you can find the information and then go look it up for yourself in a quality browser. This is how you do good research.
All right, I got to move it on. I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it at that. You got me. You got my head spinning.
When it becomes a freaking run out and it's all red, it's undeniable. Somebody knows something and you're not listening. Please open your eyes and ears at that point. That's all I'm saying.
Roger
Goodbye.
that.
Take care.
All right.
Be safe. Everyone take care. Hey, we're all Americans in the end. And I got love for everybody here. I don't care who you are, what you are. Hey, we're all Americans. That's what we need to remember.
All right. Appreciate it. Moving on with the program. Like I said, Trump has now officially been granted Iowa. They have granted Kamala Harris a few of the West Coast states. She's been granted California. She's been granted Washington. Oregon is still leaning blue. So right now it's now 214 to 179. So being granted California and Washington brought Kamala Harris much, much closer. But Trump's still up by 30, almost, well, no, over 30, by over 30 electoral college votes. So stuff is being called. I don't know. We may know. Some folks are saying we wouldn't know who won for a few days. I don't know. We may know. Certainly, now my last caller was saying that, if you see everything in red, that should tell you something. I gotta say, even though I think what he says often is pretty damn wild, if you look at the map, let me see if I can zoom in on it. If you actually look at I don't want to click on a state. If you look at the actual map right now, as we speak right now, it is very, very red. Now, when I say very red, I mean I'm counting also states that are leaning Republican. All of those pink states, Trump is in the lead. Now, I see your comment, Ascot. You said the map is usually red in the middle. No, it's redder. And what I mean by it's redder is that this map has Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia. All those states are leaning red. I don't know what just happened. Don't know what just happened there. But if he wins all of those states, this map will be way more red than what you've seen under Obama, Biden, Clinton. She would now, because some folks are saying that Trump will win the popular vote. If he wins all these states that are leaning red, he will win the popular vote. If he wins all these states, it will be a landslide. This is a lot of states. Every swing state right now is leaning towards Trump. Every one of them, with the exception of Nevada. And Nevada's not leaning towards anybody. They got it. I don't know why it keeps doing it. They got it blank, but at least on Bing, let me go back to the AP. Maybe it's something in relation to AP, because they got every swing state leaning towards Trump. Now on the AP, it's for the most part the same way. Minnesota, and by the way, Minnesota was not supposed to be in play. That's where Tim Walz is at. That's his state. If Tim Walz can't even win his own state, that's really saying something bad. But not the race I keep hearing the vouch. I thought it was supposed to be a flu landslide. I don't know what you mean by that, but I'm just going to say right now, and I see somebody said hypothetically, if it flipped, they will say we cheated. Kind of pointless now. Yeah, for some reason, if Kamala Harris win the election, people are going to say that anyway, though. They were going to say that anyway. He's confused. He ran as Hillary versus Obama. Yeah, they're going to say that if I'd say from the onset of the election, from day one, Trump, every election Trump has ever been involved in, if he doesn't win, he's going to say it was cheated. I mean, that's just in his nature to claim fraud. I mean, he's going to do that no matter what. Even in the midterm races, where he was not involved and he was just picking candidates. He was saying that cheating was happening. That's just what he does. But I see in the comments, 1970 says it's going to be the closest race. It ain't looking like that now. I mean, that he mentioned the tortoise in the hare. That better start materializing fast. Otherwise, I mean, and I see somebody in the comments said that, what is that? Says New York Times, 88% chance Trump is going to win or something like that. Who said that? I saw that somewhere in there. I don't know. Jill Stein was robbed. Jill Stein had no chance. If true, if Harris wins, it'll be a bunch of people saying she cheated. If he wins, he'll say it was fair. That is true. If Trump wins the election, he's gonna say it's the fairest, freest election ever. If he loses, he's gonna say it was cheated. That is true. Every election Trump has been involved in, he said it's been cheating. Even when he was backing Dr. Oz in Pennsylvania, backing Herschel Walker, every election he's been involved in, he said people were cheating. That's just, it works for him. I see in the comments, MAGA Mike says it's over. 80% New York Times for Trump. All right. Right now, like I said, right now it don't look good for Kamala Harris. I'm just going to say that right now it's not looking good for her with all of these blue wall states leaning red. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota too, by the way. Wow. Minnesota was not even supposed to be in play. Harris is projected winner of Oregon. That was expected, but she can use every electoral college vote she can get. Oregon is 8 votes. Let me see if Bing has her winning. Bing still does not have her getting Oregon yet. No, so that would give her 8 more. That would put her at 187. Trump's at 214 already. Trump's been winning the whole night. He's been up by a lot the whole night because it started over in the East Coast. And fact is, there are just so many more blue states than there are red. The blue states that are in favor of the Democrats, they have a lot more population, but just in terms of out of 50 states, how many of them are red or how many of them are blue, there's just far more states that are red. So the maps, even if Kamala wins, the map's going to look fairly red because there's just far more red states than blue. Now, I see in the comments, Chris is saying it's 216 to 193 now. I'm not seeing that yet. 193. So what else has Kamala Harris won to give her 193? Because I'm not seeing that yet. Yeah, I'm not seeing that. I'm looking for it though. Because I got 179 and 214. So you've had a few others. The slow walk down says, okay. Oh, Hawaii. They called Hawaii for Kamala Harris. Is that true? You deserve to be on the Trump transition team, says Anthony Mark. Really? All right. MAGA Senate. Yeah, Trump's going to be the man. I will say this. Trump is going to be the most powerful president in our entire lifetime. More powerful than Reagan, more powerful than Obama, whoever you want to point to. He will be the most powerful president in our lifetime because he's taken office with a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court. He's taken office where the Supreme Court has already ruled he's immune. He's taken office likely with control of the Senate, maybe control of the House as well. He will be by far the most powerful president in our lifetime. If he uses his powers for good, okay, America could flourish. But there is room, and there's a lot of it, to use his powers for, self-gratification or something bad too. Hopefully he uses his powers for good. But let's say, for instance, he wins, he could pardon all of the January 6th protesters and start doing, he could use his powers for bad. He could easily do that. Now will you take a listen to the second Declaration of Independence? Timoto, you're scaring me, man. Pardon January 6th, MAGA Mike says. You got people on video busting windows and shit, beating up cops. You want all them people pardoned, huh? All right. Could be interesting. I want to know if he wins, if Trump wins, now I want to know what's going to happen when he's sentenced, what that judge is going to do. My guess is because he's promising to go after so many elite members of society, I'm not going to put it above the Democrats to try to actually cheat for real. He's promising to go after a lot of big, powerful people. Shit, next time it might not be his ear. I'm just telling you, I hate to say it that way, but it would not surprise me if he wins and he still loses some kind of way. I'm just telling you, he's promising to go after a lot of powerful people. more than anybody else in presidential history. He's promising to go after a lot of powerful people. I see Patty says, I can't believe he's still alive. Yeah, I'm just telling you, I know it sounds awful. And this is not for, as some people say, I'm just saying this for educational purposes. No, I mean this. I mean this. He is promising to go after a lot of elite members of our society. It would not surprise me if the guy ate the wrong shit and suddenly had some really bad indigestion, like the worst indigestion you could ever have, and never came back from it. Wouldn't surprise me. A lot of people jonesing to get this man because he's jonesing to get a lot of people. Let me go to the box. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Texas. Good evening. Texas. Welcome to the program.
What's up, Tim?
Hey, so how you feeling?
Well, there's still a lot to see, isn't there? They're not really.
Yeah, but it's looking. Now you're in favor of who?
Trump.
Okay, so you do like where it's going, though, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, but I mean, if anybody paid attention 4 years ago.
Yeah, but it didn't look like this.
You know, there's still a lot to do.
Yeah, but it didn't look like this 4 years ago, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, look, every election is going to be different. So, but to me, it's like I'm watching every channel I can to see what everyone's saying. You know, some are calling things a little bit earlier. Like I saw Iowa called.
Yeah, and I do agree that could open up the door to some Democratic challenges. They are calling the Republican states really early. That is a problem. I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, I mean, so we'll see what happens. I mean, it's going to be a long night. I'm surprised you only got 26,000 likes. You know, you need to tell these people to show you some love. If you're going to be on here all night, giving them what they want to hear, you know.
Yeah, well, yeah, I have not been asking for that. Well, shit, maybe I need to wrap it up early. You're right. Nobody has been tapping the screen, showing the program any love at all. You are correct about that. But you gotta be feeling like you're in a pretty good position, don't you?
I mean, I'm not surprised by it, honestly. You know, I didn't know you 4 years ago, but May 4 years ago in 2020, I knew Biden was going to win. So, you know, about the same time, I was ready to say that Trump's going to lead. I don't think it's going to be a landslide like some people were saying, you know, that he's just going to take off with it by any means, because we're still really divided.
Why did you think why did you think Biden was going to beat Trump last time?
Well, they were just, they were resonating more with the younger crowd, you know, those younger first-time voters. And now I'm seeing Trump, I think, is taking that away more than the Democrats have been able to realize. I think it's going to come to light after this election, you know, and that's what I saw months ago. I mean, it came to fruition for me with the whole Tony joke in Madison Square Garden. You know, that guy is loved by Gen Z, and because of his non-political correctness jokes.
Is he loved by Puerto Ricans?
Well, I mean, I know that's some straws that the Democrats grasped at, but if you look at Florida, she underperformed amongst the Latino and Hispanic vote in Florida. So it obviously, which is heavily Puerto Rican, obviously didn't sway them in any way, right? Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's like you take the number one comedian podcaster, or at least comedy show, that Kill Tony show, and he's known for his, you know, like I said, unpolitical correctness and his, you know, just extreme jokes, and that's what they like, and the left demonized him for it.
Yeah, I mean, but let me say this in regards to let me say this in regards to the left demonizing him for those jokes. It's political season. Now, I'm not disagreeing with you, but it is a political season, and that was a political rally. And this is what I ask a lot of folks. If Kamala Harris threw a Democratic convention, same place, Madison Square Garden or anywhere else, and she hired a comedian, same comedian, and he used the same joke, You think MAGA and Trump supporters would not have tried to use that joke against Kamala Harris?
Oh yeah, I mean that's just the
right. So why do they
nature,
make it
but
sound like the Democrats doing that? Why do they make it sound like the Democrats doing that is something that is so outrageous, knowing they damn well would have did the same thing?
Right, because that's what I'm saying. It's really along with the Gen Z, from what I'm seeing. You're taking someone that they have been listening to for years, making them laugh, and you're still hanging him out to dry, and it's making them mad. And I think they're showing up more to vote red than blue because of things like that. I think that persuade first-time voters more than it persuade Puerto Ricans to vote against Trump.
Yeah.
Because
well, like I said though, if the Democrats had hired that guy, the Republicans would have tried to hang him out to dry in the exact same way. They would have everything that the Democrats are saying about the Republicans. I mean, the fact is, he told that joke at a presidential rally. He didn't do it at a comedy show, and that was.
He did do it at a comedy show.
Huh?
It bombed just as bad at a comedy show the night before.
Yeah, but at a comedy show,
I mean, Joe Rogan told him not to tell the joke. I think Shane Gillis, a bunch of comedians said, "Don't do that joke, man. It's bombed out for you. It's not going to work." And he still went out and he did it, and it bombed at the rally.
I mean, really at a comedy show. Yeah, but at a comedy show, you expect raunchy comedy. You don't expect that at a presidential rally where people got kids and stuff there. I mean, you don't. That ain't the venue for that. So people are going to complain about that.
I mean, I think it can be the venue for it. If you invite a comedian to a rally, they're there to be a comedian. I mean, I get that the Democrats invited a singer to a rally and then didn't let her sing. So, I mean, to me,
she wasn't invited to the sing though. I mean, that's like saying they invited Hulk Hogan to the RNC, but he wasn't in a wrestling match. I mean, does she have to sing every time she show up?
His shirt, didn't he?
Huh?
He still ripped his shirt. He still ripped his shirt, didn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, you see what I'm saying? It doesn't matter what the person does. If they do their bit or they sing their song, whatever they choose to do, you can clearly see he chose to make jokes. He chose to make a bad joke, which he's trying to workshop, I guess, or something. But to me, the question is, asking why he decided to workshop some jokes at a rally. That sounds dumber than being a comedian at a rally. He's just doing the job he was hired to do. And he's being the comedian that he's known to be.
I'm just simply saying.
That's where the left overstepped and dramatized something that it really isn't. Don't get me wrong. I don't believe they're wrong for doing it. They had to do what they had to do. They took an opportunity. You know what I mean? And I agree with you that the Republicans would have done it as well. But that's not how it played out. It played out where the Democrats fell for it.
Somebody just, I saw on X, somebody said, "I'm sad to hear Bernie's passing." I'm assuming they're making a joke. I'm assuming Bernie Sanders didn't die, did he?
No, he just won New Hampshire again.
Oh, they probably Bernie Sanders is probably pissed off, and that's what they're bringing it up for. He did win New Hampshire again. Yeah, that's what it is. He's 83. Wow, and he won again. Jeez. Oh my God. Yeah. All right, but like I said, though, I do believe that with the comedian thing, the Democrats didn't do nothing in regards to that comedian with that joke that the Republicans wouldn't have done. I mean, I remember when they were going after Obama because he wore a tan suit, or because he appeared on stage without a flag lapel pin, or that he got off a helicopter and did not salute the soldier. They were picking anything they could to go after the guy. So when the Democrats start doing that, it's suddenly wrong?
No, it's not wrong at all. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying it shows you a couple of things. It shows you where they're losing their votes, and it shows you they're behind in votes. And to me, I think that's where, like, Trump maybe took some stuff out of context, and now a whole bunch of people are out there believing, like your guest before me, that this is going to be a landslide victory. Because early polling and things like that showed uptick in early voting for Republicans versus Democrats.
Yeah, I got to say the polling showed.
That's a significant thing to look at, but it's not going to guarantee anybody's winning,
Yeah, I got to say the polling showed this to be a lot closer than what we're seeing so far, but still, I will continue to reiterate that even still, as the way it looked right now, that Trump is doing pretty well, still, none of the swing states have officially went to him yet. He has not won any swing state yet. So It looks he's leaning every swing state right now. Trump is leading in, but he has not won any of them yet. So until he starts picking them off, it's still the same. It's right now. It's still the same close race. I mean that you got the states that were supposed to go to Kamala Harris so far have all went to her or are close to going to her. I think she hasn't officially won New Hampshire, Virginia, or New Mexico or Oregon on my map, but she is leading in all of those states. Trump has either won or is leading in all the states he was predicted to win in, and nobody's won the swing states. The only difference is he's leading in the swing states. But other than that, the race is still kind of going as the way they said it would go.
And what swing state do you think they're going to call first?
Ooh, let me see what the numbers look like. And looking at the AP poll, they got Georgia, 90% of the votes have come in Georgia. So that might be the one. Trump is at 51% of Georgia. Kamala Harris is at 48.3%. So Georgia might be that state that gets called first. Let me see. After Georgia, I'm surprised they haven't called. Well, actually, no. North Carolina. Well, did they give North Carolina to Trump already? So that one has already been called. So according to this AP poll, well, according to this one, they've given Trump North Carolina. So that is a swing state he has won. According to this, now on the Bing map, I don't think I saw North Carolina. Did they give? Yeah, they gave it to him. So yeah, he's won one swing state. So he has won one. He's won North Carolina. So and I think Georgia would probably be next. Pennsylvania, 76% of the votes came in, and he's beating Kamala Harris by 3.3 percentage points. So Pennsylvania might come after Georgia. Michigan, he's beating Kamala Harris 52-45, and only 32% of the votes have come in. But he's beating her by a decent margin in Michigan. I thought Michigan would be the state that she'd have the best chance of winning.
Michigan.
Yeah, I didn't think he would beat her.
I thought Michigan was going to be blue for sure. That's the one that's shocking me.
Yeah. He's beating her.
Virginia either, have they?
Huh?
They haven't called Virginia either, have they?
No. And she's leading in Virginia, 50.3, 48.1 for Trump. 77% of the votes are in. But he wasn't expected to win Virginia anyway. He don't need Virginia. He can keep doing what he's doing and win. I mean, Nevada, it hasn't been touched, but Nevada's only worth 6 electoral college votes. He can easily win without having to worry about Nevada. Hell, if he wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, I think he may. Yeah, because he's at 230 right now, so he only needs 40 more. Pennsylvania's 19 of the 40, so that would leave him only needing 21 more. And Michigan is 15, so that would leave him only leading 6. And virtually any state's going to give you 6. So if he can win Pennsylvania and Michigan, it's done. I mean, or Georgia. If he wins Georgia, that's 16. If he wins Pennsylvania and Georgia, 19 plus 16 is what, 35? 35. So if he wins Pennsylvania and Georgia, any other state would do it. So I'll just say this: he has a lot of paths to victory. Huh?
I don't think they're going to call Pennsylvania tonight. I don't see Pennsylvania being called tonight. It wasn't, 4 years ago. I guess it could be different, but I expect not to hear anything from that. But the surprise for me was Minnesota for sure.
Yeah, well, he hasn't won Minnesota, but it is he's still in the lead. So Tim Walz did not even secure his own state. And by the way, even though it's saying it's only 16% of the votes in, he's really, really high up in Minnesota. 61.1% to 36.8. He's beating her by a lot in Minnesota.
And I think that's where it's going to come. If Trump wins, they're going to say Harris's campaign made a bad choice. Because if she would have picked Shapiro out of Pennsylvania, I think he would have secured Pennsylvania a lot easier, and I think he would have performed better for Walz. Just was too scattered everywhere.
I don't know about I think it's her. I mean, there are people that don't resonate with her. I don't think it matters who she picks as VP. I think there's a lot of voters that she is not resonating with, even voters of color. I think it's her.
Well, yeah, but that's where a strong VP could actually pick those votes up. I mean, if you look at it, I think JD Vance has actually helped Trump a lot more than Walz has helped Harris, and that's at least swaying voters or bringing people back. Because, I mean, I've told you before, I've never voted for Trump until this election. It's the first time I voted for him, So I think there's a lot more people like that. And like I said, I think they're getting a lot more of the Gen Z vote than what was anticipated anyways.
Yeah. And I will say, I see in the comments, Draco said it's the economy stupid. I don't, if we were talking about 2 years ago, I would be willing to bite into that when eggs were like, $3-4 a get or $3-4 a dozen. Or right now, where the economy is right now, I don't foresee Trump making it all that much better. I mean, let's say he brings down the price of gas 40-50 cents a gallon. I mean, because gas is now under $3 a gallon. So he brings it down. It's not like people make it sound like under Trump, they're gonna be living in a mansion and they were living in a doghouse under Biden. It ain't gonna change that much at this point. I mean, I understand why you would vote for Trump over Biden based on it, but at the end, he's not going. You're not about to make double the income or something like that. People are making it sound like that if Trump gets elected, they just gonna have this surplus of extra money. I mean, he was asked in front of McDonald's would he raise the minimum wage, and he wouldn't say yes. So even if you bring down the price of goods and services, it ain't gonna be by that much. I mean, what do you think they're gonna be selling you a box of cereal for 50 cents? I mean, the economy is nowhere near as bad as it was maybe 2-3 years ago. So to me, that one area, I think people are going to, if you get Trump, fine. But I think some people are going to be disappointed on that because I think people have this expectation that they're going to have all of this windfall of extra cash if Trump gets elected. I don't see it considering what the economy is right now.
No, and I haven't met anybody really, talked to anybody that, I know that's voting for Trump for the economy wise that think they're going to just catch this big windfall of cash. But I know a lot of people like myself were making more money than we were 2 and even 4 years ago. And we haven't made any progress really. It's like I can't outpace inflation. So what are we working towards here?
Yeah.
And I think that's the level of frustration most people are at. And I think that's where, because I mean, again, with me, she doesn't bring anything economy-wise to the table that Biden brought. You're not bringing anything new, so I can't go at the same pace as the last 4 years. I got to try something else, and maybe with the economy on an upswing, like I agree with the Department of Government Efficiency. I think that's going to be a great thing. There's a lot of stuff that is being spent that we don't need money on, I saw graphs where we have over 450 government agencies and we've been in existence for 200 something years. So we're making like 2 agencies a year at this rate. Like, do we need that many agencies? Do we need that many? Can anybody even list that many agencies?
I understand that there's waste in government, but I mean, I hate to bring up the race card, but I always bring it up when we talk about small government. As a person of color, I know how bad small government was for people like me. I mean, if it wasn't for big government, I wouldn't be a free man. I mean, there would be states I would not want to go into. Just like when people talk about states' rights. States' rights, it was draconian for minorities. I mean, there is nothing about states' rights that a minority should want to go back to. The only way states' rights or a small government should sound good to a minority is if you completely ignore history. If you take away what happened in the past and pretend like history can never repeat itself, then yeah, it might make sense. But if you look at what we were doing when we did have small government, when we did have states' rights, as a minority, why would you want to go back to that? There is no good history to look back on for minorities, for states' rights or small government. It's all bad. So I am amazed at so many minorities that, well, states' rights sound good. Let's go back to, like, you don't have any examples where it was good in the past. You have to literally ignore all of history to make it sound right. So that one I can't understand.
Well, I mean, I have to disagree with you. I don't think a larger government abolished slavery. I think you know, an amendment to our Constitution, and
that's,
you know,
yeah, the
people
federal
standing up
government.
for what was right.
Yeah, the federal government. States'
that
rights was never
that
going to do
wasn't-
it.
That wasn't an over. Yeah, that wasn't an oversight that's in place. Making the government smaller isn't going to take away that right that's been, you know, recognized finally.
I don't know why you think
Established.
that. And you see what happened with women abortion rights. Once they took that out of the hands of the feds, they were happy to start taking it away. I think the LGBT community, if the states get the right, if the states get the right to decide what happens with the LGBT community, you think they won't lose some rights?
No, I don't think so. I mean, because look, a lot of the abortion, because Roe v. Wade went out, old abortion laws just went back into effect. So you're seeing now that abortion, you know, laws are being voted on in this election.
They not.
And red states are approved. Huh?
Yeah. So what you're saying?
Like passed in Florida. So what I'm saying is, that is, to me, though, you can't correlate those two, because that is something completely different. That is something that I did agree with that happened, because I was tired of seeing these presidential candidates debate on abortion and not doing anything to set it in stone for women's rights, because they would just fall back to Roe v. Wade.
So you believe, so you believe that if every state had their own right to decide, no state would take away same-sex marriage or transgender. You don't think any state would do that? They would let them continue doing what they would. You wouldn't lose any rights at all in the LGBT community if it was given to the states.
If it's given to the states and it's put on a ballot for all of us to vote on, I don't see people taking that away.
But what makes you think? Wait, hold on. What makes you think they're gonna put it on the ballot to vote on? They didn't do that with abortion rights.
Right, because those laws were already in effect.
Yeah, those laws were in effect. Hold on. Those laws were in effect from an era where women didn't even have a right to vote. They went back to laws from the 1800s. Right. That's not a fair law. What are you talking about?
It's not. I know it's not, but that's where we have to demand our state our state people, you know, lawyers, you know, lawmakers, to push to change the law.
Why should you have to push if your state's going to be fair to you? Why should you have to push them against going back to laws when women had no say? So the fact that they're willing to do that shows that they're not as on the up and up as you're saying they are.
Well, and that's why I don't vote for Abbott, right? That's why I didn't vote for Cruz, right? But people did vote. Cruz has already won. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. That's where I'm learning that the people in this state that I'm in are in agreement with what's in place. It might not be what I agree with, you know, but it's what they want. That's what they voted for, right?
Yeah, and that's my concern is that if you allow the states to decide. I mean, our history shows that when the states had their own ability to vote, they voted against minorities on a host of issues. And we're saying, let's go back to that era and give the people in the states the right to make these decisions. Their history is terrible. They had a point in time where you had states' rights and the states had the right to vote on this stuff. And they went against all of this stuff. So why would I want to go back to that era?
But the mindset is what was the control of that era. That mindset isn't here today, Tim. That's where you're showing me you have a lack of faith in your fellow Americans, because it's not going to happen.
Arizona, why would you say that though? You just admitted Arizona went back to a law from the 1800s on the book. They didn't say the mindset is not here today. They happily went back to a law from the 1800s.
No, it's not that they went back to it. It just it automatically goes into effect because that's the only law we have.
That's actually not true. They had other laws that were a little bit later than 1800. They literally picked the one they wanted to go back to. They didn't have to do that. Not to mention, they could have immediately, the minute they went to states' rights, they could, the state legislators, now that they have states' rights, they could immediately call that for a vote. They don't have to go back to the 1800s. They chose to do that.
Yeah, California was a great example. When it happened in California, what did they do? Next voting cycle, they had it on the ballot. People got to vote to ensure women's rights, and it passed. You know what I mean? And some states are going to be more efficient in that way than others. But I'm telling you, I have the faith in the American people that we are going to get there. You know, it's going to be slower in some spots than it is others. But there's nothing out there that I see that abortion doesn't correlate with minorities. It doesn't mean there's no one out there saying, hey, we got to take minorities' rights away. We got to take LGBTQ rights away. No one's talking about taking those rights away.
Yeah, see what I don't like is this. You're pointing to Arizona went back to a law from. There's a lot of anti minority laws that are still on the books. That if you remove the federal protections, there are a lot of bad laws that are still on the books they could do for with minorities too. I mean, exactly what happened with abortion rights could happen.
But that's my point. Is no one's talking about removing those laws. Like you seem to be afraid of something that no one's even talking about. I get your point where minorities are going to be more for a more regulated government, a larger government, right? That's what you feel has ensured your rights. My whole argument is a large government didn't create that right. That was just a lot of.
I wish I felt this confident as you, because I can tell you this. Several years ago, when Trump came down the escalator and was running in 2015, and women started talking about if he wins, they're gonna take away abortion rights and things like that. People were saying the same thing you're saying now. As you say, you don't have trust in your fellow man, and people were saying that's liberal fear mongering. And then once this happened, well, to me, once we've seen that, I don't feel confident as you do that it won't happen. But I'll give you the last word. I do got to move it on.
Yeah, no problem, man. Like always, I appreciate you letting me up, Tim, and hopefully these people start tapping their thumbs a little faster for you. You did get up some on your likes, but I'm here. I'm going to be watching this stuff all night. I'll keep checking in on you while you're live, and, everyone have a blessed night, and let's just all remember we're Americans and we're all here together.
Appreciate it. Thank you for coming through. And looking at, I think
Donald Trump lead has grown, and is this a surmountable lead for the Harris campaign?
There's definitely still votes on the table where it can be made up, but it gets harder as the night goes on. There's more vote comes
they're
in.
starting to admit on ABC that the lead that Trump has is getting close to being insurmountable.
24,000 votes there. Donald Trump's winning that county 60-40. Lancaster, another place, another 13,000 votes there. So once you get into Philadelphia, the suburbs, it's a lot of vote that's still there. We're still talking about 250,000 votes in Philadelphia, but Kamala Harris is going to win all of them, right? She might win it by a 2-1, 3-1.
I think I saw them say the odds are about 30% chance that Kamala Harris could win, and Trump has about a 60-some-odd% chance of winning the whole thing. I mean, it's looking good for Trump. We're talking about this taking 2 or 3 days to count. I think it's going to be concluded by the time we wake up in the morning, in my opinion. Paul Smith says, what is your opinion? Do you think Trump is going to win or Kamala? I'm going to ride with Trump. Based on what I'm seeing, there's no reason to believe that he's not going to win unless some significant happens. I mean, she got to catch up. I mean, he's literally leading her in every swing state. Not one of the swing states is she winning in. He's leading her in every swing state, and he's already won one of them, being North Carolina. Every swing state she's losing in. Finally, she is now finally taking the lead in Minnesota, which was not a swing state, but she is finally taking the lead at least there. But to me, you're getting into the miracle category. Let me see what.
I still think that's a jump ball. Although, look, you have to say at this point, you'd rather be Trump than Harris, given the way the map is being laid out.
This is Chris Christie.
As we sit here now. And the other thing, when you mentioned Moreno before, that's a really important seat, assuming they win Montana as well.
Here's what I'd be curious to know. How many of these people are fearful? I mean, Trump has talked about going after, prosecuting and going after a lot of people. And as I mentioned before, he is the most powerful. He will be the most powerful president in probably ever. Probably going back since the founding fathers with all of the power they've already given him. You gotta assume some people like General Milley and General Petraeus, and he's talking about going after Dr. Fauci. Some of them folks got to be scared. I mean, some of them folks. That's why I said it wouldn't surprise me if Trump won and suddenly had a cardiac event or something like that. He's even talked about getting rid of the FBI and things like that. So it would not surprise me if he won and something happened. Because he's talking about going after a lot of the elite members of our society. Like literally, there'll be tribunals, as Timoto was talking about in the comments. There's going to be tribunals and executions and shit going on everywhere. If you listen to what he's saying, I mean, he is kind of promising this stuff. Now, he's making jokes about Liz, as he said it's a joke. I'll leave it at that. I'm not going to go down that road, but as he said, it was a joke about what he said about Liz Cheney. It was a joke about what he said about the media, but he is constantly making comedy about people getting shot and shit. So I gotta assume some folks, some of the elite members of society are probably shaking in their boots on this. Women, and I made a video earlier. I'll say this. And by the way, tap the screen. Give me on up to 50,000 on the likes. Appreciate that. I'll go to the next caller. So tap the screen. Give me up to 50,000. Here's one of the things I will say, because I made a video on this about YouTube. There are several groups of people, I believe, that are really scared of a Trump win. Those individuals, these are different groups. First, I'll talk internationally, folks that are not in the country. Then I'll go to domestic. Number one being Vladimir Zelensky of the Ukraine. When I'm talking about being scared, he's likely to either be in prison for the rest of his life or be killed. If Trump wins and he does what he's talking about, where he's going to, focus on America and get out of the Ukraine Russian war, Vladimir Zelensky days are numbered. Unless some country gives him a place to hide out and refuge and he takes it. But obviously the Ukraine will fall to Russia pretty quick if Trump wins and does what he's talking about. So we will have that problem. I don't know how our allies are going to feel with Trump starting to work with Russia and work with North Korea like he's doing. So I don't know what our alliances are going to be like. But Zelensky is going to be incarcerated, dead, or on the run. Ukrainian citizens are going to lose their sovereignty, and some of them are going to lose their lives as well. So I do believe they have the most to lose out of every group I'm about to name if Trump is elected, as the Ukrainian people and their leader. Next would probably be the concern with the Israelis and Hamas. Now, they want Trump to win as well because Benjamin Netanyahu gets a lot more power and privilege to do what he wants to do under a Trump administration than a Biden, or maybe a Kamala Harris administration. Now, Kamala Harris is going to side with Israel too, but Trump's going to be far more stronger with it. Kamala Harris was still kind of chastising Israelites, take it easy, where Trump is saying finish the job. So once again, a lot of people that are going, a lot of folks in the Muslim community are going to die if Trump wins, but at the same time, some folks are going to point to October 7th and be like, look, you picked your poison. You attacked Israel, so what comes to you comes to you. But yeah, it's going to be a lot of deaths in that area. Now, talk about domestically. In this country, who has the most to worry about if Trump wins? Number one, and I see in the comments, Big Bert, you says Virginia went blue. That's not much solace for Kamala Harris, so she was already expected to win Virginia. She's losing all the swing states, though. Not winning any of the swing states is what's killing her. She was already expected to win Virginia. That she needs more than that. Losing Pennsylvania, losing Michigan and Wisconsin and all that shit is what's killing her. Winning Virginia and she hasn't won Virginia even. It's going blue. No, she won it. No, she did win. She won Virginia. All right, she won Virginia, but she needs to win. Where is she at now? 205 to 230. So she needs to win. If she could win Pennsylvania, the blue wall states. If she won Pennsylvania at 19, she won Michigan. That's another 15. So you're talking 34 there, 44. She won Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. That would give her 44 votes. And shit, she still would not have won yet.
And what you are seeing is potentially Donald Trump on the precipice of the greatest comeback in American political history. I mean, we've never seen anything like this. We've seen presidents lose and come back.
This is Jonathan Carl of ABC.
Cleveland, coming back, but this is you do. Yeah, it's a long time ago.
I'm just kidding.
But a president who left the White House the way he left, impeached for the second time, 7 members of his own party voting to convict him in the Senate, facing multiple criminal trials, indictments in 4 separate cases, convictions in the case in New York, and to face all of that, come back, recapture the Republican nomination, and be on the precipice of potentially getting back into the White House is something unlike anything we have ever seen in American history. Even with Donald Trump, we've just never seen something like this. And to see the Republicans in these races, we don't know where the House is yet. The House, we're probably going to have to wait a while, but on the precipice of potentially not just retaking the Senate, but retaking it comfortably. It gets to the question that Donald Trump would ask in the closing days at the beginning of every one of his rallies. Are you better off today than you were 4 years ago?
That's strong language. That's strong language. So it looks like most of the ABC analysts, Chris Christie and all of them are also starting to say that Trump is likely to go ahead and win this. So Texas Mom, good evening. Welcome to the program. Texas Mom, you are MAGA. You got to be pretty happy right now, right?
Tim, I told you last week I was going to win with a minimum of 287, possibly 302.
Wow.
Now, remember what you said last week? Tim, come on.
What did I say? I
You
forgot.
said we'd be talking. Come on now. I want it. I want to hear it. I want that Trump dance with that Trump hat.
I didn't promise that, but I am going to be conceding the point. Look like you're probably more right than not for certain. So yeah, it's looking good for Trump. There's no denying that. It's looking really good for Trump.
Yep. So last week. Come on, Tim. You know I told you.
You did.
As many times we talk.
You did.
I told you. 287 minimum, 302.
Well, 302. Where would they leave Kamala Harris? Is that considered a landslide though? Because Hillary Clinton, Biden got 306, didn't he? That's not a landslide though, is it? It's a win. No matter. It's a win, but it's not a landslide.
It's a win.
Yeah, it's a win.
Yeah.
It's not a landslide though. But let's see though, because right now Trump is winning in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. I think he's going to win Pennsylvania.
Okay. So here's the thing. Trump's going to win Nevada. He's going to win Arizona. He's going to win Alaska. She's going to win Hawaii. She's going to probably win Minnesota. Trump's going to win Georgia. Trump's going to win Pennsylvania. There it is right there, baby.
Yeah. Well, I'm not arguing with you. I think you calling it. I think you might have it. How much is Alaska? How many votes are they worth? That's not worth much, is it? But doesn't
Alaska, I believe, is 3.
Okay.
Nevada, I believe, is 6.
Yeah.
Arizona, I'm thinking 6 or 7.
Arizona's 11.
11. Okay. Yeah. So Pennsylvania, he's going to win PA.
That's 19.
He's going to win Georgia.
19 and Georgia's 16 and Pennsylvania's 19. So that alone is 35 right there.
Yep.
Yeah.
I told you 287 is the minimum. I told you last week.
So it's not a landslide, but it is a victory, and that's all that matters. So what do you think? You think if he wins, you think America's gonna accept it?
Here now remember the second part that I told you, Tim. This is just the beginning of it. They're going to do everything they can to keep this man out of office.
I believe that.
So remember when I told you about January 6th of 2025. So we have to wait to see if they try to pull this out of the hat with January the 6th.
What do you mean? What do you mean by January 6th? Explain that.
Tim, we talked about this last week, and you thought I was cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, remember?
Yeah, so explain it now that I think you're more serious.
I don't know why you didn't think I was serious last week.
All right, because I thought... Explain it to me. I'm listening. Let me get my notes out. Go ahead.
So here's the thing. They're going to try to pull the insurrection card. So by them pulling that, they're going to disqualify him as being president. Remember, we talked about this.
Okay.
And you told me I was cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Well, I'm hearing you now, though. I'm gonna tell you why I'm hearing you. I get you're laughing, but the reason why I'm hearing you now is because I do tend to think the Democratic Party may be desperate to find some other avenue to get rid of him. So some of that cuckoo shit sounds a lot more legitimate now. because they don't even if he win this election, they're gonna be coming up with what, because he's threatening so many people. So I don't think they're gonna just let him walk in there like that. Give me your continue though. Let me hear it.
I mean, I tried to tell you they're going to try to pull this, and that's where because they already put into effect with that what is it 5402.00.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, I know you gave. I got it written down. Let me say something real quick. Chris in the comments says if he wins, that's it. He's president, no matter the past court stuff. Move on. You say that now in 2024. You weren't saying that in 2020. They should have said the same thing when Biden won. He won, move on. No, not all of this stop the steal stuff. So yeah, at the end, if Trump had in my opinion, if Trump had acted presidential, he would have been given 2 terms. I think he would have won re-election last time, but a lot of the crazy shit he does is why he's facing all of this. They just gave Kamala Harris Virginia, so yeah, I see that on ABC. But yeah, my guess is some of the stuff you're saying, I don't know if it's exactly how you're saying it, but I think it has more chance to be a legitimate than not at this point, because I do believe the Democrats are going to be looking at other avenues, like that sentence. He's due to be sentenced in November. I don't know what's going to come out of that, but my guess is that judge that is due to sentence Trump, he might get a call from some higher up members of the Democratic Party. They're going to be trying to come at him with different angles. It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, but here's what you don't understand. They had this in play in 2020. If he would have won 2020, they had this already in play. They already did 2 scenarios of this.
Why would they do that? They didn't do it to Bush. Why Trump?
Tim, come on now.
I know the answer, but I want you to state it. Why would they do it to him when they didn't do it to any other Republican president?
Because of who he is and what he stands for.
What does he stand for?
He wants less government, everything more to the people. When you start taking away government's power, it's a big issue. It's a big issue.
I know he says he's for smaller. Well, hold on. I know he does say he's for power to the people and smaller government, but fact is they all say that. Every Republican is for smaller government. Ronald Reagan did very well running for that. I disagree with you on this notion. I don't believe it's that he's for smaller government. I think that the constant bashing and going after elite members of society and expecting no consequences for it is where I think there's a problem.
They came after him. I told you last time he's mad.
No, wait. They came after him. All of it. I mean, he started out with saying Obama was born in Kenya. He wasn't even president yet.
But let me tell you why he said that. Because before Obama became president, Obama was writing a book, and the publisher published a pamphlet. It was like 17 or 18 unknown authors. And in this pamphlet, they wrote about each author of the book, which the book never came out. But the publisher put Obama was born in Kenya. So that's where that came into play.
So he don't do any fact checking, just like with the Haitian migrants. As long as somebody tells him something, he just runs with it.
Like I said, I'm not Trump. You know, I be looking down different avenues. The way I do it, I look at the Democrat because I am Democrat.
Well, I'm just saying that this is when you say why people are at them is because he wants small government. No, it's stuff like that. I mean, all it would take is a little. All it would take is a little. Yeah, that's fine. But all it would take is a little bit of research, and you wouldn't be going on TV telling millions of people stuff that is harmful to folks. He told people that the Haitian migrants are eating pets solely based on 1 or 2 people saying this about it. And that was all. He didn't need to fact check it. He didn't look into it. A couple people saying it was all it took to go on TV and announce that. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that makes people not like him. You're putting people in danger.
That's how stuff gets started, Tim.
Huh?
Come on now. That's how stuff gets started. And no matter what you say, everything is misinformation. Every time somebody opens their mouth about something that the other person doesn't like, they're putting out misinformation.
But as a presidential contender, you don't jump into misinformation pile and start repeating it. I mean, he shouldn't do it.
But look at all the stuff that Mrs. Imhoff has put on about Trump, taking what he's saying out of context and putting it, swaying it to another side, swaying it to another way.
And that's exactly right. And that's exactly why I said so many people don't want him in power, is because he is a revenge-minded president, just like what you're talking about. Well, they did it to me too. So he's not taking a high road. He's talking about, well, if you treat me wrong, I'm going to do the same thing to you. And I mean, there's a lot of, if you're president of a country of 350 million people, there's a lot of people that's going to say bad stuff about you. If you focus on attacking everybody that attacks you as president, you're going to be fighting constantly. And that's what he's trying to do.
Now, Tim, now think about this. If they think you will do it, especially the foreign leaders, do you not think why do you think they don't want Trump in office? Why?
Because
he's not going to back down from them.
No, I don't.
He's not going to back down from them.
I don't think it's well, when you say foreign leaders, who are you talking about? When you say not back, who are you talking about? I think Putin wants him in office. What foreign leaders are you talking about?
All of the foreign leaders do not want this man in office.
I believe Putin do want him in office.
I don't think so.
Why would you want Kamala Harris in office if she's going to continue sending weapons to the Ukraine when you can get Trump and he's going to not do it?
Because they can push her over.
But this guy is going to, Trump has stated he's going to get totally out of the Russian-Ukraine conflict. You don't need to push him over. He's going to leave. Why would you want Kamala Harris?
He's going to put both of them together, give them, this is the way it's going to be, or there's going to be consequences. There you go.
That ain't what he promised. He promises.
That's the way he's always done, Tim.
Wait. Is he going to get out of it, or is he going to stay in it and threaten them? You sound like what you said is totally different than what he's promising. He's promising he's going to get out of it and work on America. You're saying he's going to put them together and threaten them.
He will be out of it. He will be out of it.
Not if he's threatening. You just said he's going to threaten them.
He's going to give them an ultimatum.
Then he's not out of it.
This is what we're going to do. This is how it's going to be. And then it's going to be followed. And then we're going to be done with it.
And if they don't
be in there another 2 or 3 years, he's going to get it, wipe his hands, get done, and go on about the next one.
Yeah, but so if Russia or Ukraine decide to not listen to Trump, then what is Trump going to do?
Do you think they're not going to? They listened to him last time.
That's not always.
They listened to him last time.
They weren't at war last time. Now that both of these sides have had thousands of people lost, they may want to rivet.
There was no issue when Obama was in office.
Now,
there was no issue.
No.
Wait, yeah, because Putin took over a piece of
Crimea.
Property that Ukraine had.
He took over Crimea.
Okay.
You didn't have anywhere. Let me tell you why it's the difference. Under Obama, when they took over Crimea, it was a fairly easy accomplishment. Under the Biden administration, because we've been sending them weapons, the Ukrainians have killed thousands of Russians. Russia has killed thousands of Ukrainians. It's a whole different ball game than it was when Obama he took Crimea, and he also took Georgia under George W. Bush. He didn't take anything under Trump, but now it's different because both Russia and the Ukraine have lost thousands of men, lots of blood, treasure. They may not just look at, oh, you want us to just stop after they killed all these people? It's a different story now.
I don't think so. Because Trump is an alpha male. He's not going to get pushed around.
Then he's involved.
He's going to get pushed back.
Based on what you're saying, then he is going to be involved in that conflict. That's not what he's promising.
Not for very long.
He didn't say very long. He said he was not going to be involved in it.
Because he's going to put an ultimatum down for both of them, and that's it.
Why would they listen to him? What is he offering them to take the ultimatum?
I don't think he's going to have to offer them anything on either side. They're just going to come to an agreement.
Why?
Like they did last time.
Here's what doesn't make any sense to me. Both the Ukraine and Russia have lost tens of thousands of people in this war. This dude pops up and says, I need y'all to stop. Okay, are you going to fix Ukraine? You going to fix all of the damage they've done? You going to help us out with all the men? What is he offering? He can't just show up and say stop and they just do it. Why would they just do that?
I am not there with him, but I'm telling you, this is my feelings and this is my belief on how he's going to do it. He's going to come in there. He's going to tell them, pull them both to the thing. This is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to solve it. It's going to be done. And then they're going to wait till he gets out of office and try it again. If they think there's somebody less of an alpha that's going to come into the presidency, to not tip one way or another, because he's not going to take either one's side.
The only way, and I don't agree with you on that. I think he's going to take Putin's side. But anyway, the only way. Hold on a second. Let me pause our conversation. I want to hear this real quick.
9.7 out of 100 chances of winning the simulations that our team is doing. 30% chance of winning for Kamala Harris. Show us what happens with Pennsylvania, really, for either one.
Well, Pennsylvania puts Trump over the top at this point. I mean, there's no way anymore to see how this doesn't devastate her chances. But I want to get into what it would mean for Kamala Harris, because there still is a path left, and it would involve starting with Pennsylvania. That would balance things out a little bit as we look things over. But then there's still the possibility of Michigan and Wisconsin. But this doesn't assume at all, David, what we're seeing in the rest of the states. The overpowering position right now that we're seeing the Trump campaign in Georgia right now, leading by about 118,000 votes with 93% of the vote in. We're just not seeing a lot left in terms of where the vote can be. We still got some blue dots, but they are getting smaller. That means that
he's going to win Georgia.
Making up ground in a DeKalb County. Yeah, there's votes left. There's no question, 44,000. But you got to think about maybe he nets or she nets 30,000 out of that. That gets you down maybe to 80,000, and there's still other places. That's where this math gets increasingly difficult, and that's where the fact that she is trailing in Georgia as well as Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin makes this difficult to see. There's still a possibility of a Western path if she can piece together Arizona and Nevada that could offset one of these losses, but not a Pennsylvania loss. And she would then need to be able to carry.
It almost sounds like you ever see the movie The Titanic when he was saying, "Yes, this ship will flounder. You know, we can turn on the pumps; it'll keep it going." That's what it kind of sounds like.
If you notice, she won Hawaii. I was right.
Yeah, it really sounds like that. You know, how long will we stay afloat? And the guy's showing him the map. He says, "It will sink. I assure you, it will." She's made of iron. That's what it really sounds like. He's kind of describing it that way.
Yep. Well, like I said, just the states that I said, right there.
All right. I'll concede you. You called it, Texas mom. I gotta move on. Tail between my legs. Appreciate you coming through.
I want the dance.
I'm out of here. All right, moving on with the program. Michigan and Wisconsin are gone. Yeah, she lost bad. If she loses if she loses what they call the blue wall states, which are Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, yeah, she lost bad. What does this say about us, John? It says we like Trump. It says we as a nation, we really like Trump. I'll leave it at that. I'll let you respond to that any way you want, but it says that we like Trump. Tim, be fair. Chris, I'm being fair. What am I saying that's unfair? I'm making it clear. It sounds like it's the Titanic at this point. That dude trying to describe how Kamala Harris could win sounds like trying to describe how to keep the Titanic afloat. Turn on the pumps. You know, we could keep it going for a couple more hours, but she's made of iron. I assure you she will sink. That's what it sounds like. Looking in the comments, I told you, brother, she has no chance, says Trey the Lion. Trey, you just like my last caller. I'm not hating on you. You might be right. Real quick, looking in the comments, this woman doesn't know anything. Now she is saying something else. Tim, hang up on this idiot. She has had her 15 minutes of fame. I think she knows who's going to win the election, though, Audrey. I think she knows at least that part. I don't think, man, the odds of Kamala Harris winning are, man, it's hard. I mean, ABC is giving Trump a 69% chance of winning. So there you go. Trump gained major support among blacks and Latinos. Yeah, I don't know how much. I'll be curious to see what the exit polling says, but I do believe his support among blacks and Latinos is certainly stronger than it was for Biden. Or I mean, well, no, he didn't. No, wait a minute. Biden got more support from the black community. What I meant to say is Kamala Harris lost support from minorities compared to Biden. That's what I'm thinking. And apparently the women didn't show out as strong as people thought they were. There'll be a lot of disappointed women in the morning. And I don't know what I would do if I was an immigrant. I don't. To me, that group I kind of feel sorry for. In my opinion, if you are an immigrant, legal or illegal, because I don't want to hear this bullshit about where they can just come legally. In my opinion, if you are an immigrant and you do not have your green card officially secured, you are not safe. I don't care if you've done everything right. If you do not have your green card, in my opinion, you are not safe. Because I do believe Trump wants to reduce the amount of immigrants coming into this country. And hey, listen, at the end, I mean, if you still got court dates coming up, because when you're trying to migrate to a country, there's a bunch of court dates. I know because I went through it. You got to go for this, you got to go for that. At every stage, they can deny you. You ain't got to commit no crimes at all. Laws can change. At every stage, they can deny you. And yeah, in my opinion, there's plenty of legal immigrants are going to get kicked out. DACA, the Dreamers Act, which means that if you've been in the country through no fault of your own, let's say you were brought over here as a 2-year-old, your mom brought you here illegally, and you've been here, and this is all you know. He's already said he's getting rid of DACA and the Dreamers Act, all of that. So all of them folks are at risk of being kicked out. I mean, you got people in this country that don't know any other country. They were brought here by no fault of their own. They gone too. Like I said, if you do not have a green card, you are not safe, in my opinion. Now, big dopey, what he says, Pennsylvania is shifting. Shifting how? Right now, 84.3% of the vote that came in. Trump is at 51%. Kamala Harris is at 48.1%. It ain't shifting enough. I don't see how that's going to happen. And you see what you heard what they just said on ABC. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, there's really no other path for Kamala going forward at that point. Trump will deport all of them because their own people voted for Trump. And that's crazy. That's what I was talking about earlier. And I'll just say this before I continue on. A lot of folks have pointed out it's the economy, stupid. Gas price too high, price of food and groceries and things like that are too high. I really believe you're going to have voters remorse in a lot of these areas because economies come and go. I mean, at the end of the day, whether you like Trump or whether you do not like Trump, you're talking about Supreme Court picks. You're talking about some legislation that could last decades over lowering the price of gas, a temporary change. Trump could get in there and lower the price of fuel and a war could break out somewhere or bad relationships. I mean, that comes and goes. There were high gas prices under George W. Bush. Things got under control a little bit under Obama. I mean, gas prices in our lifetime been fluctuating. Trump gets in there. He gets to replace Clarence Thomas. He gets to replace Justice Roberts, maybe Alito. I mean, you could have one guy in there with 7 Supreme Court picks. And those things are going to be around for 20, 30 years. And folks will have to look back and say, well, at the time, I wanted to bring down the price of gas and cereal. So I gave this man a 30-year Supreme Court pick. I mean, I do believe that people are going to look back on that. And you're fighting for a good economy. And at the end of the day, Trump may be a fantastic businessman on the economy that people favor. But what I'm saying is you are going to get a far right America with the Supreme Court being skewed to the right that far. I mean, you're going to get a far right America for that $2 gas you're pursuing. I don't know. And that's for a long time. That's not for, a couple years. I mean, if he replaces Clarence Thomas and Alito with people in their 40s or 50s, that's another 30, 40 years they could be around. I mean, you're doing that to get $2 gas right now. Something that may not be the $2 gas you're getting now. The next president may get in there and give us a bad economy, and gas might go right back up. But those Supreme Court justices are going to be there for 20, 30 years. You know, it kind of reminds me of somebody who, I don't know, you get something and you go out and buy some short-term gratification. You know, let's say you've always wanted a Ferrari. You go out and finally find a dealership that'll give you a Ferrari, but the payments are like, you pay us $1,000 a month for the next 200 months. Okay, you're driving off, you're happy you got the Ferrari, but 6, 7, 8 years from now with them payments, you're like, damn, maybe this wasn't a good car to get. And that's what I think that's going to happen with some of the liberals and independents is once those Supreme Court justices start going in there and you start getting some of that far right shit, I would sit them down and ask them, but at least you can afford gas, huh? I mean, so I think that's where they're going to, and I see in the comments, Mr. Travis says Project 2025, here we go. Now, Trump claims he doesn't got nothing to do with Project 2025, but I will say this. He is in a position that if he wanted to, he could give you Project 2025 now. He said he's not going to do it. We'll take him at his word, but he is in a position now that if he wanted to, he can do that. Hispanics that think that Trump is going to kind to their people. Oh, you said Hispanics that think Trump is going to be kind to their people. Guess again. Well, fuck around and find out, some people might say. 3.3 million people voted for Trump in New York. Well, he lost New York he did lose New York, though. So nationalism failed in the UK and France. USA kept it inbound. Yep, that is true. A lot of unhappy liberals out there. A lot of unhappy liberals. You're going to have some liberals in tears. I can't wait to see The View tomorrow. Them ladies are not going to be happy. Them ladies are, I bet the music that opens up the show is going to be sad. And MAGA is going, shout out to MAGA. I'll tell you one thing, you can guarantee MAGA is going to be doing, grabbing liberals and rubbing their faces in it. This is not going to be a professional, let's shake hands you want. No, it's going to be bragging. We're going to go right back to fuck your feelings, mean tweets. It is what it is. Liberal tears. This is what we're going to. So shout out to the country for, but I will say one thing, though, I still believe in the Democrats are going to try to pull something. I do believe that this time. I do believe the Democrats are going to try to do something to stop this guy, even if he wins. But what I was talking about earlier, I was talking about the people that have a reason to be concerned. Like I said, I think immigrants, number one, you're going to have immigrants getting kicked out harshly. And you're going to have Americans caught up in that as well. There's no denying you're going to have Americans being grabbed and taken in and having to prove citizenship and things like that. There's going to be Americans affected by it. I don't know how much. There are Americans that are married to illegal immigrants. There are Americans that have children with illegal immigrants. So you're going to have cases where Americans may lose their parents, lose their relatives. That's going to happen. You're here illegally. You got to go. I don't care if you got 5 kids here. You got to go. You came here illegally. That's going to happen. I don't know if the Hispanic community wanted that, but like many folks have pointed in, have said, they voted for it. Trump looks like he may have done fairly well with Hispanics. Yeah, you can get on TV and explain you didn't know he was going to do that all you want. It is what it is. He's your leader. You voted for him. You will have to prove you American. Welcome to apartheid, says SGB. If you are brown, if you look like you are of Hispanic descent, yeah, you could have something like that happen. People getting pulled over and having to prove they're American. They just gave Kamala Harris New Mexico for what that is worth. That ain't worth much. 5 electoral college votes, and she was already expected to win New Mexico. Minnesota, according to the AP map, is now leaning back toward Kamala Harris. That's 10 electoral college votes. So it's looking like Kamala Harris, and Maine also is leaning towards Kamala Harris now. That is also 4 electoral college votes. So leaning, she hasn't won it, but Maine and Minnesota are now leaning towards Kamala Harris, but the blue wall states are still all leaning towards Trump. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and of course, Georgia is also still leaning towards Trump. Looking at let me see here. I just want to look at now the AP map don't have Maine doing it like that, but I'm looking at the Bing map. Yeah, I was expecting to stay up late into the wee hours of the morning. I don't think we're gonna need to do that with this. I think it's gonna be, I mean, once Pennsylvania get called, that's it. Right now in Pennsylvania, they have, I don't lost my damn Pennsylvania, they have 86% of the votes have been called, 50.9 to Trump, 48.1 to Kamala Harris. So Trump is up by 2.8%, 86% called. So it's still possible, but she got to probably win most of the votes remaining in that state. Michigan, only 49% of the votes have been called, but Trump has a sizable lead, 52.4, 45.9 in Michigan. I really thought even if Kamala Harris lost the race, I thought she would have won Michigan. That's really surprising for me personally. 78% of the vote in Wisconsin, 51.2 to Trump, 47.4 to Kamala. Trumpers didn't care about no economy. They care about the feeling of a guy that think he is on their side, says Will G. So you're saying that Trump supporters are not voting for Trump based on the economy. They voting for him because they feel like he's a guy on their side. I partially agree with you. Partially, and I'll tell you why. There's a lot of liberals, independents, people of color that are voting for Trump as well. I think the diehard MAGA, I agree with you on. Trump hates the same people we hate, or Trump, is going after the people we want him to go after. I think diehard MAGA, you're right. But I'm getting calls from a lot of people of color and some women. I don't think they apply with that. I think some people are voting for Trump because they genuinely think he's better with the economy. I think those folks are voting for Trump for that reason. So they ain't all voting for him based on that, in my opinion. The Palestinian people are done, says Mr. Java. Not good for them at all. Not good. Not good for them at all. DJ Julio says, watch Timecast. I'll have to check it out. What is it about? He is on our side, your side too. He is fucking real, dudes. Wake up. Quad Crazy Keith, you're saying that Trump is on our side, he's on your side too. He's the fucking real deal, dudes. Wake up. The problem is when you're saying stuff like fuck your feelings and things, you don't come across as being on people's side. Even if what you're saying is correct, when somebody is saying awful things about you, like Trump says awful things about liberals, and then they said something about me too, then it sounds like we're in a fight. He don't come across as being on the side of liberals. That's why they don't wake up, as you saying, Quad Crazy Keith. I appreciate your input, but if he was taking the insults that people were giving him and saying, look, you need to understand what I'm doing for you is in your best interest. I get that you don't like it. You can insult me. I got thick skin, but at the end of the day, I'm going to be what's best for the American people. And hopefully you will realize that. Then you would have a point. But when somebody insults him and he responds back and says something negative about him, he don't come across as if he's on their side. He comes across as, okay, we adversaries, let's fight. That's like the whole Liz Cheney thing. Liz Cheney's not even in power anymore. But because she was on the campaign for Kamala Harris and saying negative things about him, well, let me attack her back. Then he don't look like he's on her side. He looks like he's playing adversary. And I see in the comments, Quite Crazy Keith, you're doing exactly what I said. Your response is he receives more insults than anyone. Now that's true, by the way. But what you are basically doing is saying, yeah, he attacks people, but I'm going to justify it because people attack him too. Well, then you guys are in a fight with each other. That you're not on my side. Then what you're saying is because I attack you, you're going to attack me back. Because you're saying, well, you attacked me first, then you're not on my side. We're adversaries. And that's what I'm saying is that's how Trump comes across. When you say, well, people should realize he's on their side. No, you come across as an adversary when you say everybody who attacks me, well, since you attacked me first, I'm gonna attack you back. Then you're not on my side. We fighting each other. We having a fight. Will G, they will say they hurt noteworthy, but if Trump gets in, he doesn't have to do a damn thing. Nothing changed, and a week later, they will feel like they do it. That is true. What he is saying is that regardless of what Biden may or may not have been doing for the country, such as everybody, all the economists admit the economy is getting better, but as long as Trump says the economy is bad, they're going to say it's bad. If Trump gets in, he don't have to necessarily do anything. If he gets in and says the economy is good, that's all you need. Chris Christie.
60% unfavorable for Donald Trump. And which one was going to govern? And I think what we're seeing tonight is wrong track governed over his unfavorables. They don't like him, but they trust him on some of those issues more. And secondly, for Kamala Harris, she had to come up with a more imaginative campaign to what she did. And here's the thing. Joe Biden got that a year ago. This might be a totally different race. He's got to be thinking about that tonight.
That's the beginning of a bigger conversation we're going to have probably right after this break. We'll be back with much more ABC News Live.
Chris Christie raises a good point, and I know Chris Christie too might have to be concerned with what's going to happen to him because Trump is after him too. But he makes a good point. If Joe Biden had a step down a year ago, it could have been a totally different race. If Joe Biden had a step down a year ago, it could have been a case where the Democrats actually voted in a politician that could have ran a better campaign. Are we going to blame it on Joe Biden at the end of the day? I don't know though. But Chris Christie makes a good point because everybody was saying Joe Biden was not capable of doing his job for a second term. So maybe if he had if he had just simply announced I'm not running again, because he stepped down in like August. He announced he was running for re-election, obviously several months before that. If he had announced come the beginning of 2024, I decided, I'm not going to pursue a second term, that would give the Democrats a lot more time to try to elect someone and much longer to campaign. Keep in mind, for all of the people celebrating how bad he's beating Kamala Harris, she's only been running against him since August. Trump announced he was running for president back in 2023. So he's been running for president, 5-6 times longer than she has? So maybe Chris Christie does have a point about that. Originally, he said he was running one. Yeah, and that's the problem, Chris, that originally Biden indicated that he was only running one term. And when he got in there, he decided he was going to run again. He probably should not have done that. And that he will get shitted on for that. He been getting shit also, says Billy. Yeah. And that's one of the things, the difference between Trump and Biden. Biden has attacked Trump and his supporters a lot less than Trump, because in the comments, folks are talking about, well, they say things about Trump, so that's why. Biden called Trump supporters ultra MAGA, and then he recently said that Trump supporters were garbage. Other than that, he hasn't said a lot about Trump supporters, even though they are constantly attacking him. Constantly. So for folks who defend Trump under the guy, well, they said things about Trump too. They wearing t-shirts and shit talking about Biden. I mean, the phrase fuck Joe Biden, let's go Brandon, he ain't been attacking people like that. So that's what I was talking about. It would be easier to believe that Trump is on people's side if he wasn't constantly getting in fights like that. But a president constantly saying, well, you attacked me for, what do you think is going to happen if you run in a country of 350 million people? You think everybody's going to like you? I don't care if you're Mother Teresa, you're going to have enemies in a country this large. So your goal is to attack them all back? That's why I'm saying I don't think that that's an excuse to attack people. Mark E. Ritter is saying President Trump landslide. I don't think that's going to happen though. Barbara, good afternoon, Barbara. Welcome back to the program. Barbara, you can't be happy. Barbara, you cannot be happy. No, Tim, Democrats attack anyone who wasn't a Dem.
You know what? I don't know what to say right now because I feel for my immigrants, the people that think that they are citizens and they're really not.
Yeah, if you are a dreamer, just like I said, if you're not here legally or if you're not here with green, if you don't have a green card already, you need to start rethinking things. You may not be allowed to stay.
Yeah, because I remember there was one time when he came into people's homes and was taking their mothers and fathers out and leaving kids in the home because they were not legally here. So I do feel sorry for those people, and I'm hoping, I don't know, hopefully, I don't know. But anyway, but I'm just so surprised that things went the way it did, right? As far as how the vote went. I'm surprised that things were called this early because I'm thinking, when he was in 2020, it took us 3 days almost to call the whole. Right. And this is surprising to me. What has changed that we can call the race this quick and not really see, the vote come in and call it within like 8% or 10% of the vote itself. Yeah. But anyway,
and I see the comments. Will has said it's not over till it's over. Maybe Trump will be smart and not say anything right now. Yeah, why would you say anything? You're leading. Other than I appreciate everybody supporting me. Now, if he was losing, he would be saying cheating is going on. But why would he say anything? I mean, he's ahead. So you're concerned with the direction of America, Barbara, correct?
Yeah, I'm concerned with everybody. You know what? And even with I see a comment talk about your own people. Well, we should have all voted. It should have been everybody should have voted. They have an interest in this country, and that's what I was looking at. Yeah. So it is what it is. So whatever happens, happens, and nothing we can do about it. But I'm support what we got right now because we have to support whoever won, and that's what I'm gonna do. So we tried to explain things because we all went through things ourselves. Being who we are, we have seen it, we have gone through it, and we tried to help everybody that when we saw things happening. So it is what it is. So let's see how things flow. Hopefully, the other thing that bothers me is the Congress, the Senate now. I've seen them taking over. So that means that whatever they want to do now, there's nothing nobody can do. That's my other issue.
Yeah. And he will be the most powerful president in our lifetime out of all of them.
Anything.
Yeah.
Yes. Anything he said, it will go. Yeah. Because now he has the backing of the Senate. Because everybody voted these people back in.
So what do you think? Now, Trump and his supporters have swore up and down for several months now that if Trump gets in office, there will not be a federal abortion ban. What is your take?
I think it's going to be worse.
How so?
I think that like she's leaving it to the states, and we know certain states have certain different views, and the people who are in power right now, even like let's say in Georgia right now, they have certain people within the courts within Georgia that makes a decision, and the people really don't get a chance to do it. They go through and start putting these bills out, like the AB bill came out, and we didn't get a chance to vote on it. I'm saying things just happened. Yeah. And I think that's how it is. When you start putting things into the state, then the state, you got certain people who are corrupt in the state start taking over.
Wow.
So it's what it is.
All right. And I see somebody in the comments that suggested that Trump has won Georgia. My maps don't show that confirmed yet. And I'm watching ABC and they haven't confirmed it yet either, but it's likely.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised now.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either. I wouldn't be surprised.
Like I think they got it in Fox, they got it 216 Harris and 232 for Trump. If you look at CNN, it's much lower.
Yeah, I see on Bing it's 210, 230 Trump, 210 Kamala Harris, and the AP has the same thing, 210 and 230. That's what I'm seeing on the two I'm at. So
yeah, everybody got different numbers right now. So I wouldn't be surprised because I'm actually very shocked at the numbers that came in because I was thinking that you're seeing these millions and thousand people out there, in these concerts and all these things, you would have thought they were voted, but maybe people went out and had fun and didn't vote.
I'm curious, even though I don't speak Spanish, I would like to hear what the Hispanic community. I want to see their numbers because, like I said, I think out of all of this in America, the worst group that's going to suffer from this is the immigrant community, and most of them are Hispanic. I would like to see how well Trump did with Hispanics because, like, you know, I get some people, the Cubans tend to vote, you know, Republican and the Mexicans don't, but I think once the government is in place, they're not going to treat the Cubans any better than the Mexicans. Like, you guys, you immigrants, they're not going to be favorable to you. So I'd be curious to see what the Hispanic community did. Like, did Kamala lose really bad with the Hispanic community? I would be curious to see about that.
Yeah, I think because, you know, too, I think because people from, okay, I have grandkids that are mixed with they're Hispanic mixed. So, you know, and, you know, I have an interest in helping and working with the communities of the Latino, you know, community. Mm-hmm. My grandkids are mixed with Mexican. So my grandson has a dual citizenship. So, you know, he's good. But, you know,
but he might, even though he's good, he may find himself having to show that and prove that more often than he wants to.
Yeah, but, you know, he's just a baby, so.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, Barbara.
Okay.
Interesting times.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm just praying for all of us. I'm just going to say this, I'm praying for all of us. I hope that we all can come together. And even when we go through this trivial time, that we have to all, even push back on him if he becomes president. We have to make him be accountable for things. If we don't see things out that looks right, we gotta try. I know we can't.
Good luck on that. If all of these courts can't do it, the Senate can't do it.
He's gonna take all the he's gonna take all the generals out of the military when he first get there. Wait a minute, I heard this. I said, what are you talking about? This man saying he is going to take every general out, all in the military out.
Let's see who he starts appointing. Like, let's see if he gets Steve Bannon a cabinet position or Tucker Carlson. Let's see who he appoints. You can tell a lot by who he appoints. I gotta go, Barb, but we'll be talking.
Bye.
All right. Let me go to I wanted to address a comment from Will G. Thank you there. Republicans will line up like bowling pins, ready to get Trump's balls. You know, as bad as this gonna sound, when somebody is giving you the level of power that Trump can give you, shit, at this point, I might be willing to line up to get his fucking balls. I mean, he rewards loyalty, and he now has power that is rivaling some dictators in some countries. I mean, he has control of the Senate. Probably is going to walk away with control of both houses. He is likely to remain immune by the Supreme Court. That's, at the end of the day, he may be responsible for as many as 7 picks on the Supreme. I mean, shit, grabbing his balls right now ain't that bad of an idea. I'm just going to tell you, because at this point, he's insanely wealthy because all of the money he raised, he can keep the leftovers of that. I mean, Elon Musk is on his side. Shit. Let me be Trump. So, as bad as he was looking a year ago, man, he's coming out of this looking like roses. I mean, he's coming out, and even Jeff Bezos, the owner of Amazon, I think he's the second wealthiest in America. I believe, and I'm just speculating here, I believe Jeff Bezos saw the writing on the wall because Jeff Bezos owns, was the Wall Street Journal? I forgot what newspaper Jeff Bezos owns, but he deliberately stopped his newspaper from endorsing Kamala Harris. His newspaper wanted to endorse Kamala Harris. His newspaper has been endorsing Democrats for quite a while. His newspaper endorsed Kamala Harris for Senate, and he stopped them with some bullshit excuse for endorsing her for president. My guess is he's trying to get in good graces of Trump as well. And that's one way of doing it. So, I mean, if Trump can have both Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk on his side, well, shit, I mean, you now have enough money to rule the fucking world. You literally have the first and second wealthiest person on earth on your side. It's immunity, according to the Supreme Court. control of the Senate, and likely Congress. This is, I mean, numbers wise, it's not a win by a landslide. But what happened, he is winning by a landslide. He now has lived up to the definition of you're going to get tired of winning. He now has made that officially come to fruition if he wins this race. He now officially can say he lived up to that promise. You're going to be tired of winning. Will G says the prison owners and managers will be rolling in paper. 100% spot on. 100% spot on. The prison industrial complex that operates on a for-profit basis, and you know Trump is talking about shrinking government and privatizing shit. Why not privatize more prisons? They can house a bunch of those illegal immigrants. You know how the prison complex works, where they charge you a fortune for phone calls and they charge you money for toiletries and hygiene, all of that. Ton of profit to be made. Georgia has officially been given to Trump. He has officially won Georgia, according to ABC right now. I think that at this point, you can kind of slam the door.
1,000 votes or so between him and Kamala Harris. This is a big win.
Yeah, it's huge, and it changes the electoral map in a very significant way now. Because if you now can now put both of those southern states in the Trump column, this puts all of the pressure now on Kamala Harris to run the table in the upper Midwest. She will absolutely need to win Pennsylvania, in addition to most likely Michigan and Wisconsin. Right now, the 538 chances, just based on these states, and that doesn't take into account the margin in the other states, an 80% chance of a Trump victory. And if you're just looking at the pure math right now, if you flip Pennsylvania to Trump, that's 270 electoral votes right there. If you put this back here, give him a Wisconsin and a Michigan, that gets you to 270, or Michigan plus a Nevada. There's a lot of paths that are now open up to Donald Trump because he was able to hold those two states. One of them he won twice. The other one he won once and then gave back. And we remember that margin, 11,779. It became famous because of that recording. And it looks like tonight it's going to be a lot bigger margin than that in the state of Georgia. Right now it's 118,000 votes. There's still some votes left, but we've seen these blue dots shrink over the night. The story.
Kamala Harris, man, she must have been a really bad candidate. I want to know what her vote totals were with Hispanics and minorities. I'd be curious to know because, man, she didn't do well at all. Looking at the comments, Will G says, I just blame all the people that enabled Trump from as many times as he got contempt of court to letting him out on conviction to giving him a something to run, giving him a title run. I didn't see it. Well, let me just say this. The people don't care that you blame them until something starts happening to them. Now, if you start having Hispanics losing their wives and babies and things like that because they're illegal and stuff like that, then this is what you voted in. But right now, they feel like Trump is going to show them the promised land. So we'll have to see. I lost some money on this. I bet some money with a couple of friends, and so I'm gonna lose a few $100 on this myself. I'm saying it will change overnight. Says I don't know. Let me go to somebody said talking about Project 2025. Like I said, in my opinion, hopefully Trump was being honest about not bringing Project 2025. But if he wants Project 2025. He can give you Project 2025 at this point. Why? Good evening. Are you there? Why? Okay, that caller's obviously good. Let me ask you something, folks. I'll go to the next caller, but by way of, and I see in the comments, Mr. Java, Decipher, you says Trump will win. Very likely. Yeah, very likely he will win. Let me say, and they said it's an 80% chance. 80% chance that Trump will win. Let me say this, because I asked my other caller Barbara about what are the chances of a federal abortion ban. By way of yes or no in the comments, wire in or whatever, yes or no. How many of you folks do you believe Trump will give us? Do you believe now that Trump has all of this power that there's a likelihood of it being a federal abortion ban? Now, Trump has promised he's going to just keep it to the states. But by way of yes or no in the comments, how many of you folks believe a federal abortion ban will happen? Because he's been promising that he's not going to do that. I see a lot of folks are saying no's. Looks like all three will be red. Yes, yes. There's Kamala shut her party down 10 minutes ago. I mean, I can see it. I don't see any reason to keep going at this point. I mean, well, I take it back. You gotta concede. Well, maybe she won't concede that. We know Trump was not going to concede. I don't know if Kamala Harris is going to concede. That's what they traditionally do. But I think we all, whether you favor Trump or whether you don't like Trump, Trump was not going to concede to Kamala Harris. We know that. So maybe she's shutting her party down to do the same. But we know Trump was never going to concede to Kamala Harris. It was not going to happen. What do you think about the allegations of cheating in Philadelphia? Decipher at this point, they're irrelevant. Because Trump is going to win Pennsylvania, likely. If he loses Pennsylvania, I guess he could bring it up. But if he wins Pennsylvania, he's not going to care. Just like in the 2020 election, Trump was constantly saying that there was cheating in North Carolina because just like this one, the election was close and Trump was coming close to losing North Carolina. But towards the end of the election, Trump eked out a victory. He beat Biden and won North Carolina. Now, he had been on TV constantly saying for weeks that they were cheating in North Carolina. Once he won the state, he didn't give a damn about the fraud no more. Maybe it was a possibility. If you're saying there's fraud in this state, you might have won the election fraudulently. He does not care about fraud if it happens in the state that he wins. Once he wins that state, he don't care whether there was fraud there or not. He only cares about fraud if he loses that state. So you ask, what about the cheating in Philadelphia? If Trump wins Pennsylvania, he don't care about that. He's not going to challenge a state where he's won. He'll take the fraud. Even if the fraud is in his favor, I don't think he would give a damn about it. He just wants to win. He's going to stay in power, says Joe to Wolves. That's another one. Now, Trump is like 78 years old. So folks believing that he's going to try to stay in power for the rest of his life. I don't know how much life he has left, but I mean, he's not like Vladimir Putin or Kim Jong-un who could be around. I mean, Vladimir Putin's, I think, is in his 60s. He could be in office another 20 years. Kim Jong-un is like in his early 40s. He could really be around. Trump is an old man. So Trump ain't going to be around for 20 years and nothing like that. Trump then Vance will win the next two elections. I'm not certain of that for this reason. Vance does not have the draw, does not have the personality that people love like Trump does. I don't see Vance being able to have, like what happened on January 6th. I don't see people showing up like that for Vance. Now, maybe Trump could help get him in that direction. He didn't do it for Mike Pence, though. Trump is not the kind of guy that empowers those around him. He wants you to kind of kiss the ring. You're not going to walk away from Trump with this big, huge, he trained me and he made me this huge guy. He don't do that. So I don't see Vance. I don't know. I don't see Vance doing that. To me, somebody like Ron DeSantis would be a better protege for Trump because he does have that fighter spirit a little bit more in him than Vance does. I think you'd do better with Ron DeSantis, but we'll see. Let's see what happens while they're in office. You know, maybe Trump wants to do something and Ron DeSantis, or better yet, JD Vance don't like it, and it could cause a rift between them too. We'll have to see what happens. Candace Owens, I see somebody said I like Candace Owens. The only thing about Candace Owens, her whole claim to fame is really pointing out the flaws of black people. She don't have any great policies or anything. The only claim to fame of Candace Owens is that she criticizes black people to a white audience. That's it. I mean, they didn't Ben Shapiro and her have a falling out, and she got fired from his program. Candace Owens, no. Take away her constantly pointing out the irresponsibility in the black community and crimes and things that black people do, and she would not have that support. That is her predominant support. Is coming from that audience. Is that she chastises black people to a white audience. That's most of what she does. Most of her biggest videos, all this, it's that stuff. It's that stuff. You know, suggesting that George Floyd was not, you know, his life wasn't taken by the cop, and that he had a long criminal history and bashing Floyd. That's the stuff that she does that gets a lot of views. It ain't her policies or none of that stuff. Real quick in the comments, Hispanics 55 to 40%. Trump got 31% last time. So you're saying Trump got 31% of the Hispanic vote last time, and this time he got between 40 and 55%? Really? It went up that much? Damn. Kamala really sucks, apparently. A lot of folks don't like her. Will G, I saw and heard all the right-wing pundits hope that the black and Hispanics were stagnant. Well, that makes sense. Why would they want the blacks and Hispanics to vote when they know most of them are not going to vote for them? Gary Barnett, you were one of the Hispanics, or I'm assuming you said you were Hispanic for Trump. Is that what I'm hearing? Y'all superstitious. I think a lot of folks are superstitious. Timoto. Busy bone. Good afternoon. Yep, with the 25th Amendment. Damn. Mr. Java, that's frightening. Busy.
What's going on, man? Can I go to bed with a smile on my face or what?
Yeah, I think you got this one.
Okay. I'm feeling a little bit better. I was waiting on you to tell me I could go to sleep, Tim, before I laid down. I ain't want to get too excited too quick, man.
I can't imagine. I can't imagine what would have to happen for Kamala Harris to win at this point. You look good. You look like you're in good shape right now.
Yeah, man. I just got this big rig parked over into the side, and I'm down here in Wisconsin, and I'm using you to keep up with the election news. So, once you tell me I'm okay, I think I can sleep good tonight.
I mean, barring some insane comeback, I think you can sleep good tonight.
Okay. All right, that's all I really wanted to know.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna take up too much of your time.
Yeah, he has officially won the state of Georgia. So right now, Kamala Harris has not won any swing states, not one. So I don't see any reason for you not to get a good night's sleep.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I know I got a lot of family members that's gonna be mad at me in the morning.
Oh yeah. You know what? I'm sure of that. You're a black man. I'm sure. I don't think any. Yeah, I'm certain of that.
Look, I cross that bridge when I get there, and hopefully it'll be $1.79 diesel on the other side.
But how do you feel that he could indeed be someone that he could be the first president to pick as many as 7 Supreme Court justices? You favor that?
You know what? I don't really think that he is bad as everybody say he is, man. I pray and hope.
But do you want?
You know what I'm saying?
I get that you don't think he's bad, but you're okay with one guy picking that many justices?
I mean, wouldn't it have been the same? If,
No.
She won. And
No. Trump had already picked 3 from his first term. If Kamala Harris won, she would probably be lucky to get 2. That would be the most.
So he got 3 that first time.
Yeah, he got 3 that first time.
Yeah.
He got 3 that first time. Clarence Thomas is 75 and a big Trump supporter, so he could easily get Clarence Thomas to step down and retire. Same thing with Justice Alito. He's 74 and he's a big Trump supporter. He's likely to step down. I mean, because they, at the end of the day, they would be heroes to the Republican Party if they step down and allow Trump. So that's 2 more. So that's 5. And then you got Sotomayor and I think Roberts are both 69. So he could replace them. So he's going to get anywhere between 5 and 7 picks. One dude that also has been granted immunity by them. You're okay with all that?
No, not necessarily. No, but I mean, what?
But you do get cheap diesel. You do get cheap diesel out of it.
Yeah, I do get cheap diesel.
Yeah. All right.
I definitely get cheap diesel.
All right, but here's what I'm saying. because you said you don't think Trump is a bad guy. You could be right. But what I'm saying is he has so much power now that if he did decide to use his power for evil, there's nothing stopping him. Like he has control of the Senate, maybe control of the House. He has immunity from prosecution by the damn Supreme Court. I mean, if you getting your diesel, but you get a whole lot more than that.
It's not just me. I mean, this is you know, like the Democratic veil. You know what I mean? This is what they voted for, right?
What do you mean?
If I mean, it's not like he just came over and took over America. If that's the case, it's
Right.
like we still had an election.
Yeah.
You know, and the people have spoke.
Yeah.
That's what they want. So we gotta honor it, just like they wanted. If it would have went the other way, you gotta honor it because you don't know what she would have brought, what kind of dingbat theories or whatever she may have had going on or whatever. You know, we would have had to deal with that. You know, you still, long as ain't nobody coming to take your guns, you got, people. As we the people have a right to overthrow a government.
All right, let's hope you're right. Let's hope you're right, because like I said, at the end of the day, if he wanted to be a bad guy,
so if he get too crazy, people ain't gonna take too much.
What if the people are on the side of it?
Well, I don't know if he gets to knocking in people's doors and everything that everybody's suggesting or whatever, and doing all these things that make the country just this terrible place to live. I don't see people just being on the side of that.
What do you think the largest deportation in history is going to do? You think that's going to make peace? I mean, he's talking about getting rid of the Haitian migrants that are here legally. You think that's going to make Springfield, Ohio, a peaceful place to live?
Well, first of all, they should have never even been allowed to be here as long as they have.
But they're here. Wait. But they are here legally. Them folks are here legally. They don't establish a life. They were told they could stay, and he just go. I mean, some of them folks probably don't.
Why, if they're here legally, why would he be putting them out?
Because he don't like them. He said that there's too many of them here. He don't like them.
I haven't heard Trump say anything about going after anybody that's here legally.
The Haitian migrants are here legally. He said at rallies. I mean, I could probably pull up a clip. I mean, but also the notion that he said they're eating pets. You think they're doing that?
No, I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't know what they're doing because I'm not over there. My cat in the house, so I don't know nothing about that.
All right, I'll leave it at that.
That's them acting like fools, Tim. I told you both of them act like big brats. You know what I mean? I'm not even necessarily a Trump fan, but when it came down to it, between the two people that were, you either gotta go Harris or Trump. I said, to me, Trump touched on more topics that I personally felt like needed to be addressed. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying he's perfect. I'm not a big-time Trump supporter. It's not like I'm out here Trump forever or, this, that, and the other thing. The Democrats didn't stand a chance. They put somebody up against them that didn't even really have time to prepare. She just came out of the woodworks. She disappeared for a whole few pieces. We haven't heard Kamala say anything. She ain't been around. She hasn't said anything. That she was responsible for border control, basically, and that was failed. And then at the last minute, with 90 days left, or however many days that was, you throw it in here, and it's like, oh, she's the one that goes up against Trump. It was a no-win situation, in my opinion. And then she didn't make it no better when she turns around, and this time around, oh, well, I'm going to be the first black woman, and blah, blah, blah. Now, all of a sudden, you claiming something that you ain't been claiming since you've been in politics. Never once have you said anything about being black until you needed a black vote. I just didn't appreciate that.
All right, well,
so
your mic is. I'm sure you're starting to have some bad audio, but I'll move it on. But you got your wish.
Okay.
We'll certainly talk in the future because we'll see what comes down the pipe. But you got your wish. You can certainly sleep happy tonight.
All right, thanks a lot, Tim. Take care, man.
All right, busy. Take care. All right, moving on with the program real quick. Great prosecutor says, oh, well, that wasn't enough. That certainly wasn't enough. I want to address a super chat. Will G says, I saw and heard all the okay, wait a minute, that's not the one I was looking for. You said the Hispanic vote was stagnant. Harris got 55. Oh, Harris got 50. That's all she got? Harris got 55% of the Hispanic vote. Barely half. Wow, that's bad. Man, she did real bad. I don't, and as a person of color, she did real bad. CNN exposed by race, Hispanics, 56% for Harris, 42% for Trump. Blacks went for Harris by 82%. So Trump almost got 20% of the black vote. My guess is that's mostly men. Mostly men voted for Trump, but 82% is 82%. But man, she only got 56% of the Hispanic vote, and he's promising to deport Hispanics. Like, y'all ain't got no friends among any of these people. For the Hispanics that are here in this country, like I seen Alter Ego said, I'm Mexican. For all of my Hispanics that live in the country, that were born in America, you know, of Mexican descent, or you are of Guatemalan or Honduran or Colombian descent, like, y'all ain't got no friends among this community. 56, so 42% of them voted for Trump. Like, he's gonna get rid of Hispanics. You don't know any of these people you talking about kicking out. Jesus. Because some of them gonna die, you know? I mean, some of them actually might be telling the truth about running from the cartel. Some of them folks are going to die. At the very least, they're going to get a serious downgrade in the quality of their life. You might be bitching about the price of gas went from $2 a gallon under Trump to $4 under Biden. It's about to really get bad for them. Jeez, like, you don't know any of them? I am Hispanic, but I would never vote for anyone disrespecting the race, says Joe. Well, DJ Julio, you sure did tell me. I agree with that. My husband is Hispanic, says Texas Mom. Texas Mom, I should have asked you, but how does your husband, man, I'd like to talk to your husband. Texas Mom, you said your husband is Hispanic. I'd like to talk to him. One of my buddies who is in the real estate told me, I hope Trump doesn't deport my workers. You know, tell your real estate buddy, keep praying, keep hope alive, as Jesse Jackson used to say. Will says Trump, 12% of the black vote. Yeah, and of that 12%, I'm thinking it's overwhelmingly men. I'm thinking now what caused Kamala Harris to lose? Let's talk about that. I think, well, obviously she wasn't a well-known candidate because she only got 3 months to run for president. I mean, she only came on the scene in August. Trump's been on the scene since 2023. So Trump's been running 3-4 times, probably 5 or 6 times as long as Kamala Harris. She's only been running for president for like 4 months. But why did she get trounced? I think some of the Democratic policies, I think, are what's hurting. I don't, you know, I've been saying this on the show for the longest. That, and by the way, tap the screen, folks. We should have been way above. I haven't been asking that. We should have been around 100,000 likes. We are barely even at 50. You gotta treat me like Kamala Harris for God's sake. Tap the screen, show your boy some love, smash that like button on YouTube. You guys are treating me like Kamala. I can't get you to tap the screen. Damn. Things that hurt the Democratic Party. Some of the policies, in my opinion, that were far left. And I see that Natalie says you crazy. Yeah, they treat me like Kamala. They ain't smashing the like button. Get your boy to about 120 on YouTube, by the way. The LGBT community, when I said far left policies, although there are very few biologically born males trying to play for female sport teams, that has been worth its weight in gold for the Republicans. The transgender community has been incredibly harmful to the Republican Party. Even though well under 1% of our population are transgender, they turned that into political gold. But, you know, biological boys playing for girls, you know, sports teams, going in bathrooms, drag queen shows. The outrage towards the LGBT community. I mean, every conversation I had with folks on the right for why they were not voting for Kamala Harris and picking Trump over Kamala Harris involved conversations about the LGBT community. sex change operations for people incarcerated. How many people that's gonna do that shit? How many folks in prison are trying to get sex change operations? Even though this stuff is incredibly rare, it worked well for the Republican Party. So the transgender and the handsome liberal will not change. I don't know what you mean by that, but in regards to the LGBT community and particularly the transgender community, they hurt the Democratic Party bad. They hurt them bad. It's just not enough votes coming from the transgender community to come anywhere near as many votes as they cost the Democratic Party. So that's probably number one, or somewhere near it. No, maybe number one. Some would say number one is the economy. Let's put the transgender community probably down in third place. Economy and the border might be first and second. Obviously, the economy did not help Biden, and the border is, I'd say the border and the economy is probably 1 and 2. But the transgender community also really, really hurt the Democrats. I started out with the LGBT community because I said far left policies. The economy is not hurting based on far left policies. So that's why I didn't say that. But the economy and the border also hurt the Democrats bad. Trump did and said a lot of things that should have hurt, but I think Trump gets the advantage because of what he said. I could shoot somebody in the middle of Fifth Avenue and my supporters would not go anywhere. I don't think anything. If you're devoted MAGA, which about 30% of the country is devoted MAGA, there's nothing he could do that's going to hurt him. So you're going up against a juggernaut from that standpoint. There are things that Kamala Harris could do to hurt her with liberals. You just heard my last caller saying that, well, she said she was black when she's not. That's fairly mild, and he didn't vote for her because of that. Some of the things Trump did, many might suggest are far more major, and it bounced off of him like he was made of steel. So I do believe that that helps Trump a lot, is that his side isn't going to react as much to things that may be negative. I mean, they're going to tend to believe everything negative about Trump is made up. MAGA reacts. I know you reacting pretty happy tonight.
I'm so worried, man. I'm so worried I'm going to go to sleep, wake up, and somehow they brought in enough votes to beat him.
No. You know, if there was something to worry about, my guess is it's something that after Trump wins, the Democrats might pull. As somebody brought up before his insurrection, somebody brought up he still has to be sentenced. He's going to win the race, though. He's going to win the presidency.
I mean, from your mouth to God's ears, we'll see.
Yeah, my guess, I can't imagine it. I can't imagine them losing at this point.
Yeah, me neither, but anything's possible in this world. I mean, you know. Anyway, as far as Harris, like, the problem is, like, not enough was talked about her, but she was a bad candidate. Like, she got into the White House by pure luck that, that Biden picked her. I don't think she did anything to actually help him win. And then, she basically got it this time by default because Biden stayed in it too long. And, Trump... I don't disagree with you that it's looking like she was a bad candidate, but, now that I'm thinking about how at least 30% of the country view Trump, I don't know anybody that could beat him. If you got 30% of the country that believes nothing you do is wrong, as I've asked this on the show before, because the Trump supporters, when I say MAGA, I mean the 30% that are on him no matter what. The issue is this. Everything that they say Trump did wrong, it's a witch hunt. So I've asked this to some Trump supporters. Let's say just for shits and giggles, he actually did commit some kind of major felony. I asked him, who could tell you and you would actually believe them? Let's say I'm not saying he committed any crap, but let's say he really did. Who could tell you and you would actually believe him? And they don't have an answer for that, which means that nobody can accuse him of anything for that group. No Democrat running against Trump would have that kind of power. No, at this point, we just have to, a lot of us will just weigh in the facts for ourselves. We have to look into the facts, make sure they're legit. Like, no one source will tell us, but, like, if the evidence is there and it's, like, legit evidence... But if you don't believe... Wait. You're saying that the evidence is there. If you don't believe who's presenting the evidence, you ain't going to believe the evidence. if multiple people are presenting it and the story is the same and it makes sense, because some of this stuff doesn't make sense. Like you know, the one, like so I don't want to say it because I don't want to get in trouble. Like Eugene Carroll and stuff, which doesn't even know what year it happened.
But but he didn't know. He said he had never met her before, and then he didn't realize that was her. He accused her of being his ex-wife after saying he would never have anything to do with her.
Yeah, but that was like a public event where he's done millions of these public events.
No. That ain't what I'm saying. That ain't what I'm saying. He was telling people she was unattractive and he would never have anything to do with her. Then during the deposition, they showed him a picture of him with Eugene Carroll, and he confused her and said, "That's me and my ex-wife." He didn't know that was the girl he was being accused of raping. Now, he confused her as being his ex-wife. So if he's saying that this is my ex-wife, clearly he is attracted to her. So
yeah, but that doesn't make him guilty.
No, it doesn't.
That he could have.
No, it doesn't. But it makes what he said suspicious. You just pointed out that the Democrats are saying things and the stories don't match. That makes his story not match.
It's just one fact. I mean, memory is a funny thing. That's why a lot of us don't trust a lot of what is said, because it's based off memory. His memory is just as bad. So why would I trust his memory as well? Like,
but listen what you're saying. If somebody says something about Trump, you hold them accountable if their stories don't match, meaning they should have a good memory. But if he has a bad memory and don't know who his ex-wife is, well, you know, memories don't work very. You're giving him special privilege.
I don't trust memory in either case. I mean, that case could have been anyone. Hell, if that case was anyone else, it would have never gone anywhere. It only got as far as it did because it was Trump. But no, just memory is unreliable. I mean, how many things have we watched on TV and all these crime stories where people got convicted off memory and then DNA exonerated them a couple of years later?
But that's the point I'm making. Is nobody's going to do all of that shit for anybody else that's tried in a court of law. We're giving Trump all of this. Well, we need all the stories to match. You know how many people get tried and convicted on stuff that's less than Trump? Nobody goes through all of that stuff with a fine-tooth comb like that. So in Trump's case, he's getting all of these benefits of the doubt, and they're requiring that all of the T's and I's be crossed perfectly. Yeah, well, it's going to be easy for lawyers to...
It's the opposite. Like, you see it that way because you're on that side.
I'm seeing it that way because of what you're saying.
Never been in trouble. I mean, you said it. You've never been in trouble. I've been in trouble, and I've had different kind of cases. And trust me, like, all these evidence and all the stuff they used to convict Trump, one, they would have never wasted their time on anyone else. And two, like, and anyone else, like, it just wouldn't hold up. Their evidence has always been flimsy and biased. It's a lot of biased stuff. And I know you don't trust me when I say that because I'm MAGA, but even from impartial side, most of the, especially the ones he got convicted for, that entire case was biased. Without that judge, without being in Manhattan, that case would have never gone anywhere else. And if it wasn't for Trump, it wouldn't have even gone anywhere in Manhattan.
I don't disagree with that, but don't you see the same thing with Hunter Biden? Them talking about he lied on a gun application. If his father wasn't running for president, that case wouldn't be happening either.
I agree with you. Yeah. That's actually true. I'm 100%.
So
again, he would have been found with Hunter Trump. He would have been found guilty if it was anyone else. But they wouldn't have wasted their time on this crime if it was anybody else.
If Hunter Biden's dad was not running for president, he lied on a gun application. He owned a pistol for 11 days and got rid of it. Nobody was killed. He didn't do anything wrong with the pistol. He didn't rob anybody. If he was a regular wealthy son of somebody, they would have made some kind of deal with the prosecutor. He would have paid a small fine and that would have been over with. I mean, they went after him. That was a genuine example of the witch hunt that Trump supporters say that Trump is going through. They went after him for all that. Yeah.
That part I agree with you, but he would have still been found guilty. Like, I don't care who it is. If they had that much evidence against you, they would have found you guilty. But the only thing is, they wouldn't have wasted their time, and they would have made a deal if it was anyone else.
And they would have did the same thing on Trump. With all of the information they had, Letitia James had on Trump, they would have found him guilty. They would have they would have probably worked with Michael Cohen, who was his lawyer at the time. He would have paid a little bit of the money back, took a fine, and that would have been the end of it. There wouldn't have been any threat of jail. He wouldn't have got any felonies. He would have made a small deal, paid him back some of the tax money they're claiming he ripped off the state for, and it would have went away. So in both cases,
if it wasn't Trump, they would have not even looked into it that much.
I'm not sure. That I'm not sure of. I can't guarantee that.
She was investigating him before he was, that she said she was investigating him before she even got the job. She was investigating first, then found the crime.
Yeah,
I really don't think she would have done that with anybody else.
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if they would have done all that with Hunter Biden either. But Trump was totally fine with the witch hunt on Hunter Biden. He just didn't like the one that was on him.
Yeah, I mean, it would be the same with me. But again, in both cases, I think they're wrong. But in Hunter's case, I think he was guilty. Or in Trump's case, I really don't think he was guilty of any of this stuff.
But I think where you
I really want to stop. I want to talk about her. We've talked about Trump enough. And
what do you got? Well, we're gonna always talk about Trump more than most people because he does and says more. What do you want to talk about on Kamala Harris?
I mean, Harris just couldn't even do an interview. Everything that came out of her mouth was memorized. Even her debate, she was able to prep for Trump because everything that came out of his mouth, we know how he feels about everything because he's been saying it his whole life. With her, I mean, so she had everything memorized. She knew exactly what to say. Everything that comes out of her mouth sounds like a ChatGPT script that someone, had ChatGPT type up and she memorized. And that's all she says. Anytime she says anything good, it's usually memorized stuff. And as the more she did more interviews, you just heard the same thing over and over. She just said the same memorized keynotes over and over, and it's it felt like you're talking about those bad, those bad robots.
Hang on one second. They're saying that the Democrat, or maybe this is the they said they had on there the Republicans had 51 seats in the Senate, and the Democrats only had 41. Do they have that many seats? That much of an advantage?
No. It's just the West. The Democrats, most of their seats are on the West Coast of America, so they officially have not won They haven't officially counted and won their seats yet. In the end, it's probably going to be 51-49.
Okay, that's a big difference. They made it sound like they were up 10 Senate seats.
No, those are still great. That means neither side has officially won them, but most likely they might be 48, but the gray ones they haven't been counted yet because they're on the West Coast.
Okay. Now I'm looking on Bing, and they do get it. They do say Democrats 42, Republicans 51. They do get it looking like it's going to be 9 more Republican senators than Democrat.
No, when I brought up AB, the baby thing, and I said Trump's never going to pass anything, and Harris is never going to pass anything because you need 60 people to pass it, and that's really impossible. The last time we had 60 people, it was Obama, and he only had it for 45 days, and he lost it for some reason.
I get that, but when you got 8, 9, 10 majority on the Senate, they got it looks like they got it almost where the Republicans got almost a 30-seat majority in Congress, and you got
again, the gray ones are not Republican. They're still in the end they're gonna most likely end up mostly being blue. They just haven't been counted yet because it's on the West Coast.
All right, well, okay. Well, then I have to see it go the way you're talking.
Yeah, that's still. I bet you money is going to end up being 51 or 52 in the Senate to 48 or 49.
Okay.
And then in the House, the Republicans might get more, but they're not going to have more than a 5, maybe 8 seat majority in the House. Again, they just haven't been counted because it's all West Coast seats. It's all, and they finished voting 4 hours after us, so.
Well, I just got to say, when you got all of the mechanisms of control under you, he can do a lot, even though he don't have even though he has nowhere near a 60-seat majority, you still got the Supreme Court. I mean, not only do you have it well under your control, you personally interviewed and appointed all of these people. So even without the 60-seat majority, you can get a lot done. You can get a whole lot done at that point.
Yeah, well, yes, because he fought hard for it. It wasn't that he just inherited it. He had, the first time he got it, he kind of inherited it, and that's why he never was able to do anything. This time he fought hard for all those seats. So this time you can't say that, you just inherited it and you don't have a directive by the people. This time.
Let me ask you this. You mentioned talking about Kamala. Will G in the comments says she is black and they just don't want her to be black. What about the notion that you think her race played any part in it?
No. In fact, look how much better she did, better than Biden. Biden was white and male, and
she did a lot worse than Biden.
House, she automatically got 30 more. And on top of that, like if it was like Michelle Obama or like even Oprah or anybody else that could actually talk and is inspiring, I think they would have done much better. She was just a bad candidate. Like, I mean, she didn't have a lot of the baggage that Hillary had. With Hillary, she was a good candidate, but she had a lot of baggage. With her, she had no baggage, but just a bad candidate. Like, she couldn't do an interview. She barely did any 1 hour interviews. It took her a month to do an interview, so nobody knew who she was. Yeah. And she never did more than an hour, and it was always edited. And half of them were bad, especially without prompter.
Yeah, fact is, Kamala Harris was her biggest campaign contribution was "I am not Trump." She was, and that didn't work.
I'm not Biden too.
Yeah, it didn't work. And yeah, I'm not Biden, but it was mainly "I'm not Trump," and it just did not work.
Yeah, because once Trump is gone, you still have to do good for the country. And the other thing is, it was the media propping her up more than anything. Without the media on her side, she would have done as bad as Biden without the media covering her up and propping her up. Like most of the narrative things that you're thinking about Trump came from the media. They didn't come from her. They definitely didn't come from Trump. They're media narratives that
I vehemently disagree with that. I can give you all kinds of, on my program when I'm having debates with, I don't ever present media. So everything I present is Trump on stage saying it. He said a lot of things that people despise.
But it's edited by the media.
No, it's not edited. I mean, everything Trump says, you shouldn't need 45 minutes to understand everything he says. No matter what he says, people say, well, I need to see more of it to make it make sense. He should be able to say something, and you should be able to take it at face value. You shouldn't need that much time to understand everything he says.
It's not that you need more time. You just need to know what he's talking about. Because he feels like the thing with protecting women, he was talking about immigration and protecting women from immigrants trying, illegal immigrants.
What about the Haitian migrants eating cats and dogs? What about the Haitian migrants eating cats and dogs? Is there any reason to be upset about that at all?
I mean, there's reasons to be upset about it.
Okay.
But again,
was it the media?
Was
it the media making you upset about that?
No, that was the one time where, or not the one time, but it's one of the times where it's his own fuck up. He's not perfect. He's had a lot of fuck ups, so I'll put that on him. But in the end, it's not what he says, it's what he's trying to do, and he's trying to improve the lives of people in Springfield. His goals his heart's in the right place. He just says stupid shit all the time.
Yeah, but he's trying to improve the lives of the people in Springfield at the expense of other people living in Springfield.
I mean, that's the case with almost anything.
But you're making it sound like
the lives of American versus foreigners.
Yeah, but you're making it sound like people have no reason to be upset with him. It's just the media. Now you're admitting that he's trying to do it at the expense of other people. Those people have a reason not to like him.
That's not what I admitted. I'm just saying that if you want to look at it that way, then you're right. But because in the end, that's always the case. Because nothing is always to the benefit of everybody.
You think that you think that any of Barack Obama's supporters had a right to be mad at him for saying he was born in Kenya, or is that the media?
No, that was Trump.
Yeah.
They had the right. Again, he's not perfect, but
we're not talking about.
He does more good than bad.
Yeah, we're not talking about anything he does is good or bad. We're not talking about perfect versus imperfection. I just simply said, I'm challenging your notion. The only reason why people don't like him is because of media. He's saying a lot of stuff that's causing this. It ain't the media. It's stuff coming out of his mouth.
I didn't say it was the only reason, but it's a big part of it. Let's say 70%.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what
the media. Without the media helping her, she would be done.
Well,
the media propped her up, and even giving her a 70% boost is enough to keep her in the game when she shouldn't have been.
And like another one I mention all the time is Trump promising to give police immunity from prosecution. Is that the media hyping him up?
No, but again, he's just showing support for the cops. He's trying to secure and help people in places like Chicago who are dealing with gun violence every day. in the end, his goal is not really to hurt the innocent, but to help the innocent as well. Like, he's trying to help.
You
people.
think
He's
giving
looking for a solution to a problem, and
you think giving police immunity from prosecution is not going to hurt anybody?
I mean, if you think all cops are bad, it's going to hurt people.
What percent are bad?
Good, what's up?
What percent are bad?
I'm guessing 1 to 5% are probably bad.
Well, first of all, let me just say this: 90, because you said 1%, 99% of priests are not good. I don't know why anybody would think 99% of post office workers are not good. I don't know why people would think 99% of cops are good. That's insane. There is no 99% of Boy Scouts are not good. It's way higher. It's way lower than 99%. I'll just say that 99 to 5%. You're really thinking the cops are really, really good people. But I will say this: how many people during an 8-hour shift do you think a beat cop comes in contact with? Just one cop. If he's working 8 hours a day in the street, how many people do you think he comes in contact with?
I have no idea.
So
maybe none, maybe hundreds.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
So one bad cop coming in contact with that many people, even if he only does something wrong to a handful of them, one bad cop can do a lot of damage. You don't need a bunch of them to be bad. When you're encountering that many people, just one bad cop can do a whole lot of damage.
Look, you're concentrating too much on the negative. Some of us just want the cops to do good. One good cop, could do a lot of good, and you're taking the worry of him losing his job by risking his neck in a volatile situation.
I'm going to concentrate on that because I don't see how you need immunity to do good. I think you're giving him a tool that's not necessary. You can protect the public and keep people safe. I don't see why you need no accountability to do that. I don't see why that's necessary.
They might not need it, but it's a sign that he shows support for the cops and that he cares for the security. Because, like I told you, in the end, if he didn't care, he would just not even say anything. And because the lives of people in Chicago are not affecting 90% of the United States.
I don't see how you need to give
the problem.
I don't see how you need to give somebody immunity from prosecution to show support. How about donating some money to the police union or something? You're going to give them immunity from committing crimes that they would get prosecuted. That's how you show support?
Again, it just shows that he's trying to help when it comes to cops and when it comes to places like Chicago. I hate to keep bringing it up, but
because I'm frightened.
Too negatively. I know you're frightened, but I don't think if it does end up being bad, then just as the same way it's given, it'll be taken away. And I really don't think he has to go that far. I think just like I said, just saying it is sometimes enough to get more people to sign up as cops, and just saying it might scare criminals from doing as much crime. I don't think it's going to solve crime. If you're worried about police kicking your ass and searching you, search and frisk without probable cause, you're gonna be more careful and not walk around with an illegal gun.
No, you're gonna not want to. As a person with no criminal record, I'm going to avoid the police. Even as a citizen, I don't want to be around somebody that has no accountability for what they do to me. I don't believe that if I just comply, this person that has the ability to do anything they want to me with no accountability is going to be nice. What if the person is a sex predator? What if they're a racist or something like that? I mean, he has no accountability. I'm going to trust it.
It's not total immunity, though. It's only immunity when it comes to doing his job. So it only applies to, say, he accidentally shoots someone. He doesn't have to worry about a murder or a manslaughter charge. Sorry, unalive, or I hate TikTok.
I don't want to find out. I don't want to find out where the immunity. I mean, to me, giving them immunity from prosecution, I don't want to know where the line is drawn. They don't need that. You don't need immunity. As you stated, they don't need it, but he's just doing it to give them support. That's insane.
Yeah. But just being on their side might be enough for them to improve things. He doesn't have to actually do it. Just show that he's a cheerleader for them. I mean, that's like Trump's best power. He's a freaking cheerleader. That's why him becoming president alone might be enough to improve the economy, because he's just a cheerleader for business. He's a cheerleader for safety. He'll show, the cops will feel that he's on their side, and more of them will decide to become a cop instead of any other security job or anything else. Sometimes all they need is just someone saying that they're on their side.
Yeah, and like I said, that's you can be on the side of the police in so many other ways as opposed to giving them immunity. There's a lot of ways to do that without doing it. I gotta move it on though.
The other side was saying they're gonna defund them and do all this shit to them. So he had to be just as extreme as that side to show them that
And how did that work out for that side that was promising to defund them? How did that work out?
Well, they're about to lose, so
right.
It didn't work out.
Exactly.
But they still haven't. We still haven't gotten to the part where the pendulum hasn't swung the whole way around.
All right.
Once that's done, we'll see where the pendulum ends, and hopefully nothing bad happens. Because in the end, I think these are all good people. Trump's a good guy. These cops are mostly good people, so I think we'll be okay in the end. It's just again, this is just rhetoric.
I'm just going to say,
judge him on his actions.
I'm just going to say maybe
see what he actually does.
Maybe if I look like you, I might feel the way you do, but I don't. MAGA reacts. I got to move it on, man.
I've had my fair share. I've been in police chases. I've had my own felonies. I've gotten in trouble, so my looks got me in trouble. So
I would still rather be you. I'm just talking about statistical probability. I would rather be you. I gotta go. Appreciate it. All right, moving on with the program. Trump can sign my retirement certificate. Thank God. I don't know what that means. Looks like they're getting ready to have Trump. Looks like Trump is on the cusp of being about to address the crowd.
It's worth going back to that early vote because the Trump campaign had been telling me for days and days that they were overperforming and that Kamala Harris was underperforming. Of course, we know that.
Looks like he is soon about to address the crowd and do the victory speech or whatever. Kamala is toast, says Double X. Yeah, that definitely seems to be apparent. It definitely seems like it is toast. Real quick in the comments, I do want to address a few comments here. I want to hear what Trump has to say. Did I miss a super chat from Will G? Trump is winning to build his red ribbon army. And there's a lot of people that probably would join that. Will G. Natalie, I wouldn't even be paying attention to you if you had just answered the fucking question. You guys are talking among in the crowd. LOL, you were the one who started their beliefs, but then talked when, okay, you guys, Tim, as long as a cop doesn't violate your constitutional rights and act in a reasonable manner as a normal person or officer, they qualify for immunity. He didn't use the word qualify. I hear what you're talking about there, Draco, and that comes up a lot in this conversation, is that Trump promised to give police immunity from prosecution, and to defend Trump, a lot of his supporters keep adding the word qualified in there. He didn't say nothing about qualified immunity. I'm going by what he said. I get that they're not going to do. You're adding in words to make it sound better. He said immunity from prosecution. He never said anything about qualified. And by the way, he said it several times. He said it at multiple rallies. He never said anything about qualified immunity. So if you got to add words in there to soften it up, that's a problem. Why isn't he saying qualified? That's why I say do your own research. Well, yeah, because in regards to Trump, I mean, I played a video of him saying it all the time. It ain't like I'm getting it from the media or getting it from somewhere else. It's coming out of his mouth. And yeah, like I said, he ain't talking nothing about qualified. That's what people who support Trump are throwing in there. He ain't talking about it. They using that to defend him. Now, if he used qualified immunity, we'd have a decent counter argument.
Better than ever before. We're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to work with Democrat mayors who are running in every instance, running them. Democrat mayors and many Democrat governors. And we're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to bring them back like they used to be. We're going to make them safe places again. We're going to give our police their power back, and we're going to give them immunity from prosecution. So they're not prosecuted for doing their job.
Didn't say nothing about qualified. Didn't say not one mention of qualified. Just said immunity from prosecution. So the folks who support Trump are trying to add qualified in there. You heard him. There's nothing about qualified immunity in there. And my response has been the same. Prosecution means you committed a crime. If somebody prosecutes you, that means you committed a crime. So my response has been what it's always been. What can the police be prosecuted for right now that Trump wants them to be able to do without being prosecuted for. What are they doing right now that would be considered a crime that Trump thinks they should be allowed to do? I don't think any Trump supporter I've talked to has had an answer for that, other than trying to come up with words and finagle and make it sound right. But he said prosecute. He's not talking about frivolous lawsuit. He said prosecute. You don't get prosecuted for frivolous lawsuits. That's civil. So what is it right now in 2024 that if a police does it, it's considered a crime and they would be prosecuted? That if Trump gets elected, he wants to make it so they can actually do that. I haven't heard anybody be able to give a good answer for that. What is the likelihood that cop is going to act in a reasonable manner? That's another good point, Will G. Yeah, that's another good point. Anything gets the law, Tim. I don't know what you mean by that. That is not what prosecuted means, says Jacob. What? If you get prosecuted, you committed a crime. Period. Tell me what I'm getting wrong. Tell me somebody who's been prosecuted that didn't commit a crime. Why do liberals love criminals so much? I don't know what this has to do about loving criminals. Well, I get where you're coming from. I think the stance is this. Liberals are softer on crime. It's not that they love criminals. Liberals are softer on crime than Republicans. Republicans believe in very harsh penalties for crime because they believe if you really punish somebody heavy enough, they won't commit a crime again. Liberals don't buy into that. And I tend to lean left on that problem. I don't believe that tougher sentences on crimes stop it, because if that was the case, you wouldn't really have any crime in Florida or Texas. They are tougher on crime than a lot of other states. Yet there's plenty of crime in Houston and in various cities throughout Florida. The death penalty exists in Texas and in Florida. And if you commit a crime in Texas where it is, punishable by death, they have passed laws so they can execute you quicker, like within less than 10 years. It ain't stopping the murders from happening in Houston and Dallas. So I don't believe being tough on crime reduces crime, but the right does. So when you say, well, why do you guys love criminals so much? It's just we don't favor the draconian level of punishment. Like if you steal, chop off, and that type of shit. You guys want tougher crimes. I mean, you want tougher sentences. We just don't think that stuff works. It ain't that we love criminals. We just believe in second chances that you guys may not. A lot of folks on the right believe if you fuck up, you get one chance to do it, and that's it. People on the left tend to think that you should get a second chance if you can show where you deserve it. People on the right don't believe you ever will deserve it. So there's the difference on that. As much as I want to continue, I have to step away for a nature break. So if you guys want to hold on for a minute, but nature calls, it is what it is. But you literally showing aggressive behavior. I don't get what you're saying there, Yellow Sunflower, about aggressive behavior, but I'll tell you this: if the cops have immunity, and certainly like when Trump's talking about stop and frisk, I've given the stories on this page many times about people who were stopped and frisked and they were totally innocent, and the cops. I mean, cops are human beings; they make mistakes. It ain't just that all cops are corrupt; they also make mistakes too. Like I brought up, mistaking a piece of rock salt on your floorboard. You walked in the car in the wintertime and you got a piece of rock salt in your shoe, and they see that and think it's meth. That has happened before. That has actually happened before. That's not a bad cop. He just made a mistake. So I'm not a fan of stop and frisk, because anytime you increase your interaction with police, you increase the statistical probability of being involved in a mistake. You want to reduce your interaction with police, not increase it. So stop and frisk increases it in those neighborhoods. So I think it would lead to some people going to jail that probably should not be. People who get mad that they're getting stopped by police. They ain't doing nothing wrong. Why you don't stop me again? You fucking with me, you pig. Well, now all of a sudden the cop is mad and you getting arrested. I mean, people will get arrested that shouldn't be. Nevertheless, I need you folks to hold on. I got a nature break. If you're here, we'll talk. If not, I understand. right, it's crunch time. This is what I want to ask you folks, because Biden still has till mid-January. I know you guys see me looking like an old lady with my pajamas on. Well, gee, let me respond to that. Just like in the days of old, these conservatives think all people of color are criminals. It's a racist trope. They don't understand nor want to. The problem is there's a lot of people of color that voted for Trump. So I don't know if I don't know if that tells the whole story there, Will G. Trump got a lot of people of color supporters. So, like I said, some of them I believe are going to have buyer's remorse. We'll see, but
even the ones that haven't been called yet,
they're celebrating. It's still 194 to 246, so they haven't officially gave a race to Trump yet. But that might just be the media, because I mean, obviously he's won. Let me see what the AP polls are saying. Here's what I want to ask you folks. What are the chances? Let me go to Texas Mom. I think Democrats crybabies get over it, says Pete. I haven't seen Democrats crying yet, but I'm sure there will be. I'm watching the ladies of the View tomorrow. I'm sure there's going to be some crying. Thank you folks that are tapping the screen. Small audience, tap the screen, get the lights up. Julio.
What's happening?
How happy are you?
Well, I'm happy to hear you voted Trump, and I'm just wondering why you ain't wearing your hat yet.
Here you go. There you go. How about that one?
That one works for me too.
Okay. All right. So this is one of the things I wanted to ask, because now it's going to become, I think some Democrats are going to be trying to come up with ways of lessening the blow. Biden still has until late January to be president. Do you think there's going to be some executive orders or anything else that, they try to, because we're still in control of the Senate for 2 more months, even though they're not in control of Congress? Do you think the Democrats are going to try anything, maybe to pass some laws or some things that soften the blow? Like, for instance, when it comes to illegal immigrants, what if Biden uses executive order and tries to legalize all of this in here? Do you think anything like that may come down the pipe?
No, and I don't think so. And as far as immigration, if you've been watching the polls, and I know you have, you know that 46% of the minority came and voted Trump.
No. Well, 40 well, you're talking about as a whole, including Hispanics and all of them?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about black
people. It's not black people. It's mostly Hispanics and other people. Yeah, black people didn't come out like that.
No, I think they only came, what did they come out, 12% so far?
I think somebody was like 82% voted for Kamala.
Yeah, so that's about
18. Yeah.
Yeah. But, which isn't horrible. I mean,
18%. 18% is not horrible.
It was enough votes that we got ourselves to 270 before midnight in South Dakota, anyway.
Yeah, and I'm watching. By the way, in the comments, Timoto says ABC already called it. That's not true. I'm looking at ABC as we speak. They have not called
Refresh it.
Huh? No, I actually got the news on. I mean, I actually got, I'm actually watching it.
Gotcha.
Watching it live. You can't refresh it. Yeah. They still got it as 194 to 246. In fact, let me see here. They're talking about
9,000 votes, and you have Donald Trump ahead by 16,000 in this state.
Okay, 2 quick questions here. Real quick, John, just because I want to.
By the way, all military. We've got Shihis, right?
They haven't called it yet.
Yeah, no, they're holding on as long as they can.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter. The writing's on the wall. No. I mean, you can deny it, but it's pretty clear Kamala Harris is not coming back from this.
No, there's and they're even reporting. Decision Desk is what this Timcast is. I'm watching them on my TV while I listen to you on my phone. They're saying that Michigan and Wisconsin are falling to Donald Trump too. There's just not enough votes in there for Kamala to come back and win. Even if she were to take 3/4 of the vote, she's not winning.
She lost. States. She lost bad. If she loses Michigan and Wisconsin, obviously, she lost like almost every swing state. Right now, she has not won one swing state. She, despite folks saying that she interviewed poorly and all, she did visit a lot of places. She was traveling just like Trump was.
Yeah, but her rhetoric similar to Trump's, but not as effective.
How is it
spend
similar?
much time talking policy. Well, because she was bashing Trump and Trump would bash her. That's their similar in their rhetoric. Where Trump took the edge on her, I believe, just from what I've been listening to these guys say and listening to you say, is on the policy. He focused on the policy, and here's the deal: the Mexicans and the Spanish that are here, the immigrants that are here and crossed and had to go through the long process.
That ain't gonna work.
A citizen.
I agree with that. Let me say this. I agree with the first thing you said about. I think that when Trump bashes people, it feels more authentic, and Kamala Harris started going low because it was working, and it doesn't come across as authentic from her. I agree with that. The Hispanic thing you're about to say is, here's the point I was about to make on that. A lot of Hispanics that are here legally, as you say, that waited in line, some of them folks know illegal immigrants. Some of them folks may be married to them, have kids with them. They're going to be snatching your spouses. And I mean, you're going to lose people that you know and love and care about. I mean, they're not going to like this once it starts happening.
Not necessarily, Tim. Listen, if you're married to an immigrant, they have legal status. They can't take away your spouse unless they're here 100% illegally, unvetted.
That's going to be a lot of people, Julio. There are people here that are illegally and unvetted. They got married.
Right, but let's take it to our 20s, Tim. And we have a house party and we got a bunch of people in our house that we didn't invite. Yeah, they came with friends, but if they start causing a ruckus, they got to go.
They're not. Yeah, but that's the thing. They're not going to be just getting rid of illegal immigrants that are quote unquote causing a ruckus. If you came in this country illegally, I don't care if you've been here 20 years and you've never been arrested a single time. You qualify to get kicked out. The crime is you came here illegally. It ain't got nothing to do with causing a ruckus. That's just an excuse. If you don't have any documentation, they're gonna want you gone. I don't care if you've been here since you were 2 and you don't even speak Spanish. You don't have a legal right to be here. It ain't got nothing to do with causing a ruckus.
Yeah, but you also got to understand too. That's not the path that any Republican in their right mind is going to take. Not even our president. We're going to go after the criminals first.
Yeah, but the criminals,
100%
going after the criminals could be anything. I mean, let's say you do get a DUI and you've been here since 2. That's good enough.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you're unvetted and you haven't sought your citizenship, you shouldn't be here. It's much like the party situation we were just talking about that you agreed with me on.
Yeah, and that's the point I'm trying to make is that you're going to have legal Hispanics, people who were from those countries that are born and raised here, that people that this is going to hurt, people that you don't think that should get this. Maybe, like you said, if you're causing a ruckus, all it takes is for any cop to say you're doing something wrong. You're an illegal immigrant. Nobody's going to believe you. If a cop knows you're here illegally and he comes and grabs you and goes and tells the judge or whatever the case may be, well, I caught him trying to break it. Nobody, you're here illegally. Nobody going to challenge that. What is that? You going to beat the cop in court even though you're illegally and they're going to reduce you back to society? No, they're going to throw you out. At that point, it's easy to get them. You could just pick up the phone yourself and call the cops and say, I see this dude. Let's say you know your neighbor is an illegal immigrant and you have never had a good relationship with him. You see him walking home one day, you call the police when he's in front of your house. This guy's trying to break him out. When the police show up and run him and he's an illegal, they're not going to say, well, he wasn't breaking in your house, let's let him go. No, he's going. It's going to be that easy to get rid of him.
And I understand what you're saying there, but, my position on that is, Trump's walking out. My position on that is, again, if you're here illegally, I'm sorry, you made that choice. You made your bed, you got to lay in it.
Then why don't you say all that causing a ruckus stuff? What you're saying now is true.
But no, I'm just right. But what I'm saying is those are the people that he's going to go after first, is what I'm saying to you.
But what I'm saying is you got a lot of Americans in this country that don't like illegal immigrants. They can fill in the blanks of that ruckus. You said he's going to go after the people committing the ruckus first. Then you have citizens that don't like him that accuse him of creating a ruckus. It's that simple. You can get promoted to the ruckus status by any Karen.
What I will say to you is when you were talking about that neighbor who's living next to that immigrant that's here illegally, well, one, that would never be me. Don't live next to me.
You know what I'm talking about,
because I'll be the first one to take you to the ice house.
Yeah, but you don't exactly. That's what I'm saying is that you don't need to cause a ruckus. All you need is for a neighbor that don't like you is to know you're here illegally. If he makes a false claim to police on you and they come and they run your ID and find out you're here illegally, the claim he made on you is irrelevant at that point. They're going to kick you out.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I guess what I'm saying to that point is I was going to say that, and I went somewhere else because I got distracted because it looked like Trump was walking out on his thing, and that it doesn't look like he is right now. They went back to talking. What I'm getting at with that is if you're my friend and I don't know you're an illegal, don't ever tell me you're an illegal, because that being my friend doesn't save you from breaking my country's law. You need to, figure it out.
I don't even think it takes.
You're an illegal. I may help you figure out how to get your path to citizenship quicker, but I don't expect me to hide that life for you.
I don't even think it takes that much, Julio. If I think you're here illegally and I don't like illegals, I may just call the police on you so that they check and find out. If I don't like illegals, anybody I see that's brown, I might call and file a false police report on, just so the cops have to come out and run the ID. I mean, it's that simple. You talk about this, they got to cause a ruckus first. All you got to do is run across the wrong American. You don't need to cause a ruckus at all. Just run across an American that doesn't like brown people, and that might be all it takes.
No, and I 100% agree. And just so you're aware, Vance is also going to be going after employers.
Yeah, well, that's a good thing, though.
He's gonna be setting up. When he's helping with Donald Trump, he talked about this on a podcast. That he's going after, companies that hired illegals. He's going after all that shit because it's not. It sucks that they're going to have to go through what they're going to have to go through.
I'm just reiterating
in our country.
I hear all that, but I'm just correcting your point that you originally said. They're not going to go after you unless you created a ruckus. I think you and I both agree now that creating a ruckus, the hurdle that you got to first create a ruckus is not true. All you have to do is be seen by somebody that don't like illegals. You could be here for 20 years illegally, but have not committed a single crime. All you do is need to encounter an American that don't like you, and that's good enough. You don't need to commit a ruckus. If you commit a ruckus, it'll expedite you leaving. Huh?
Yeah, I get that point. Yeah. I get that point. I'm on with you. And that's what I like about your conversation. You always kind of, if you have an opportunity, you bring me back to one and we figure it out. And no, you're right. It's not going to take much for the illegals to go. But you know what? That's the choice they made when they decided to be illegal. And then they got it on the decision desk right now. It's 277 for Trump.
Where are you seeing them calling it? Because ABC I'm watching, they still haven't done it yet. But I know Fox. Somebody said Fox.
Go to Decision Desk. I think it's decisiondesk.com.
Okay. I'm looking. Let me see what AP got. I mean, at the end of the day, like I said, it doesn't matter. Eventually, all of them are going to call it for Trump. He won. I mean, they may not want to do it, but it is what it is. The man.
I think he's. They're saying that he's got a 1.3 lead on the popular vote too. And the House is probably getting turned Republican on top of. Well, it's already taken the Senate. It's going to be a red wave. This is the red wave.
This is actually a red wave. This actually is. This is a genuine red wave. What's going on right now?
Yeah. Yeah, but these guys are watching the Decision Desk. That's what they're getting their information from. Decision Desk headquarters. Yep.
I put in decisiondesk.com and it gave me something else. I mean, he beat her every fucking where. So, I mean,
he did. Yeah,
he beat her like she stole something.
I mean, I'm not gonna say I told you so.
You don't need to. He gonna do it. He's gonna do it. Tomorrow he gonna say whatever it takes to piss off Democrats because he likes to get revenge.
He's getting ready to say it right now. Yeah. And no, he's not coming after Republicans for revenge. Not with the way that people are thinking. He's gonna win. And his retribution their retribution is going to be his success. Just watch.
Bullshit. He got retribution after getting shot in the face. You think he going to be calm? Hold on. Will G says Trumpers knew what they were doing when bomb threats happened in Nevada and Georgia. What do you mean they knew what they were doing when bomb threats happened in Nevada and Georgia?
He's trying to blame those threats on Republicans, and one of them was already arrested, was an Antifa member, registered Democrat, didn't like his polling statement.
At this point, it doesn't matter. It's pretty clear when you look at the margin in which he won. He was going to be Kamala Harris, bomb threat or not. I mean, she was going to lose to this dude. I mean, this margin is insanely large. I don't think any president. Well, Reagan won 49 states. I was a kid back then, though. But in my adult life, ain't nobody won by this much, and I don't think anybody will probably for the foreseeable future. I mean, he won by a lot,
Yeah, no, and to take the popular vote and the electoral vote, that's not happening.
But for me personally, even though I might have leaned left on some social issues, certainly like that whole police immunity thing scares the shit out of me. But I know it gives me content. I know Trump derangement syndrome certainly is not cured at this point. In fact, we've all went into remission, so it will, or we went into not remission. What is it called when it comes back? So it will get worse. So it means more content talking to folks, but
oh yeah, cities are gonna burn. I mean, and I feel bad for a lot of people because some people just don't know how to handle themselves, and
I don't think
thankfully.
And I don't think it's gonna be. Now I do agree cities may burn. I don't think it's gonna be because of Trump winning. I think it's gonna be because of what Trump does. You and I just had this lengthy conversation about the largest deportation in history. That can cause cities to burn. When you're taking hundreds, if not thousands of people out of the country that people think are good people or that don't deserve it, that is what can cause cities to burn.
Right. But what I don't understand, and somebody just made a point in there that MAGA reacts, dude, why is it that liberal cities tend to be the ones that burn? I don't understand that. You care so much about the individual around you and the person next to you and life itself, but yet you're willing to steal and hurt and assault and burn down their shit. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I mean, when people get angry, they do shit that don't make sense. You can say the same thing about the Patriots that took over the Capitol building and started destroying it. I mean, they're patriots, and you love America, but you're putting up the Confederate flag. I mean, I mean that didn't make sense. I mean, that's what happened when people were angry.
I'm gonna take something out of Rachel's basket, Rachel Maddow, or whatever her name is.
Mm-hmm.
It was only one building versus thousands of dollars, millions of dollars throughout all the cities that got burned down. I mean, one building that we're supposed to be allowed to go into and trash if we want to.
Yeah, but you're also talking about multiple incidents versus one. The Republicans going to the Capitol building were pissed off about the election. When you talk about cities burning, that was several different victims. George Floyd here, Sandra Bland over here, Trayvon Martin over here. I mean, it was several different. You're comparing a bunch of different incidents to one. So it should be multiple cases on Black Lives Matter. They're complaining about multiple different people dying. You're complaining about one election. Now, if it was 10 elections, yeah, we'd have a conversation.
Right. But that movement shouldn't be about anything more than what it stands about. It shouldn't be about tearing things down. It should be about building things up, building the community up so that they stand and they're noticed and that they're looked at and taken care of. You're not going to get any person who is a strong conservative. You're not going to get any one of them to help you, whether you're black, white, Indonesian, Mexican, Native American. You're not going to get them to help you by burning their shit down.
You're not going to get a strong conservative to help you by complaining about police brutality, no matter what the fuck you do. I mean, Colin Kaepernick took a knee and they said, get the fuck out of here. LeBron James just talked about it and they told him to shut up and dribble. A strong conservative is not going to help you out on civil rights issues, no matter what you do. So I hear your point, but there is no right way to protest civil rights issues with a strong conservative. They're going to tell you what you're protesting is not real. 99% of cops are good. If you just complied, it wouldn't be happening to you. They're not going to side with you no matter what you do.
I guess maybe let me get my point across this way. Maybe they liberals, Democrats, maybe they would do best if they let their voices heard and not their fists.
Like LeBron James.
Their actions.
LeBron James didn't do any of that. He did exactly what you're talking about. He let his voice be heard.
So, and I get what you're saying. Now, if he was an average citizen, yeah, I'd be infuriated. He is blessed to play in an American sport.
What does that got to do with
an American team in America? You need to act accordingly. It's status quo, just like you Democrats say, keep the status quo.
So only citizens, only an average citizen can
sports person.
Only an average citizen can complain about brutality. If you become wealthy, you no longer have the right to complain about it because you're wealthy.
That's not what I'm saying.
What are
I'm
you
just
saying?
No, I'm not sure how I'm trying to say it. But what I'm
Take
saying
your time.
is when you're playing an American sport, it's hard to see you protest when you live in an ivory tower on an American sport where most white collar working class Americans love to watch because they can't play the sport, so they love to watch it. Now we got to watch your political views and that bullshit. Nah.
Trump lives in an ivory tower and he complains about every damn thing that America has to offer. Here's what I'm saying. You could live in an ivory tower, as you put it, work for, play on the sports team, be worth millions of dollars, and all of a sudden the police keep pulling you over because you're driving a $200,000 car. You have a right to complain. But because you're on the sports team, you can't say nothing about that?
That fool shouldn't have been speeding the way he was. Just because you got a badass car and you think you got all the money in the world doesn't mean you can act a fool. Just because you play football, come on. That was stupid. He shouldn't have been being stupid.
And that's the point. It's funny, but you just reiterated my point, is that no matter what level you are at, if you're complaining about police misconduct to a true conservative, you're not going to get an ally. They're not going to be on your side no matter.
Listen to me when I say this much. He didn't deserve what he got. For nobody deserves that shit. But one, he shouldn't have been speeding, acting a fool. He shouldn't have been freaking tossing around like he's some big shot, because he is. Oh well, you're a big shot, but you broke the fucking law, dumbass. Put your hands up, talk to the cop, be done with it, move on, go to your football game, no problem.
Julio, you realize how many wealthy Americans that are doing nothing wrong at all get pulled over because they got a fancy car? I mean, that happens to a lot of people.
There's bad cops everywhere, and it sucks. You know what? Now that the conservatives are, in the driver's seat for a little bit, for at least 4 years. Well, man, at least 4 years, because it's going to take them at least 4 years to get the House or the Senate back. You're going to see the change, and you're going to understand the change, and you're going to be like, God damn, Julio's smarter than I thought he was, and all these guys saying Julio are going to start calling me Coolio.
All right, I'm going to move it on, but let me say this before I let you go. Last time we had the Republicans in the House for 4 years, when they left, cops were actually getting their asses kicked by them. I didn't see what you're talking about. I saw them leaving by beating up cops. Give you the last word.
I'm so freaking proud of you. That's it.
All right, Julio.
Chicago, you did it.
Congratulations, man. All right, we'll talk later.
I appreciate it. You too. Hey,
all right, I appreciate that.
America. We're finally going to get America back.
Oh my God. Angle Fan Gaming says, Tim, stop killing my buzz. I'm not the bartender tonight. Get out of here. Angle Fan Gaming says, Tim, I'm not the bartender tonight. Angle Fan. I'm the wallfly. I'm not the life of the party. Time to make America great again, says Michael Martinez. I'm curious to see how. I'm curious to see how they do that. What will be done? Have they given the race to Trump yet? No, they still counting fucking votes in states. It's over, people. ABC News. Let me make sure. Let me refresh. Maybe I'm behind. No, I'm live. It says you're live. I'm watching it on Hulu. Yeah, they still got it at 246 to 194. Let me see what they're saying.
Democrats thought they had a good chance there, and that seems not to be the case. And then the story of turnout in cities appears to have been down, and that's why
Tim, give Trump a chance. I promise he will deliver. Before I go to my next caller, let me say this. In regards to giving Trump a chance and whether he'll deliver or not, you might be true. You might be correct about giving Trump a chance and he'll deliver. Here's where the problem is. I don't submit to... As long as the president is doing what's great for this country, you should let him insult the hell out of you. You should understand people are insulting him, so you should let him insult the people. That's where we're going to go back to, because Trump doesn't take the high road. Well, what if people keep saying, well, they've been insulting him since day one. I'm not a fan of that part of it. So when you say give him a chance, and, if he wouldn't do that, I'd be willing to work with you. But we know he's made it clear mean tweets are coming back, and certainly the right loves being on top. So the liberal tears and the fuck your feelings, all that stuff's coming back. You got to give that a chance. Give them a chance to insult you and stuff, and say negative things about you. Give them a chance to say that if you get mad, you're a snowflake. Give them a chance to bully you a little bit more. You'll get $2 gas out of it. I'm not a fan of that. That's the part I have an issue with. All of the insults are media propaganda. No, they're not. Haitian, we just talked MAGA reacts. The Haitian migrant thing is not media. I give you so many things. Everything I show on this show is a clip of Trump. It ain't a clip of the media. It's not. It's Trump himself. Him tweeting out a white power video. That's not the media. Look, if it was the media, I'm willing to concede a damn point. I don't have all the answers. I'm not a know-it-all. I fuck up all the time. I'm always enjoying a conversation with MAGA. If you were right, I would concede it. If it was media, I would concede it. No, it's Trump says a lot of crazy shit that comes out of his mouth. It ain't just all media. Now, maybe the media plays a part in it, but it's not all just media. Eon says the Proud Boys are celebrating. My guess is you're going to do 4 years of fear mongering. I don't think that's going to be necessary, Trey. I really don't. I think if you go by what Trump says, like the police immunity thing, what are you supposed to do with that? Well, that just means that means the police are going to treat everybody nice. Will G says, of course, the easy excuse is to blame everything on Black Lives Matter and Antifa. When was the last time a BLM riot happened? Under Trump's watch. Under Trump, what they have now gave Trump officially Pennsylvania. That's got to be it.
Many weeks leading up to this election, that this was a must-win state for both Kamala Harris and for Donald Trump. ABC is now projecting Donald Trump wins the state of Pennsylvania. Rick Klein, take us to the board. That essentially gets him the presidency, although we have not called what he absolutely needs to get there, right? But you see the path on the board. Talk us through it.
I want to be careful with the math here. That gives us, according to ABC News projections, 265 electoral votes for Donald Trump, and I want to then play things through a little bit and make the assumptions, and they are assumptions, but this is how things work in politics. If everything falls into place for the some of the remaining places, Alaska with the 3 electoral votes would be a shock if Alaska did not land for Donald Trump. One of the congressional districts in Nebraska where he's currently leading, he's already been awarded one of them.
Let me go back to the next caller. I don't think it's at this point. I don't know why they even giving it a chance. I mean, it's more than over with at this point. Mr. Who is it? Texas Mom, is it? I just hit Texas Mom. Good morning, I think it will be now. Yeah, we're in the morning time. Man, he kicked her ass, man. Mr. Walter, good evening or good morning.
Hey, Tim, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. How you doing? How you holding up?
Okay. Oh, man. I'll be honest, I'm drunk. I'm good, but I will say this. I'm surprised, man. I was surprised. And I will, concede that I didn't know what the fuck was happening. I feel like a lot of the left people on TikTok thought that this was going to be a lot closer.
Well, shit. Every poll in existence said it was close.
No, I know. I'm saying like the polls, which I agree, they were saying is close, but all these left people were like, no, they ain't close. These whatever, political scientists, they're not right. Anyway, whatever the case, they were wrong. And I would concede that they were fucking wrong.
Hell, I was wrong on it. I thought it was close too.
Huh?
I was wrong on it too. I thought it was closer. I was wrong on it.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought it was going to be a bit closer. But here's the thing that here's my point that I just wanted to relay. If Trump does not go full dictator in the first year, then I will bow down to these people, all your MAGA people who are saying he's just talking shit or whatever. Then I will say I was wrong. But if they're fucking wrong, then I want them to come back and say, maybe this was not quite right. I honestly believe that he's going to go crazy.
Yeah, let me, and I tend to agree with you. I'll tell you this. First of all, I've had several MAGA come on my program, and we talked about the whole dictator thing. And I've had people tell me straight to my face, maybe America wouldn't be that bad if he was a dictator or had multiple terms. So a lot of MAGA think that he's such a great president that if he, if he got 2 or 3 terms, it wouldn't be a bad thing for America. Now, will he go full dictatorship? And or is he just joking as my dictator? He would have to be lying about a lot of stuff. He has said a lot of. I mean, we know Trump is a vengeful individual. Everybody in the comments is constantly telling me, anytime I bring up his tweets or insults, well, they said a lot of things about him too. So he clearly believes in revenge. He's clearly talking about getting revenge on a host of people. So for him not to go dictator-like, that means he has to be a lot of the promises he made. He must have been lying about a lot of stuff because he has said a lot of things that sound like a dictator would do.
Yeah. Can I just, this is just a side note, but there's a story where a magazine editor mentioned that he had small hands. And for 20 years, he would send photos of his hands to the same person and saying, these are not small hands, little handwritten notes. I mean, this is not a person who gives up the ghost. You know what I mean? Like, he is not going to give this shit up. He is a fucking crazy fuck.
But this is our president. I'm to the point now where he's talking about taking TikTok and he's talking about taking the license of CBS. Anytime I criticize Trump, I'm going to start saying for educational purposes only. So just in case, I don't want, I don't want, listen, you can't say the man's going to be a dictator, but then you go around criticizing him online. I mean, what does a dictator normally do when you criticize him? So listen, this is for comedy purposes only.
You always mention that you're 6'6", black guy, and that you're worried about the, unlimited police power. I have, gay kids, and that is what bothers me, man. That is what weighs my soul down about this whole thing. Is that what is their life going to be like? How is this going to affect them? It doesn't bother me, but how does it bother them? And I know, it's probably more direct, to your life, but anyway, I just want to ask.
And as troubled as I am about giving police immunity, I'm more fearful for the immigrants because I don't think the black community is going to go through anywhere near as bad as what the immigrant community is going to go through. That's going to be really, really disheartening. I mean, you're going to have like Elian Gonzalez situations like that all over the country. That's where you're going to have some problems because the right is like, listen, if you came in this country illegally, it's kind of like the whole Cobra Kai, no mercy, sweep the leg. There is no mercy. If you came in this country illegally, I don't care if it was 40 years ago. I don't care if you haven't committed a single crime, you got to go. They have no mercy for those people. That's where you're going to have a mess at, is that.
Can I tell you a quick story that I saw on TikTok today?
Yeah.
This woman, she was on like a dating app and she matched with this guy and they went out and she mentioned that she was like super excited that Trump might win. And she was like, I'm not really into that. Anyway, she asked him about, why would you be into Trump or whatever? And he said, well, I have a big contract. He's a salesman.
Mm-hmm.
I have a big contract that's contingent on Trump winning the election. And she said, well, why is that? And she said, well, they're going to build these big construction projects in the south of Texas.
Okay.
And they're basically internment camps. I don't know if you've seen this or heard about it.
Oh, damn. So you're talking about for the immigrants. You're talking about, wow.
Not immigrants, but whoever they think are immigrants.
Whoa.
So they're talking about, multiple internment camps. Now, I don't know if this is true, but we will soon find out, Tim. And this is what I'm saying. If this turns out to be true, I want all your fucking
They're not
you know,
gonna do that.
MAGA.
They gonna
fucking people
celebrate that shit. They ain't gonna
to say,
apologize for that.
I was wrong.
They ain't gonna say that. They gonna say, listen, maybe I was wrong about it, but he's doing what we need to have done. Just like with I've said that about the federal abortion ban, because I see in the comments, who was that? Terrace Horton says, fear. I've said that about the federal abortion ban, because they say you're fear mongering. If for some reason the right try to propose a federal abortion ban, it's not like Republican voters are going to be like, we're on your side, that's wrong. You're not going to have any allies. They may be saying Trump is not going to do this stuff, like what you're talking about with the internment camps. But if they do it, you're not going to have any allies on the right to get rid of it. They're going to say, well, and I believe that. And I'll tell you why I believe that. If you're going to have a largest deportation in history, you got to have somewhere to hold the people. I mean, you got to build something to hold them.
Yeah. This guy said, I'm going to make millions of dollars if this contract goes true. And it's contingent upon Trump winning the election.
Well, we'll see.
I mean, what more do you need to hear, you know?
Well, he promised the largest...
And honestly, the fucking scary part is that they like that.
Well,
they're happy with that.
But it ain't just them. I mean, like what one of my viewers pointed out, Trump got a large portion of the Hispanic vote. Hell, I got black folks in my family that are pissed off in Chicago with all the immigrants. I think a large portion of America would be in favor of those camps. So the idea that those camps is fear-mongering, bullshit. I think many Americans want that. So I think it's more likely than not that what your guy was telling you.
That.
Huh?
They want that until they start paying $6 for a thing of lettuce, and they pay $4 for a tomato. I mean, they don't understand the economics of this shit. And if you listen to the actual economic experts, they'll tell you that this is not in your interest. It's just do you want to listen to dumb people, or do you want to listen to people who went to school for 8 years, whatever, to understand this shit? Well, I mean, do you remember, Tim, listen, you remember the time when dumb people didn't talk? That was before Trump. Now they talk. They think they have something to say.
He just had to, hold on.
This is where we are.
He just had the biggest comeback in presidential history. Is he really dumb? I mean, this is the same thing about the argument that he's not a businessman because he claimed bankruptcy. He's selling a bunch of hats. Is he really as dumb as people saying it? I mean, I don't see how at this point you can look at anybody like Trump and say this guy is not a genius.
Listen, I'm not saying, Trump is not smart, but he is not dumb politically. He is a very smart, he knows how to manipulate people. However, it has come to my attention that at least a third of this country are dumb. But they used to just shut the fuck up about politics. They didn't care. They thought, nobody bothered about that. But now, all of a sudden, they got this fucking guy with the big red tie who's saying, he's saying what they want to hear.
Well,
he's P.T. Barnum. He's selling them what they think is going to happen. Now, all I'm going to say, I'm going to close this out, is that in, let's say 2 years, if the stock market, if the GDP is where it is, if the unemployment rate is where it is, if it's better than all of those things, then I will eat crow. I will eat my hat, and I will say I was wrong.
All right. We'll be here. Appreciate it. Come on back anytime, Mr. Walter. Thank you. Enjoy your euphoria, because you're going to wake up with a hangover, and it's going to be in the form of the news on the television. Appreciate you coming through. All right, let me get back. All right, man. Appreciate it. Looking in the comments, I better get my no tax on overtime. You are going to get your no tax on overtime in the form of no overtime. You ain't gonna pay taxes on your overtime because you may not get any overtime. There's your taxes. Shove that up everybody's ass. You attract some crazy folks, handsome. Yeah, and some of them turn into winners. Trump 2024, you don't have to say that anymore. He has taken it. It is Trump president. You can just type President Trump now in there. You don't have to type Trump 2024 anymore. You can just type President Trump. Hell yeah, I got 500 hours of OT a year. And good luck keeping that. Good luck with that continuing to happen. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, Republicans tend to be pro big business. Overtime is something that big business is not favorable to. It's over. It's not over until it's over. It's currently a red mirage. We gave Trump a chance 8 years ago and it didn't work out. Unless Biden can do something to weaken his power through executive order or the courts, he's in there. I don't know what could be done at this point. He's in there. Other than somebody doing something sinister and criminal. Trump ain't going to do anything. Yeah, okay. And I see the comments. B. Martinez says, I enjoy saying Trump 2024. All right. You can say Trump 2028 or other things now because he might be around then too. Let me go to Texas mom. I do want to bring her up. I saw she was waiting. Appreciate that. Texas mom coming back in here. Feel bad for so many TikTok people like Harry Sisson who will not have an income now. Yikes. Texas mom.
For real. That is a true statement. Harry and Parker and all of them that's paid by Democrats. Yep, that's so sad for tomorrow.
Now, Trump derangement syndrome will live on. There's always, Trump, I tell you this, Trump is, Trump likes to talk. There will always be things to say about Trump because he's always going to be in fights with celebrities and other politicians. He don't know how to keep his mouth shut, so there will be plenty to talk about.
So let's see how many celebrities actually live up to what they said and getting out of the United States if Trump wins. Let's see.
I don't know about the celebrities, but if I was General Milley, if I was Dr. Fauci, because I wouldn't be surprised if some of their pensions are in jeopardy. If I was General Petraeus, there are certain people that it might be in their best interest to at least temporarily buy something abroad to see what happens. Leave for 6 months or a year and see if he actually tries to do anything like this to other people, and then you can come back. But there are some people, like I said, for General Milley, I would leave because General Milley reached out to his Chinese counterpart. I think he does have a legitimate case against General Milley. So I would leave if I was him. Me personally, I would leave like within the next couple months before he takes office. So because a lot of the Trump supporters are saying, look, you guys are taking him out of context. He was just joking. He's just talking shit. He's making jokes about doing some really awful things. Do you take a chance and see if that's just a joke? Like the Liz Cheney thing, her staring down a barrel of rifles. Well, he's just saying that to talk about her getting a taste of her own medicine. If you're Liz Cheney, do you sit around and wait to see if that's what he was actually talking about?
Now, with that, the Democrats did take that out of context. That was definitely taken out of context. Because what he was referring to, or what he was talking about, that they only clip a little 10-second snippet of everything and don't tell you what it's all about, and the media is really bad about it, is that how would she feel if it was her in the line of fire instead of sending our young people, since they want to be in war so bad? How would she feel staring down the barrel with 9 people pointing back to them, to her? They did take that out of context. That's the problem with the media.
Here's why that don't make no sense to me. Liz Cheney, all of the quote unquote warmongering she did, it's got to be damn near a decade ago or more. She is now a regular citizen. Her political career is over with. Why are you bringing up that she's a warmonger and needs a taste of her medicine 10 years later? I mean, that stuff, what you're doing, what he is doing is out of context. What he is simply doing is he's pissed off that Liz Cheney is on the stump campaigning for Kamala Harris. So he's doing a revenge attack to go back after her. You're bringing up that she's a warmonger. She's not in Congress anymore. I mean, that stuff is over with. I mean, what are you going to do, attack Dick Cheney for being a warmonger too? That stuff's irrelevant now. So that's why it sounds like it's not being taken out of context, because you're criticizing her for something that she did. She has no power to do anymore, and you're going to come to her now and say, well, how would you feel if it was being done to you? I'm not in a position to do this anymore. So yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me. And by the way, The only reason why Liz Cheney kept winning is because it was Trump supporters that kept reelecting her. It wasn't liberals. Most Trump supporters that are over 40 were favoring people like Liz Cheney and Dick Cheney. That's how they kept winning. It wasn't like the liberals kept electing them. Now that Trump is pissed off with those folks, you want to hate on them now? If you go back to January 5th, the day before January 6th, Liz Cheney was in perfect standing with the Republican Party. They didn't give a damn about the warmongering shit. All of a sudden, she goes and criticizes Trump for January 6th, and now we want to bring up that she's a warmonger. People can see through why he's doing that, is the point I'm making.
Yeah, people see through with the point that they make with him being all of this other stuff, because when he was Democrat and giving them all their money, all of his money, it wasn't a problem. Yeah. But now that he's keeping his money and running his little campaign, it's a problem for that side. Yeah. So it goes on both sides.
And that's what's scaring a lot of people that don't favor Trump and scaring a lot of liberals is that everything he may do to somebody you're gonna have folks like you saying, well, somebody was doing something to him first. So basically justifying his actions. If he says something bad about you or does something to you, well, people were doing something to him. So you're not even demanding he take the high road. You're basically justifying it by saying, well, he's only acting in self-defense, so he's pretty much free to do whatever because you're going to come up with something that somebody did bad to him first.
That's human nature.
And that's why people are scared of him, for that reason. Human nature. And that's why people are scared of him, because they know folks, his supporters like you're not going to hold him accountable for doing anything wrong. You're going to say, well, he had a right to do that because somebody was messing with him first. So he could do anything because that's going to be your defense. Well, they were doing it to him.
Now, I talk about Trump. I talk bad about Trump sometimes because he just talks out of his neck.
Well, but you also quite often say, anytime he does something, it's not uncommon for you to say, well, they were doing something to him first, which justifies him acting that way.
And that's true, but with this deportation thing, I think it's going to be better for us as Americans because of that.
How do you respond to people that question who's going to pick the crops and stuff like that?
So you think that there's not going to be anybody here to pick the crops?
Not at the rate they pay them, no. You want to live 10 to a house like Hispanics do, so that you can get by off that low ass salary? One person is like $60.
That's not why they live 10 people to a house.
So you're saying So you're saying they actually make enough money to all have their own houses?
They live 10 people to a house. That way they only have to pay like $30 or $40 for groceries each one. They only have to pay like $50 or $60 rent for each one because their money's going back to Mexico to their families.
And what you're saying...
They keep enough here to live off of for themselves, and the rest of it go back to Mexico to build up their bank accounts, for them to buy their land.
How much are they getting paid? How much are they actually getting? Do you believe they're getting paid enough to have their own apartment by themselves and their own car?
I know of several Hispanics that do that and have enough to pay for stuff.
Picking fruit,
yeah.
Okay. I'm under the impression they don't get paid enough to do all that. Ed G, thank you for the super chat on YouTube.
When you pick vegetables and plant trees, because a lot of them will go plant pine trees and stuff like that, you get a percentage, or you get a certain amount of money per bushel or per plant. But I'm going to tell you something about the Hispanics.
Hold on before you do. Hold on.
Okay.
I want to hear what he's saying.
Obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before. Nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president.
That's a hell of a victory lap. I mean, I didn't, I can't do nothing but say, bow down to the guy. That's a hell of a victory lap. He gonna be taking. I mean, that's got to feel really good. What were you saying?
Okay, about the Hispanics, they don't. A lot of times when a lot of people keep saying that they get paid underpaid, and they're not underpaid. A lot of them are not underpaid.
Then why not hire an American? If they're not underpaid, then why aren't Americans just doing those jobs? Why do you need to hire immigrants?
Okay, let me explain this to you. How many people is going to get out there and work in 100-degree heat?
A lot of people. You got. Hold on. You know how many Americans you have that work? I mean, you got Americans. If you can call a plumber at 2:00 in the morning, he'll jump into a septic tank full of shit and clean it out because he gets paid properly. Plenty of Americans are working hot weather. If the pay is right, they're not doing it because they don't get paid right. According to you, they're getting paid properly.
They are getting paid properly because I know a bunch of illegals. Because my husband is Hispanic, I know a bunch of illegals. They're not complaining on their pay. They get paid real good money. I know a bunch of illegals that own their businesses. They own businesses. They own houses, and they're illegal. They're getting paid. I don't know why people think they don't get paid. The problem
because they are saying it.
Well, it's not a problem. It's not a problem. The Hispanics don't go out and waste their money. They don't waste their money.
I ain't never heard.
They send money back home to their families because 9 out of 10 of them have a family back home.
So
a wife with 7, 8 kids, and that's where their money goes.
So you're telling me these illegal immigrants that work like as hotel maids and all, they're getting paid good salaries?
They're getting paid minimum wage.
I don't see the purpose of hiring somebody that can barely speak English and they're not in the country illegally if you got to pay them the same as an American.
I can tell you the difference because they're going to come in no matter what shift you give them. They're going to come in. They're going to come in and do their job. They're not going to complain. They're just going to come in. They're going to do their job. They're not going to be taking a whole bunch of breaks. They're not going to be stepping outside smoking no smoke. They're not going to be trying to do this. They want to come in, do their job, go home. As to whereas us as Americans, we're more laid back. We're more lazy. Oh, if it takes me 8 hours, I'm going to get my whole 8 hours. Hispanics ain't like that. They're going to do a roof. They want to have it done in 2 days so they can get another job, so they can make more money.
Yeah, this is totally different than anything I've ever heard. But you said you know a lot of illegal immigrants. You said you know a lot of illegal immigrants, so you want them out of the country, right?
They know they're here illegally.
That ain't what I asked you. I said you want them kicked out, though, right?
They broke the law, so there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, and they can't come, and they cannot come back when they get kicked out. Because they entered the country illegally, they can't come back.
When you have 40-something% of Hispanics that have paid their $10,000, $15,000, $20,000, $30,000 to be here legally, to come in the right way, which we paid $15,000, then the ones that's here, and if they get caught, they know when they come across their border that they're going to be here just a matter of time. They're trying to get here to make some money to send back home. So when they do go home, they have money.
And so you believe that, because you said your husband's Hispanic, right? So he has friends that are illegals? Mexico. Huh?
My husband's from Mexico.
And you pay, so do you believe most immigrants that are coming from Mexico have that $15,000 that you paid?
No, they don't. But they're coming here to make money to send back home because they know they're here on borrowed time. They don't think they're coming here to make a whole life here, even though some of them do make a life here, but they're still sending money back home.
Let me ask you this. If you came here illegally, let's say you came here 5 or 6 years ago, and you've been, here, as you say, owning a business or running a shop or something for the last 5 years, and you've met an American and you've had a baby with that American. Do you think if they catch you, even though you've done no other crime since entering the country illegally, do you think they should kick that person out? That is a father and maybe a wife, a husband rather to that American. Do you think they should still kick him out?
Well, here's the thing with that. If you've been here 5 years and you already have a child, then you've already had plenty of time for your spouse to file paperwork for you to be exempt from being kicked out because you have paperwork filing. As long as you can prove that you have paperwork in the system, they won't deport you.
And you believe it's going to stay that way under Trump?
If you have paperwork in the system and you have proof that you are waiting, if you're waiting approval or you're waiting for your court date and stuff like that, they cannot kick you out. Because when my husband's green card expired, we was on a waiting list for over 18 months. But his green card expired, and they wrote us a letter stating as long as you have this letter, you cannot be deported because you are awaiting your citizenship.
Yeah, but you got that letter under a different president that wasn't as tough on immigration as Trump is. Trump is tough on legal immigration too. You think the Haitian migrants who came here legally, you okay with them? I mean, he's tough on legal migrants too. Your husband may have not gotten that letter if Trump was president.
No, Trump was president when we got that letter. My husband's been here 34 years. And he just, as of 2022, just became a U.S. citizen. But his card expired in 2020.
Okay.
So when your card expires, the immigration will send you a notice stating that they cannot deport you, because that was a concern of mine, that my husband will be deported. And they're like, no, when you have the letter, you're waiting for the law because it's so backed up that you are waiting.
I hear what you're saying. I'm not confident that stuff would apply to Trump. I think that Trump wants to reduce the amount of Hispanics and folks crossing the southern border from coming here legally as well. So I do, and I've been saying that I believe that if you don't have actual residency or citizenship by the time Trump gets in office, the fact that you've been going through the process and crossing all your T's and dotting all your I's, I don't believe you're safe. I think that once he gets in office, because he wants to limit the amount of folks coming in, the laws could change right from under you. You're not here officially legally yet. Unfortunately, they've changed the law. You got to go. I believe that, and I think a lot of MAGA would support it.
Well, if you're not here legally, then
I'm talking about legal too. I'm talking about legal too. Legal too. Like the Haitian migrants are here legally, and he's already said he's going to kick them out. They are here legally.
Well, it depends on what document they came in under.
Exactly. So now some legal people, as you say, depending on what document they came, some legal people are getting kicked out. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Right. But they don't have to renew your documentation.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Then you're not, if they don't renew it, then you're illegal.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about.
So they're not kicking out a legal person, they're kicking out an illegal person.
No, they're making it so that things that normally would have worked for a legal migrant, as you said, they don't have to renew your document. Things that normally would have worked as long as you're law-abiding and doing what's right, they normally might have used to keep renewing your documents. You haven't committed any crimes. You didn't come here illegally. You're doing everything that's right. And somehow now they still ain't renewing your document. They're still telling you to leave. So what I'm saying is stuff like that, the process to enter here legally is going to become harder.
Well, it's already pretty hard.
And it's going to get harder, is what I'm saying.
And I do know if you're married to somebody, as of right now, under this administration, you have to go back to the country until your court date comes up.
No.
So, I mean, that's already happening.
The open border administration is doing that? The one that's for open borders?
Yeah.
That don't sound like open border legislation to me.
Because some of these guys that live down the street from me. The woman is a U.S. citizen, and the husband was illegal. They were married. They had 3 children. When they filed for his paperwork, he had to go back to Mexico, to Juarez, and wait for his court date. And then the wife had to go to Juarez every time a court date came up, and they were apart for like almost 2 years.
And that happened under Biden?
Yeah, this was 2 years ago.
Right, and what you're saying makes it clear that based on that, Biden was not for open borders. If he's for open borders, you wouldn't have to go through all those hoops. That's a perfect example to show that Biden was not for open borders, what you're talking about. You wouldn't go through all of that in an open borders environment.
We didn't have to go through all that because my husband came with papers.
You understand what I'm saying, though. Nobody should have to go through that.
For open borders, what they're talking about is just letting them come in without documentation.
Right.
This was after they were here. He had been here for years, and then they've been married for years. Right. But for him to get his paperwork, he had to go back to the Mexican consulate in Juarez and stay down there until his court date came up. And his wife had to travel back and forth to Mexico.
Let me ask you this also. If a person that is not an American citizen, let's say you come to America for vacation or something, and you happen to be pregnant and you give birth to that baby while you're here in America, do you believe that baby that was born in America should be an American?
If it's born on American soil, it should be an American.
Now that's called an anchor baby. Trump has talked about getting rid of that.
They would be a U.S. citizen.
Yeah,
because I believe
Trump has already talked about getting rid of that.
Because I believe, isn't that not in our Constitution? If you're born on American soil, so he can talk about that, but he can't get rid of it because it's in our Constitution. Because then there'll be breaking the Constitution. It'll be the rights of that child. But until that child becomes of age to fight for that, or unless the Catholic charities get involved in it, and which the Catholic charities can get involved in that.
But this is what I mean when I say why Trump is scaring a lot of people. You got to explain away a lot of the stuff. It's a joke. You're taking it out of context. He actually can't do that. There's a lot of things he's saying that is concerning people. And you're having to explain, like you said now, well, yeah, but that would be unconstitutional. Well, he's saying it, though. He is saying he's going to do this stuff.
Yeah, but everything he says he can't do. As just like...
You think the immigrants know all of this stuff? People who are just foreign people to the country. You think they know he can't do all this stuff? You think they're going to research all of this? If he's saying he can do it, people tend to think he can.
But Tim, everybody knows Americans. Everybody knows people. And everybody, all the Hispanics know somebody that's an American, and they would know more of the law, or they could find out the law.
You realize how much shit Trump has done that people thought you couldn't do, like, being in contempt in court for 10 times, January 6th and 79. He don't prove plenty of times. He can do the unthinkable. If folks right now are still thinking, well, this guy can't do that, in my opinion, if you ain't been paying attention, he's doing all kinds of shit that people said he couldn't do. Why do you think it's going to stop with this? They said he wasn't going to roll back women's abortion rights. You were fear-mongering. Now you're hoping he just leaves it as state rights. They were making it clear that was pre-adjudicated law. He's not going to touch that. Now it's like, well, shit, I hope he don't go further than states' rights. So the idea that he's saying things and he can't do it, to me, it's insane for anybody to look at this guy who has proved he can do the unthinkable time and time again to say, well, he probably can't do this one this time. That's insane. I'll give you the last word. I do got to move it on, though.
There's a lot of stuff that he talks about that I don't feel that he can do, me personally. But, like I said, I am married to a Hispanic. My husband has dual citizenship. My children are getting dual citizenship for here in Mexico. So, if you know your rights, and a lot of Americans know the rights, and a lot of the illegal Hispanics, they know that they're here temporarily. They're just here to make money and send it back home.
So what is Trump doing? Just lying just deliberately? I mean, does he not know he can't do this stuff, or is he just deliberately lying to the American people and making a bunch of promises of stuff he can't do?
No, he's just hoping that a lot of, like, some things, a lot of stuff he can do, but on some things he might not know he can't do. He might just say, he just might think that it's no big deal.
After being in office for 4 years, he still don't know. I mean, we elected this guy to be back in office
Take
again.
it too far, and then have to pay the repercussions of it.
Until I see otherwise, I'm going to assume he can do what he said he's going to do. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with holding a politician accountable for what's coming in and out of their mouth. Whether they can, just like when Beto O'Rourke talked about, you're damn right, I'm going to take your AR-15s. I didn't hear people on the right saying, but you know he can't do that. No, they held him accountable for it. It doesn't matter if you can do it or not. It sounds like it's in your heart, and that's enough to be concerned with. That's how they treated Beto O'Rourke. I believe he should be treated the same way.
And I don't agree with the immunity stuff for the police either.
Neither do I.
I don't agree with that either.
All right. Appreciate you coming in, Texas Mom. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on with the program. It's funny to think Trump and Vance just bullshitted their way in office this whole campaign. I don't know, Will G. I don't think it's necessarily just a case of Trump and Vance bullshitting their way in office. I think they had a candidate that was flawed in Kamala Harris. And I want to hear this. This is before I go back to the box. This is Dana White, CEO of the UFC.
And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
I didn't hear what he said. I'm not going to rewind it, but Dana White just spoke on me. Them fuckers are going to be rich. I just want to say that because Trump rewards loyalty. So any contracts Dana White needs, maybe fight in venues that normally might not, anywhere he needs to be, Trump's going to help him out with that. Same thing with Elon Musk. Any invention he comes out with, maybe he comes out with something that he could sell to the government, get a big government contract. Trump's going to help him out with that. There's some benefits to be around Trump because he really rewards loyalty, which is why there's a lot of folks that are on his tip, TIP, or some might say on his dick, but on his tip, in my opinion, don't even believe what they're saying because they know they'll get a title out of it. Like Vivek Ramaswamy is a perfect example, in my opinion. He just riding the coattails. I mean, I don't care if Trump talked about nuking North Korea tomorrow. Vivek is going to be, we need to nuke them. Vivek, Tim Scott is another one. Just at the end of the day, I'm going to do much better rolling with this guy. So I'm going to do it. I can't totally hate on him for doing it because you can get a lot of, you can reach the promised land following Trump. So I'm not hating on him for doing it, but at the end of the day, Joe Rogan, I see somebody mention him in the comments. Yeah, that's why I thought somebody was booing Trump. But that's why, who was I about to say? I lost my train of thought thinking somebody was booing Trump. Oh, Jeff Bezos, the owner of Amazon, the second richest person the second richest man on the planet, I believe Jeff Bezos is. Under Elon Musk, by the way. That's the reason why he, with his newspaper, prevented them from endorsing Kamala Harris. I believe he wanted to do it to stay on Trump's good side. That newspaper has a history of endorsing liberals. All of a sudden you're running against Trump and the owner of the paper won't let you endorse his opponent. Jeff Bezos probably seen the writing on the wall alongside Elon Musk. I better get behind this guy. He could make me an empire. So I don't totally disagree with these folks. I mean, like Melania Trump, if she was thinking about divorcing, that's gone out of the window. Now she riding with Trump until he die. I can see it. There's a lot of money to be made rolling with him. Funny to think Harris even deserved to run, says Ed G. I believe the votes that Harris got, any Democrat would have got. Because I don't believe the votes that Kamala Harris got were pro-Kamala Harris votes. They were anti-Trump votes. Whatever number Trump won by, the folks that voted against him are people that don't like Trump. And I think anybody would have got those votes. I think Gavin, Gretchen, you name it. Christine Hildebrand, some of the folks that have run for president in the past, any of them, I believe would have got Tulsi Gabbard would have got as many votes as Kamala Harris would have, maybe more, because it's already going to be tens of millions of people that hate Trump that would have got that. Hoyos says, "Can I ask you a question?" Go ahead and state your question. So the Melania's punishment. What does that say? Melania's punishment for being silent to such depravity. No, she's doing all right. If we had to put up a guy, we would have done better, in my opinion. Some men just can't vote for a woman. True. I do believe that's part of it, but I mean, at the end of the day, some of the blame is on Joe Biden for taking so long to step down. I mean, Kamala Harris only had like 3 or 4 months to campaign. Trump's been campaigning for over a year. Kamala Harris has the shortest campaign of any presidential contender this time in U.S. history. She only got in August. Trump, on the other hand, because many suggested he was trying to run to escape going to jail, Trump has the longest campaign of any president in U.S. history. He started campaigning, I believe, in June of 2023. So her with the shortest time campaigning ever in history is going up against the guy with the longest time to campaign ever in history. It should not have been competitive. So there's a reason why people are saying we don't know anything about Kamala. We know everything about Trump. Trump not only campaigned a lot longer than Kamala, but it ain't like he didn't stop holding rallies and talking to the public when he was president. He's been doing it all along. So he is the 47. Got to get a 47 MAGA hat now. I don't have a 47. Well, that's mine. Yeah, I got to get a 47 now. I got to get it for the show. You know how it works. Let me go back to the box. Blame the Democrats for covering for Joe Biden. Niner man, I can't disagree with you on that. Like I said, I don't know every fucking thing, and I'm willing to concede a point. That is a point. And I'm guilty of that. Because I believed what the media and what the Democratic establishment was saying about Joe Biden, suggesting that he was totally coherent and within his faculties. I was preaching on the program for months. That is an excellent point. Blame the Democrats for covering for Joe Biden. I cannot disagree with that. That is 100% factual. What would happen if she gets the other states? They're not at 270 yet. It's almost impossible for that to happen. No, if she won all the other states, she could still win. But I don't know I think the statistical probability of that has got to be close to 0. I'm looking at Bing right now. They still have not called Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, or Nevada for Trump yet. And yeah, if she won all of those states, she would win. She's at 224. Trump is at 267. So Trump only needs 3 more to win. He's going to win Arizona. I don't know how many. I mean, not Arizona. Alaska. He's going to win Alaska. I don't know how many electoral college votes Alaska is worth, but he's going to win that. And that might be the 3 he needs to get over the top. But if Kamala was to win Michigan, that's 15. She's not going to win any of these, in my opinion. But if she was to win Michigan, that's 15. 10 for Wisconsin. That would give her 25 more. And 11 for Arizona. That's 20, 35, 36. And another 6. So that would be 42. She currently has 224. Actually, 42 is still not enough for her. I don't think she can win. Even if she wins everything remaining, I don't think she can win. And I know even when I'm saying it's a pipe dream, it's not going to happen. She's not going to win Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada. That's not going to happen anyway. I don't think she can win. I think this shows how much the media does not like Trump. Because there is no damn reason in hell why every media outlet now is not calling him the president-elect. There's no excuse for it at this point. He should be called the president-elect. There's virtually no chance for Kamala Harris to win. And they're still putting up the totals and all the tallies. I mean, she's going to lose. I mean, they should be calling him, they call him the former president. He should be called the president-elect. There's no excuse for that. If it was Kamala Harris, she would be the president-elect. She would have been the president-elect about an hour ago. There's no excuse for them not to call it. I can disagree with that. Joe Biden is still capable and alert. Is also a decent, caring person. You can't explain that June 27th debate away, though, where they asking him a question about something and then he goes into Medicare and totally loses his train of thought after totally losing his train of thought in a bunch of other venues. You can say that you disagree and you believe Joe Biden is still capable. Most of the country disagrees with you, though. Most of the country disagrees with you. He just gave his victory speech. Yeah, I was looking at some of that. Let me see. Could Michelle Obama beat Trump? I think she could have, but at this point, it's irrelevant. Niner man, I think she could. Let me say this too. Not only do I think Michelle Obama could have probably beat Trump, but I will say you need more than 3 to 4 months to campaign. Biden should have stepped down. You need more time than that. Niner man, good evening.
How you doing?
Oh.
First, I want to say thanks for letting me up. I always loved your lives, even before the election date. But I've been watching since probably 7 in the afternoon. I'm tired. And one thing that one of the pundits made on Fox is a good point about this election is the Democrats used identity politics too much. And there's a certain point when people aren't the racial group, they're just Americans. That's why Trump did better with these groups, because they don't always vote just because of what race they are. They vote because they believe in economics. I mean, he won the highest number of Latinos ever for a Republican president.
I know I'm going to sound liberal as hell by saying this, but I'm still baffled by that. With all of the, we can joke and say the Puerto Rican thing was just a comedian. It wasn't coming from Trump, or we can talk about the immigrant thing. They're entering the country illegally. We can talk about they come from shithole countries, or we can talk about America's the world's garbage can. And he says a lot of bad things about Hispanics. Like you're here legally, and
once they come here and they get their citizen, they're technically they're just Americans. Yeah. Why does white people only get to be American? Why does it have to be African American or Hispanic American?
That's a good point. You have to ask the white people who gave everybody those titles.
No, Black people. It's time for that shit to be over with. We're just Americans.
Well, but I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you. You can't call these people Japanese Americans and Black and African Americans. They complain when they start using the titles that were given to them. Well, now it's wrong that you're using the title that somebody. That's where it came from. It came from white America.
I know. Officer Tatum was talking about that and why he hates it on one of his YouTube channels. I don't know if you ever watched them, but he does a good speech on it and explains it all and how that's racist and the biracial thing. And it's a great speech he did. It was amazing.
I get it, but what's crazy is we're blaming the victims or the descendants of the victims of racism for using the titles that the oppressors gave them. The people who
I'm not blaming. I'm just saying it should be done away with. Everybody's an American once you're a citizen. It doesn't matter. That's weird.
Well, yeah, but if the police is chasing you or something like that, they have to have something to call you.
I'm a white American. You're a black American. You don't have to be African American. Am I an Irish American? I come right from the land of potatoes.
I'll give you a perfect example of how that ain't gonna work. Now you hear him saying that about African American. You're not black. You're using identity politics. But when they used that on Kamala Harris, keep in mind she was born in America too, and you had no shortage of people on the right saying she was Jamaican and Indian. What happened to you just American? They weren't doing it with her.
I should have done that. I would agree with that. I'm surprised it didn't tank his campaign. I'm glad he won, but that was a stupid thing to get into.
And they didn't just do it with her. They did it with Obama. They did it with Nikki Haley. So all of this, where you guys should just go by Americans, it's pretty clear that the folks that are saying that, when it's advantageous to them, they will throw that out the window to call you some other country. They did that they were doing it with Vivek Ramaswamy to a short degree also.
Can I ask you a question? Just because I voted for Trump all 3 times, so yeah. I'm not the target audience that changed. But how bad is it for the other side where he won the popular vote? You know how rare it is for a Republican to win the popular vote? How bad is the other side? How pissed off are people that are losing their jobs? They got a friend that's on the street that don't get a hotel and get free food and a $10,000 debit card from Mayor Adams. But the illegals come over here and they get it right away. They get a cell phone, they get a $10,000 card. They made a tent in New York City, tent city, for the illegals that came here. They said, fuck you, American citizens that are on the street. We ain't making you a tent city. How many homeless people, get a $10,000 debit card? They get access to a shelter, a crime-filled shelter. How many people in the New York Housing Authority don't have heat?
I would say I view that two ways. One, it's a slap in the face to a struggling American to see an immigrant getting all this help that they can't get. But in addition to it being a slap in the face, I think there's also some jealousy and selfishness to the American that has that opinion. Because I'll tell you this, once we kick all the immigrants out, those Americans that were saying, well, ain't nobody give, they still ain't gonna give it to you. You're not gonna get this shit no matter what. So you're telling the immigrant, I don't get it, so you shouldn't get it either. Because America does not have a desire to help out its poor. That's why you're hearing folks on the right say, well, we don't want our money going to the Ukraine. It could be helping out other Americans that are struggling in this country. And you notice you don't hear anything from Republican politicians to the likes of, well, before the Ukraine war started, before we started sending money to the Ukraine, we were helping out all these people. They're not saying any of that because they weren't doing it. The Ukrainian war just took off in February of 2022. There's no huge history of where they were sending that money to help out struggling Americans. So at the end of the day, you can complain about it.
Parties, both parties have done that. Both parties have not want to help, and at least it's worse for the.
I don't think that's. I disagree with you because the Republicans will tell you in a minute the Democrats only vote for Democrats because they give them free shit. So clearly the Democrats are helping people out. Obama phones, Obamacare, they clearly do it. It's the right that don't help.
What have they really done? Obama wasn't a horrible president, I'll give you that. But what has Biden done really for the poor people? He gave college bailout for upper middle class people that can afford to go to college. That didn't help the poor income. That's one of the reasons in the exit polls people were pissed off at him in the minority community because he went against Congress, did something that was illegal.
But I can tell you what he did for the poor. He was in favor of a minimum wage increase. That's really going to help the poor. He certainly was in favor of that. Tried to do it. I believe some of it got struck down. But yeah, I think the Republicans are pro small and big business. The Democrats are pro employee. When you start talking about helping out the average employee, the first thing you hear from the Republican Party is, we can't do that because it's going to hurt small business. And it's vice versa when you start talking about dealing with small businesses. The Democrat Party it has always been that way, at least as long as I can remember. The Republican Party tends to be more favorable to the haves, and the Democrat Party is more favorable to the have-nots. That's like the whole.
In history that used to be, but they're talking about the exit polling. He's gotten more. The unions aren't as big as they used to be anymore. The Democrats banked on unions.
Yeah, because the Republicans got rid of unions. That's another one, that the Republicans were in favor of small
business.
business.
Most people don't work in unions anymore. They were talking about it on the exit. Yeah. 80% of the people in the United States don't work with a union.
But it ain't because the Republican Party busted up the unions. You don't have many options to work for unions anymore.
Bring in cheap labor so that you just talk about farm workers. Well, most farm workers come in on an H1N1 visa. Most farm workers aren't illegals because if they get raided, then the farm has to shut down and they get fines and everything else. You want to get rid of it, just do an E-Verify, like DeSantis wanted to do in Florida.
Yeah, but that ain't got nothing to do with the union thing I was talking about. If you look at where
but the Democrats put in a bunch of cheap labor. So you can exploit the people that want to feed their family and pay them $4 an hour, but the families in the cities or whatever that want to wait tables or even construction. How many people are laid off in construction because you go to Home Depot and get a truck full of illegals to come fix something for a set price a day, and you don't have to pay insurance, you don't have to pay anything else because one of them gets hurt, you don't have to pay for their health insurance.
Yeah, I think you got that. I see that just the opposite. I see the Democrats as bringing in immigrants because they turn into votes. They're not bringing them in for cheap labor. The Republicans bring in immigrants because they turn into cheap labor. We've had an illegal immigration problem with both sides of the aisle. Trump's the only one that's really talked about tackling it. It's not like the border was secure under Bush or Reagan. I think the right wants illegal immigrants in this country just as much as the left. They just want them in here for different reasons. They want them in here because they support big business, and big business, who lobbies to the Republican Party, wants the cheap labor. The Democrats want them in here because they eventually turn into votes.
I got a question for you. And why did everybody call Ron DeSantis racist when he wanted to put E-Verify in Florida to crack down on all the illegals working? If that's how you feel, well, then they should do it over the
No,
whole,
yeah,
as Bill Maher said, the people are too on their team. He said,
they call Ron DeSantis racist for the same reason, you know, when Obama was talking about giving people universal health care, they called him a socialist. It's a demonization word. It probably was not true. I'm not going to go deep into it, but I don't believe Ron DeSantis was a racist based on that. Just like Obama giving universal health care was not a socialist based on that. It's just that the parties like to throw around, like when Biden called Trump supporters garbage. Trump supporters went ape shit. He's calling us all garbage. Trump called Kamala Harris a communist, a Marxist, a social. You can't even be all that shit simultaneously.
Yeah, I think it's stupid to get upset over words, but in my job, you don't get upset over words.
Well, actually, your side of the aisle gets upset over races. They don't get upset over the insults they throw at other people. The Democrats are not calling the Republican Party Marxists, and so they're calling them racist. So that's the word you get upset about. You don't get upset about.
Joe Biden were calling the Trump supporters after a favorite board game. I don't want to get your begins with a Y. This you play Yahtzee.
That's racist. That's still along the same line as racist. Just like Trump is calling Kamala Harris a communist, knowing how many people that Stalin killed. He killed more people than Hitler, and the right didn't have a problem with that. You're upset about the. This is why
I'm not upset. I don't.
Your party is upset. Your party is upset. And this is why I used to say when Trump was tweeting out all of those things when he was president the first time, and MAGA would say, don't be a snowflake, and it's just insults. You know, don't vote based on your emotions, vote based on policy. And I used to say this all the time, that I used to say that Obama, if he was president, he could do the exact same things for America, same policy, same economy as Trump. But if he's constantly criticizing gun owners and Christians, the right wouldn't like it. The reason why it's so easy to look over Trump's insults is because they're not aimed at you. When you start calling the right racist and garbage, you suddenly see they actually do care about insults. But they don't mind Marxists and socialists and communists because that's the insults they're aiming at other people.
Yeah, most political parties get mad when their side is
disliked. So it ain't ridiculous. Right.
Well, my question is, Trump, I'm glad he won. I'm going to go buy more Trump stuff. But he shouldn't have won. If the Democrats listen to the people, he shouldn't have won. If they listen to the communities they're supposed to represent, the black community is way more religious than the white community, have way more overall by the polling.
I don't think that's going to matter. I think the problem is, I think the biggest problem is Biden took too fucking long to step down. He didn't give any candidate enough time to really campaign.
No, you're right about that. But I'm just saying, if you look at the exit polling, a lot of the reasons why this demographic switched was because, one, they were tired of people. You said the jealousy was one of it. I had to pay $15,000. They came over for free. They're getting more than me. I got to pay taxes, this and that. We didn't, and they don't care. They said they're going to stop it, and they haven't. The black community, I listen to the Breakfast Club every once in a while when he has his guest on, talk about what have they done for me. You got.
I'm real curious in regards to all of that shit about, you know, they helping out immigrants in New York and they helping out immigrants in Chicago and they're not helping us poor people out. I want to see how some of them liberals in Chicago, some of them people of color in Chicago start acting when some of the girls that they dating, some of the people they don't have, when they start yanking those folks out of the city in handcuffs, and some of them are running for their lives, and they're going in homes to grab. I want to see how harsh they are, because I bet you they're gonna change their tune on that. They what they called for. Once they get what they call for, I bet you there's gonna be a lot of buyer's remorse when they see how those immigrants are getting kicked out of the country, and how some of them folks are in tears, and some of them are going to die because they're going to be fighting with the police and resisting arrest. And when they see how that goes down, I bet you a lot of them folks are going to be like, I didn't vote for this, but it's too late at that point.
Right. But I mean, another thing I want to say, I'm not old enough. I remember reading books and I watched a movie with Denzel Washington. But there's a quote that always got to me from Malcolm X saying, beware the white liberal or something like that. I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah.
But they sit up in their tower. They don't have to worry about crime. They don't have to worry about all this. And they tell everybody else how they should be voting. You heard on the news, and you got Nancy Pelosi and the rest of Congress with African garb kneeling in Congress when 70% of the black community did not want to defund the police. They just wanted police reform. It's not hurting me. I make enough money where I got a security system and plenty of weapons. It's hurting the poor people.
I don't see how. Yeah, but the opposition to that is Trump, who's talking about bringing back stop and frisk and giving police immunity. I don't see how poor people going to benefit from that either. I mean, we can talk about the liberals, but this guy's talking about giving them the ability to violate your Fourth Amendment rights. I don't see how that's a solution.
That's not true. You can just listen to J.D. Vance when he said qualified immunity means as long as
he didn't say qualified. I can play it for you. He didn't use the word qualified at all.
Because that's what police have now, qualified immunity.
Right. So when he says he wants to get a police immunity from prosecution, what is he trying to give them the power to do that they can't do now? What can you be prosecuted for right now that Trump is saying, no, you should have immunity from that?
Well, some police precincts like Portland got rid of qualified immunity.
Well, he ain't talking about Portland. He ain't talking about qualified immunity. He said immunity from prosecution in liberal cities. What is he talking about?
Well, I believe he was talking about qualified immunity, and then I don't think he was talking about.
Why didn't he say it?
Based on the interview I listened to, especially the one with J.D. Vance talking about immunity for anything, because I don't think any legitimate person wants.
What about him promising? What about stop and frisk? You support that?
I support a version of it. Stop, question, and frisk.
And if the person don't want to answer questions, they want to exercise their Fifth Amendment rights.
Then you can exercise your Fifth Amendment rights. You take a note, and go about your day.
Then that's not stop and frisk. If you want to stop and frisk me and say I don't consent to a search, I don't want to say anything to you. If the citizen is allowed to do that, then that's not stop and frisk.
Well, it's a version of it.
No, it's not. Stop and frisk means you don't have a choice.
Back to the way it was in the 90s, where you just pull people over for no reason. You got to have probable cause. That's
stop and frisk, though. If you got to have probable cause, that means stop and frisk is not legal in that environment. In an environment where stop and frisk is legal, you don't need probable cause. You can just pull them over and do it.
That's why the original version of stop and frisk got shut down. But they updated it with a stop, question, and frisk. Or if they believe something was off, they could frisk, but you just couldn't pull somebody off to the side and frisk them just because you wanted to. They changed that. That's when the police reform and they started to have civilian oversight.
Well, to me, in regards to what we're talking about, to me, it sounds like he's turning things backwards on that stuff. What did he mean when he said he believes crime could go down if the police were given a violent hour? And he said, I mean, really violent. What does that mean to you when he says that?
Well, I don't know what a violent hour means. I think that's a stupid wordplay. I mean, I think the crime could go down if you gave police more power and locked more people up for crimes that they committed instead of letting them back out.
But you do understand why people can be scared of this stuff, right?
Yeah,
yeah.
I can understand.
I mean, because he also talked about, when you put somebody in the back of a car that's committed a crime and you put your hand behind their head to protect their head, don't do that anymore. I mean, he's on many different occasions. He is promoting police to be violent to people. What I mean, are all of these jokes? Are they all taken out of context?
To be honest, I don't know with him, but I'd rather have that than what we were going to get with Kamala, where you let them I don't know what words you can say on TikTok anymore because the Chinese are all about free speech. The people that unalive people. And the rapists, and just let them go free so they can do it again, like what's happened in New York under the cashless bail.
Yeah, but he is the president. He's in charge of the federal government. I thought he was for states' rights. Now all of a sudden he's starting to interfere with all these local governments talking about immunity and all. Is he for states' rights or is he for interfering with small government?
Well, states' rights, the executive branch is the number one law enforcement agency. So to a point, you got to let states have their rights, but you can't let. Like when one state, I believe it was Portland again, that made all decriminalized. Can you say drugs on TikTok?
You just did.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know how to ask it. Rugs. To decriminalize drugs, and they had to go back on their policy. Even though, I mean, in New York State, weed is legal, even though it's not federally licensed. I can't use weed.
I don't know. To me, I hear when it comes to abortion, he's for states' rights, and he's for small government, and he's not for big government. But then when it comes to police, he sounds like he's suddenly in favor of letting the federal government interfere with state laws. I mean, so he's picking and choosing when he's in favor of this stuff.
Speak out of both sides of their mouth. Joe Biden did the same thing.
Joe Biden is gone. Yeah, but Joe Biden is
What's
gone.
that?
Not only is Joe Biden gone, you guys are complaining about it when he was doing it.
Well, yeah, and you guys are going to, as Bill Maher said, it's team sports. It shouldn't be done. But when your side is doing it, it's a little less. You got to be honest about it. Biden broke the law when he paid off student debts, even though Nancy Pelosi said he didn't have the right to do it, but he went and did it anyway. Same thing with.
Here's what I'm getting. You're talking about breaking the law and paying off student debts. What happened to? We shouldn't be sending money to the Ukraine. We should be helping out Americans. So here's a guy who's doing something that's going to overwhelmingly help out Americans, and it's illegal. Do we want to help out Americans or do we not?
But they knew what they were taking. I didn't get I had to join the military to get my college paid off.
So when do we get to the part about helping out Americans? I mean, you can.
How about we help poor Americans, not ones that had the chance to go to college and they signed a loan? How about people that live in New York City that don't have heat and water? How about the people in Flint?
So you're okay with paying poor people's gas bills? And
I don't feel bad for people in college that signed their dotted line on the loan. If you're in college, you should know how to read. And if you can't read a contract, that's on you.
All right, fair enough. You drive a hard bargain. I got to move it on, Niner man, but congratulations, man. You guys won by a lot. So
well, hopefully we all do good because we're all Americans.
If he speaks to the people and it doesn't continue being they said something about him first type deal, then you're right. But if he gets up there and decides, well, since they said something bad about me, I'm gonna say something bad about them, or since they tried to arrest me, I'm gonna try to
Can I make one comment before I leave?
Yeah.
I just want to say I agree with you. The best thing he could do is what I said about January 6th, and they shit on that, is prove. He said you're the party of law and order, then act like it. Don't act like a bunch of fucking idiots. And they said all this shit about him for 4 years. He could prove them wrong, and hopefully he does.
What if do you support him pardoning everybody from January 6th?
No, nobody. If they got convicted in the court of law, fuck them.
He's promised.
I don't feel bad for the girl that went through the window either. What's that?
Ashley Babbitt
on Facebook.
Ashley Babbitt.
Fuck around and find out, Grab. Yeah. Well, he fucked around and she found out.
He has promised to pardon him, so we'll see. Niner man, good talk. All right.
Have a good day, sir.
You too. Damn, Hillary almost pulled through and won. Hillary who? What about the Department of Education? He's talking about getting rid of there's a lot of people that are going to be scared because Trump talked about getting rid of the FBI. I think he talked about the CIA or the NSA. People all over America are like, shit, am I going to have a job tomorrow? I mean, he's no fan of the CDC. He's no fan of the FDA. He's talking about letting Robert Kennedy or whatever that guy's name is, the Kennedy guy. He's going to let him run wild with all of these. I mean, you got to wonder if you got a job anymore. Getting to the FDA. I mean, he's talking about getting rid of so many organizations. Shit, are you going to have a job tomorrow? Everybody bragging about what he's going to do for the economy. Well, some people are going to be like, well, shit, I just lost my job. Obviously, Merrick Garland is gone. Jack Smith is gone. Shit. It's going to be interesting. What is he replacing it with? Big dopey? Nothing. Like universal health care, repeal and replace Obamacare. Probably nothing. I mean, the Democrats are the ones that give you free shit. The Republicans were never in favor of giving you universal health care. That was socialism. They were not in favor of it to begin with. It took for Obama to pass that really with no Republican assistance. They were never in favor of that. So he may replace it with nothing if he can do it. He won't cancel them when he controls them. I don't know how to work with that. It's hard to say what on that. Real quick in the comments, Will G says every Trumper is going to have that glow at work tomorrow, and they will look down at every minority. I can already see it. Damn. They're going to have that glow, and I will say this. That's only fair. The Democrats should have a glow if Kamala Harris had won. Are Trump supporters going to look down on minorities? Some of them are minorities, but some will. I don't disagree. I mean, at the end of the day, Trump, likes to punch back, and MAGA has really come to like that. So, libtards and liberal tears, you're going to have that happening. I don't think you can depend on Trump to say don't do it. So the name calling, the tweets and insults is certainly going to come back because MAGA's going to say, well, they do it to us, so we're not going to take the high ground. We're going to do it back to them. So The chaos. Look, if you get the economy, if we can get the price of gas and end some wars, you may get that stuff out of Trump. We'll see. But if you're hoping that the country's going to unify and a name calling, that ain't going nowhere. That is because every Trump supporter I've talked to, the first thing they say when we talk about Trump, well, somebody did it to him. It's kind of like well, he started it. You know how two brothers or two kid sisters, well, he hit me first. That's what most Trump supporters say. You don't hear too many Trump supporters saying he needs to stop. It's generally, well, they hit him first. So most of them do believe that is okay. So that the mean tweets is coming back. That's absolutely. In fact, when he got shot, I did a YouTube video of it. When he got shot, right off the side of his shoulder was a woman clearly in a shirt that says mean tweets on it. That's only been a couple months ago that he got shot. So one thing you're going to get back with Trump, if you can get the economy back and things like that, that's great. But you're going to definitely get the insults and mean tweets back. That's certainly coming back. The question I think with Trump is hoping that some of the stuff he promised, he's not actually going to do it. Like I keep bringing police immunity, or, I mean, hopefully what he said about Liz Cheney was a joke. I mean, he said some things. You just got to hope that this stuff is not true. Because I'm going to tell you, with him having control of the Senate, control of Congress, an incredibly large majority on the Supreme Court that's already given him immunity, he can actually do a lot of this stuff. He actually can do it. You just have to hope he don't. But I don't believe that the system we have currently right now, that there's enough checks and balances in it to stop him. If he truly wanted to do something wrong, I'm not saying he's going to do anything wrong, but if he truly wanted to do something wrong, there's not enough checks and balances in place. I mean, the Supreme Court currently has 3 people on it that were picked personally by him. Soon it'll be 5. Why would Clarence Thomas want to work much longer at this point? I could be a hero to the Republican Party. You know, Clarence Thomas likes gifts. How hard is it going to be to get them to send him away with a nice parting gift? He can retire now. I'm sure Clarence Thomas is like, shit, I'm out of here within a year. Same thing with Justice Alito, the guy with the upside down flag. He's 74. Why would they stay around? I'm out of here. I mean, he's going to look out for us and replace us with some 45, 50-year-olds. So Thomas and Alito is gone at this point. So you'll have 5 personally picked Supreme Court justices. And then, of course, I mentioned Sotomayor and Roberts are both 69 years old. He could replace 1 or 2 of them. So he will end up with at least 5 appointments on the Supreme Court. At least 5. Could be as many as 7. So some things, like, for instance, I brought up the fact that the state of Oklahoma, they told me tonight, I didn't know this, but Oklahoma, they claim, is the most Republican state in America. I didn't know that. Oklahoma, wow. All them Native Americans, huh? No say so. But anyway, Oklahoma recently passed a law that requires the children in that state, all children in public schools in Oklahoma, have to read the Bible as part of their curriculum. So the Bible is being forced down their throat. They have to do it. Just like science or math, if you don't read the Bible, you can fail that grade. Now, many on the right trying to defend Trump and kind of hope that Trump won the election, just like with the immunity, they're adding in the word qualified immunity to make it make sense. Well, a lot of folk, yeah, Oklahoma did this, the same thing with Louisiana forcing the 10 Commandments on kids, but the ACLU is going to fight that, and that's not going to work. And I had a lot of Trump supporters say, I don't favor them forcing the Bible on kids, but it's not going to stand as long. You think that's the case now? That Trump side has won. They got the Supreme Court. They got Congress. They about to have as many as 5 Supreme Court. Do you feel confident that that law requiring children to read the Bible in Oklahoma is still going to get struck down? Now that the government has went this far to the right? Just think about it, because at the end of the day, it's likely to spread. Once Louisiana passed a law requiring the 10 Commandments be displayed, Texas did it. And then Oklahoma passed a law requiring they had to read the Bible. My guess is, as opposed to that law getting struck down, it's probably going to spread. It's probably not going to be long before Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas, and many other states start mandating children read the Bible in schools. I don't think it's going to go away. I think it's going to get bigger. What's wrong with it, says Andy. A lot of things are wrong with it. Every child don't believe in God. The religion don't teach you to be acceptable to other religions. Thou shalt have no other God before me. I mean, if you got a Muslim child in school, you don't want your child being forced to read the Quran. You would say that's shoving the Muslim religion down your kid's throat. I actually read a piece on, it was a meme on social media. I think it was on Facebook, and it says something like, if you are okay with Muslim, Hindu, and Christian, or if you are okay with Muslim, Hindu, and Buddhist children being required to read the Bible, but you are not okay with Christian children being required to read those pamphlets or those other religions, that's not freedom of choice, that's oppression. And I do agree that that's how we currently are in America. I bet you in Oklahoma, most of the parents that are in favor of children being forced to read the Bible in that state would have a huge problem if somebody was forcing their child to read the Quran or some other, or the Torah, or something. They would have a huge problem with that. But because it's their religion, they don't. That's oppression. That's religious supremacy. We can force our religion on you, but you can't force your religion. That's supremacy. Why is it okay? Why is it not okay? Somebody said, because it's going to create division in the schools. Because if I go to school and the law is requiring everybody to teach the religion that I believe in, if I grew up Christian, I'm in class, and the school requires the Bible be taught in class, and my buddy is Muslim, and they're not requiring anything about his religion to be taught, it opens up the door for me to say, obviously, my religion is better than yours. You legally got to read my shit. Nobody gives a damn about what you got. You can go home and read your shit, but you can't even graduate if you don't read mine. It's religious hierarchy. I mean, you're bringing back Christian supremacy by doing that. Tim, you should read the Bible. I'll give you a message while you read it. Strawberry milk. Congratulations to you, by the way, Strawberry. Congratulations to you. A little bit of milk and honey, by the way. The country was founded in God. In God we trust. It was founded in freedom, too. What about the freedom part of it? So, and by the way, what happened to separation of church and state? Well, now you're making it so that the kids have to read the Bible. Separation of church and state is fading away. So, yeah, now all of a sudden, now it's founded. The country was founded on slavery. What else you bringing back? Shit, you're scaring me. The country was founded on religion. It was founded on women's oppression. I mean, we want to talk about everything it was founded on, huh? What else are you gonna bring back from the era that it was founded on? If that's gonna be the hurdle that dictates, well, we can go back to this because it was founded on this. Well, what else was it founded on? Shit. You start to open up the door for other stuff. It wasn't founded on God we trust, but I don't assume you know how to read. No, it wasn't founded on God we trust. That comment, I don't think they put in God we trust on the money and shit until like the 1940s. That is not, no, it wasn't founded on in God we trust, but it was founded to some degree on, the country was Christian based when it was founded. And the founding fathers of the country, in effort to make, wait a second, are they trying to say?
It's so fitting with the pattern everywhere that's part of what makes it difficult to imagine a scenario where you can make up a gap like this. It's now up to a 325,000.
Oh, I thought they were trying to indicate that Kamala Harris was capable of winning Michigan or Wisconsin, but no, she's way back. They're coming up with some. They still are doing that on ABC, by the way. They still have not called Trump the president-elect. That's bullshit. He won. I mean, look, at the end of the day, I don't care if you support Trump or you are against Trump. If Kamala Harris had this situation, they would have been calling her the president-elect hour and a half, 2 hours ago. Why they're still coming up with these crazy scenarios for how Kamala Harris could win shows they really don't like Trump. He's the president-elect. I mean, he done already gave his victory speech. They should have been calling him the president-elect. In about 30 minutes to an hour, You will. What would I be doing in about 30 minutes to an hour? He's won already. He is the president-elect. On a daily, it's over, bud. Go to bed. Says let's just say that three. Now it is over with. I'm not gonna disagree with you. I'm up talking to the folks. Yeah, the election's over with. Trump has won. It is over with. I took off work tomorrow because I thought I'd be talking to you folks a lot later and a lot more. But yeah, it's over with. Everybody thought that it would take maybe a week or more for us to know who won. Notice how all of the claim of election fraud, you don't hear any of that on the right at all. Nothing. Not a peep out of them. Trump gave a speech, not one mention of election fraud. If he had lost, that should have been not one mention of it. You don't hear everybody on the right celebrate. We won. Not one mention of election fraud. All the way up to the election, they were yelling fraud, fraud, fraud everywhere. Trump wins. It all went away. Which shows nobody was giving a damn about fraud anyway. If you truly care about a free and fair election, you should be still trying to get to the bottom of fraud, even if your candidate wins. If Trump wins and suddenly you don't seem to care about, then that means you weren't concerned about fraud. You're only concerned about him winning. And that's what happened in 2020. And I see the comments, Miss Kelly, wifey Camber says, because it ain't even close. No, but that means people still committed fraud. I mean, people still committed felonies. What? No, it doesn't have to be close. It's still a crime. When Trump was losing to Joe Biden in 2020, in the state of North Carolina, it was getting close, and Biden was in the lead going up to the election in 2020. Trump was alleging there was widespread fraud in North Carolina. Now, he ultimately won the state of North Carolina, but right up to the vote, the polls were showing that Biden was winning North Carolina. Trump was claiming there was fraud all over the damn place. Now, remember Trump said there was plenty of fraud in the 2020 election, but he won North Carolina that year. He just won it again tonight, but he won it that year. Once he won North Carolina, you never heard anything about fraud anymore. And he was claiming there was widespread fraud all over North Carolina. Once he won, he didn't give a shit about it. If there's widespread fraud in this state and you won it, maybe you didn't win it. Maybe the fraud helped you. I don't care about it anymore. I won. So that's why I've said that I don't personally believe Trump cares about a free and fair election. He just wants to win. Just like now. Once he won, I don't care no more about the fraud. Even in the 2020 election, look where they were investigating fraud at. We watched 2,000 Mules. It was only in the swing states. You're going to tell me there was fraud in Wisconsin or Arizona, but a big-ass state like Texas with all the major states, no fraud at all in Texas. No fraud at all in Florida, huh? They just cheating in these little small states. He's never been concerned with fraud. He's been concerned with losing. Tonight he's had a good night. Congratulations to Trump. Congratulations to MAGA. But yeah, it ain't got nothing to do with fighting on behalf of a free and fair election. It was fighting on behalf of winning. If fraud is committed in the state I win, I don't care about the fraud. I just want to win. Did you see what the courts decided in Arizona? No, I have not seen that, Strawberry. No, I have not. Will G says ABC's license was threatened. By who?
They can vote for somebody for president and still vote for somebody else, a different party for Senate. And it would appear that in that state, obviously...
Did Carrie Lake, looks like another controversial... Because Ted Cruz won. Right now, I don't know any Republicans of significance. I think everybody won. This is like the closest thing to a major red wave as you can get. But did Carrie Lake end up winning in Arizona? I'd be curious. No, she lost. I'm looking at it now.
Vice President Kamala Harris. I mean, just look at these numbers.
Yeah, she lost.
You have Ruben Gallego at 51%. He's leading by about 96,000 votes compared to Carrie Lake. And then you have former President Donald Trump at 50%, leading by 37,000 votes.
So it was Harris that people didn't like. It was Kamala Harris. So in some states, they actually picked the Democrat, but skipped up. Just like when Trump ran in 2020, like in Georgia, for instance, they picked the governor of Georgia to win, who was a Republican, but they did not pick Trump. Some of these folks are savvy. They're not just voting Democrat down the ticket. Some people voted based on the people they wanted to win. So, but Trump got it tonight. Anyhow, folks, appreciate you tuning in. I didn't request a lot of likes on the program, but I do appreciate those who did tap the screen. We'll start it up again about 9 a.m. It ain't gonna be much to talk about other than a large red wave, a hell of a successful night for Trump. Hell of a successful night for a host of Republicans. J.D. Vance is now your vice president. As I stated, Ted Cruz eked out a victory. Republicans had probably one of the best nights in our lifetime since Reagan won. Since Reagan beat Mondale and won 49 states. This is a big victory. If he won the popular vote, which I think he did, it's landslide. It is landslide category. This is landslide. Trump's going to call any victory a landslide. Trump could win by one electoral college vote and he'd be saying it's a landslide. But this is a genuine landslide. It's your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. I will catch you guys in the morning. Some of you guys celebrating. Some of you guys are crying. See you tomorrow. Same on YouTube. Interesting day. I don't know. ABC's license being threatened, huh? Huge win for America, says Andrew. We have to see on that. I don't know if that yet. Let me see what Trump does, if it's a different presidency. That remains to be seen. See you tomorrow.